Chapter 101, The Proud Chen family members are about to collapse Chen Fan's first industry? At the beginning, these evaluation videos only had tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of views. But slowly, because these evaluation bloggers had a large fan base and Chen Yi spent money on their operations, soon the total views of these videos about the Wankai International Hotel exceeded 40 to 50 million. Holy shit, how can it be so dirty? The Wankai International Hotel is definitely the worst 5-star hotel I've ever seen, hands down. It makes me sick to watch. What kind of shitty hotel is this? It must be shut down. I'm from Jiangzhou and I've stayed at the Wankai International Hotel before. At the time, I thought it was quite good, but I never imagined that when tested by professional equipment, it would be such rubbish. I'll never go there again. I won't go either. Watching these videos of incredibly professional review bloggers, countless netizens, especially local Jiangzhou netizens, started to vent their frustrations. It didn't take long for the Wankai International Hotel to hit the trending list on all major platforms, although it was ranked quite low. However, in Jiangzhou itself, the negative news about the Wankai International Hotel shot to the top of the trending list. After all, it is about local business, and the Jiangzhou local hot search list is even more important than other hot search lists. Moreover, it is still 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, when the activity of users on various platforms is quite high. The popularity of this matter is still rising, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Chen Fan got the news as soon as possible, and immediately associated it with the Chen family. Chen Yi was behind it. Chen Yi had even specially hired someone from the Magic City to target the Wankai International Hotel. Chen Fan looked carefully at the videos of the reviews and immediately confirmed that there was something wrong with them. Since he had taken over the Wankai International Hotel, hygiene and other issues had been made stricter, so there should be no such problems. And didn't Xia Ruoshui book dozens of rooms at once for the representatives of the Xia group to stay? The two had previously talked about this incident, and Xia Ruoshui said that several of their representatives had told her that they had never expected a 5-star hotel in a small place like Jiangzhou to be better and cleaner than the 5-star hotels they had stayed in big cities. It had only been a few days, so the hygiene and quality of the Wankai International Hotel could not have suddenly become so poor. Chen Fan called the general manager of the Wankai International Hotel. The general manager assured him with a pat on his chest that there had definitely been no problems recently. After all, a new boss had just been appointed, and the general manager wanted to do a good job, so he was extra attentive, strictly controlling issues such as hotel hygiene, and it was absolutely impossible for the problems in the video to occur. You go and check the surveillance immediately, find out the check-in information of these review bloggers, as well as the surveillance videos, etc. Chen Fan began to give instructions. Afterwards, Chen Fan used his connections with Guangyu Private Investigation Agency and Xiancheng Auction Company to start investigating and controlling the search. Jiangzhou, in a mansion, Chen Yi looked at her masterpiece and a broad smile spread across her face. It was a great success. Chen Yi understood that as a hotel, reputation, as well as issues such as the quality and hygiene of the hotel, were of the utmost importance. If the reputation of the Wankai International Hotel completely soured, and it was because of the quality and hygiene issues of the hotel, then the hotel is not far from closing down. Now the reputation of the Wankai International Hotel is already very bad. As long as it takes another day or two, the Wankai International Hotel will become a public enemy that everyone shouts at, and business will plummet. Before long, the Wankai International Hotel, with no business, will not be able to make ends meet and will completely close down. Thinking about this, Chen Yi couldn't wait to call the old man to take credit. Father, it was a great success. The news that the Wankai International Hotel is dirty and in disarray has already reached the top of every search list, and the Wankai International Hotel is not far from closing down. Oh? That's great. Grandpa Chen was overjoyed. His previous actions against Chen Fan had failed, but this time, once Xiaoyi took action, he took the upper hand. The Chen family has finally been vindicated and brought down one of Chen Fan's businesses. Will that little brat Chen Fan still dare to be arrogant? The Wankai International Hotel is just the beginning, and later, they will bring down all of that little brat's businesses one after the other. It's finally worked. With the Wankai International Hotel closing down, Chen Fan will definitely be in agony. Serves him right. That bastard Chen Fan dared to sever ties with us, and this is the day he gets what's coming to him. I can't wait to see Chen Fan's miserable face when the Wankai International Hotel closes down. It's going to be so much fun. After the rest of the Chen family learned about this, they were all gloating to the extreme. Just as the Chen family was celebrating, Chen Fan discovered a huge loophole in these review bloggers. According to these review bloggers, they reviewed the hotel for 2 consecutive days. On the first day, when they tested the hotel, the Wankai International Hotel was very poor. On the second day, they booked the same room and tested it immediately afterwards. They found that the sheets, duvet covers, etc., in the Wankai International Hotel had not been replaced, and the toilets and other places had only been slightly cleaned. However, Chen Fan checked the surveillance footage and found that these bloggers had mostly checked in yesterday afternoon or evening. One of the earliest ones checked in at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but checked out at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. They only stayed in the room for a few hours, less than a day. How did they evaluate the next day? They must have deliberately created hygiene problems after entering the room, and then faked the video. 3 of the 4 bloggers stayed for less than 4 or 5 hours, so how could they evaluate the next day? Taking advantage of this loophole, Chen Fan immediately struck back. Under Chen Fan's arrangement, just a few minutes later, on the local Jiangzhou hot search list, the matter immediately reversed. In the end, the reputation of the Wankai International Hotel became even better. Just then, Xia Ruoshui and her younger sister came over to visit, bringing Chen Fan some delicacies that her friends had sent her from afar. Seeing that Chen Fan seemed to be in a hurry, Xia Ruoshui asked a few questions. After Chen Fan finished speaking, Xia Ruoshui immediately said thoughtfully, "I have connections, I can take care of it quickly." Chapter 102, Chen's grandfather, who was trembling with anger, Xia Ruoshui's terrifying network of contacts. Ha! Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Xia Ruoshui gave a slight smile and explained, "I have a best friend whose father is a senior executive at TikTok. And this whole thing was originally about them fabricating and spreading rumors, and we are in the right." Thinking about it, Xia Ruoshui took out his phone and found the number of that best friend. The phone connected, and Xia Ruoshui briefly explained the situation. "No problem, but Ruoshui, you have to promise me one condition. I want to go on a trip in a few days, and you have to come with me." Her best friend added with a smile. "Okay." Xia Ruoshui thought about it for a moment, and then directly agreed. Going on a trip would definitely take a few days, and things at the company might be slightly delayed, but the thought of being able to help Chen Fan solve this problem made Xia Ruoshui agree without hesitation. "It's a deal. When are you going? I'll contact you then." Seeing that Xia Ruoshui had agreed, her best friend immediately contacted her father. A few minutes later, the clarification video arranged by Chen Fan at the Wankai International Hotel quickly reached the top of the trending searches on TikTok. The popularity of the video directly crushed the hotel review bloggers hired by Chen Yi. Xia Ruoshui's best friend's father made his move. The popularity of the clarification and anti-counterfeiting videos on Chen Fan's side skyrocketed. After that, Chen Fan got some important and damning news. Guanyu Private Detective Agency found out that the photographer for the blogger with the most followers was from Zhonghai Province. Guanyu Private Detective Agency contacted him and paid him off directly. The photographer told the truth about their fraud and even made a video. The people from Guanyu Private Detective Agency have already edited it, and now it can be posted online at Chen Fan's command. As a blogger who reviews hotels, the photographer personally exposing the fraud had an extraordinary effect. "Publish it immediately," Chen Fan ordered directly. His own Guanyu Private Detective Agency could do it. With the release of this video and the operation of Xia Ruoshui's best friend's father, the reputation of the Wankai International Hotel instantly reversed. "So that's it, we've wrongly accused Wankai International Hotel. It's disgusting that this blogger reviewing hotels would fabricate. I apologize to Wankai International Hotel for my previous remarks. Bloggers who fabricate reviews like that must be banned. In the future, when I go to Jiangzhou, I'll only stay at Wankai International Hotel." Online, countless netizens commented, and they all called for the banning of those review bloggers. More than half an hour later, those review bloggers, who had tens of millions of followers between them, were all banned. Wankai International Hotel's lawyer's letter was also sent to these people at the first opportunity. At this moment, looking at the permanently banned accounts and the lawyer's letter from the Wankai International Hotel, those review bloggers who had taken money to help Chen Yi commit fraud felt remorseful. Because of this incident, the Wankai International Hotel had found a blessing in disaster and its popularity and business had greatly improved. In less than 2 hours, the matter was easily resolved, and the system's voice came through. Ding! Trouble caused by Chen Yi resolved, reputation of Wankai International Hotel saved, mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 10% ownership of Joshio Security Group. Congratulations on obtaining 53 experience points. The mission is complete, and 10% ownership of Joshua Security Group has been obtained. Instantly, Chen Fan's ownership of Joshua Security Group reached an astonishing 55%, and Chen Fan completely took control of Joshua Security Group and became a veritable big boss. From now on, Chen Fan can mobilize anyone in the Joshua Security Group, whether it be the 3 top-level special teams or ordinary bodyguards, with just a word, without needing anyone else's consent. On the other side, after seeing the outcome, Chen Yi was sitting there with a white face. In just an hour or two, the situation had changed beyond recognition, and Chen Yi couldn't accept the truth for a while. How could this be? There was an opened bottle of champagne on the table in front of Chen Yi, and she was planning to celebrate. But before she could pour herself a glass, the Wankai International Hotel had once again become the subject of praise on the internet. The review bloggers she knew had even had their accounts permanently banned. It had just failed? Chen Yi was really unwilling to accept it. Why? She had prepared for a long time to smear the Wankai International Hotel, spending a lot of money and a lot of energy. But then, within an hour or two, Chen Fan had completely resolved the matter. At that moment, Chen Laoshir's phone also rang. How did it go, Chen Yi? Chen Laoshir's excited voice came through. Chen Laoshir really couldn't wait to see the Wankai International Hotel go under. Father, there's been a problem. Chen Yi said helplessly. What? How could this happen? 2 hours ago, you said that things were almost settled, but now it's turned out like this? Chen's father angrily questioned. I don't know either. Chen Yi helplessly replied. Boom! Before Chen Yi could finish speaking, Chen's father, in a fit of anger, slammed the phone down on the ground so hard that the whole thing shook with rage. If Chen Yi had not told him the good news before, and if his expectations had not been so high, then perhaps Grandpa Chen would not have been so angry. But now, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment, and Grandpa Chen is really furious. In the villa of Royal Scenic Villa. Thank you, Ruoshui. Chen Fan looked at Xia Ruoshui. Ruoshui had helped him again. At the moment, Chen Fan also had some feelings. Ruoshui was actually best friends with the daughter of a TikTok executive. The strength of the Xia family was much stronger than he had predicted. 80% of the time, even the Su family in Jinling was not as strong as the Xia family. It's nothing. Xia Ruoshui responded with a smile when Chen Fan said that. What, Chen Shui, I've said before that my sister is a veritable helpmate, right? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but say. By the way, Chen Shui, the weather seems to be very nice tomorrow. Let's go to your private yacht and have some fun, sunbathing, okay? My sister hasn't seen your private yacht yet. Of course it's okay. Chen Fan directly agreed. As soon as Chen Fan agreed, the voice of the system suddenly came. Chapter 103, Severing Ties. On the 23rd day, Chen Fan became the 5th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe. Ding! Mission issued, take Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng out to play. Reward for mission, top swimming skills. Reward for mission, 50 experience points. Ha! Another mission? And this time the system rewarded him with skills, top swimming skills at that? Chen Fan guessed that the system would never reward swimming skills for no reason, and it was estimated that they would be useful later. Anyway, Chen Fan couldn't swim at the moment, and getting top-level swimming skills was pretty good. What's more, he had already promised Xia Mengmeng, and this system task was almost a free reward, so how could Chen Fan refuse? Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui, Xia Mengmeng agreed to meet at the pier after lunch tomorrow. Chen Shuijia, we'll go first. I need to go back and choose a bikini for tomorrow with my sister. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng immediately got up and pulled her sister to go back. Ah, do you need to wear a bikini tomorrow? Xia Ruoshui was taken aback. Of course, Chen Shuijiao's private yacht is very suitable for sunbathing, and there's no sunbathing without a bikini. Xia Mengmeng answered affirmatively. What's more, we're going to the beach, so it's not convenient if we don't wear bikinis. Hearing her sister say this, Xia Ruoshui's face flushed slightly. After all, in front of Chen Fan, wearing a bikini, Xia Ruoshui was still a little shy. Sister, you have such a good figure, and wearing a bikini can show it off even better. Xia Mengmeng continued. What's more, it's just the 3 of us tomorrow, and there are no outsiders, so it's settled. Xia Mengmeng subconsciously already regarded Chen Fan as her future brother-in-law. After saying that, Xia Mengmeng dragged Xia Ruoshui back to choose the swimsuit to wear tomorrow at noon. A new day, morning, the voice of the system came. Ding! 23rd day of severing ties, reward 1 primary compulsory acquisition card. Looking at today's reward, Chen Fan was instantly excited. It's here, it's finally here. Chen Fan was ecstatic, his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. A few days ago, he received the junior compulsory acquisition card from the system, and after forcibly acquiring 4% of the shares of Patek Philippe, Chen Fan had been obsessed with the powerful junior compulsory acquisition card and the Patek Philippe shares. He had been waiting for several days, and today, the junior compulsory acquisition card finally appeared again. Chen Fan found it hard not to be excited. As for how to use this junior coercive acquisition card, it goes without saying that it is to continue coercively acquiring shares in Patek Philippe to move himself up the ranks at Patek Philippe. After Chen Fan's previous research, the junior coercive acquisition card is currently the best and most cost-effective option for coercively acquiring shares in Patek Philippe. When Chen Fan has completely taken over 100% of the shares of Patek Philippe, he can study the primary forced acquisition card and acquire other industries. Thinking about it, Chen Fan found the primary forced acquisition card in the backpack of the system. Chen Fan immediately clicked to use it. Ding! Please enter the name of the company to be forcibly acquired. The system popped up a prompt. Patek Philippe. Chen Fan meticulously entered it. Do you want to activate the junior takeover bid and acquire 4% of Patek Philippe? Yes. No. Yes. Junior takeover bid is being activated. Just a few seconds later, the result came. Ding! Junior takeover bid successfully activated. Congratulations on acquiring 4% of Patek Philippe. The takeover was successful, and Chen Fan successfully acquired 4% of Patek Philippe. From now on, Chen Fan already has 8% of the shares of Patek Philippe in his hands, and Chen Fan has officially become the 5th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe. Chen Fan's status in Patek Philippe has also increased. After becoming the 5th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe, Chen Fan is in an exceptionally good mood. As far as he knows, the 4th largest shareholder of Patek Philippe only has 10.3% of the shares, and the 3rd largest shareholder also has more than 10% of the shares. If the system gives him another junior forced acquisition card, he might just become the 3rd largest shareholder of Patek Philippe. Chen Fan really looked forward to the day when he completely took over all the shares of Patek Philippe and became its sole owner. Oh yeah, there's also the business card thing. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that last time he accepted someone's business card, he didn't have a business card to give back to that person. Today, or tomorrow if I have time, I need to take care of my business cards. After lunch, Chen Fan returned to Royal Scenic Villa. Xia Ruoshui was also approached by Xia Mengmeng and came over. At the moment, in their bags, there were the bikinis they had prepared, and they could change into them once they arrived at Chen Fan's private yacht. After meeting up with the two Xia sisters, Chen Fan drove straight to the dock where the private yacht was docked. When they arrived at their destination, they got out of the car and noticed that there were quite a few people gathered in front of Chen Fan's private yacht. After Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui walked over, Xia Mengmeng suddenly said in surprise, "Shen Manfei?" Xia Mengmeng saw an acquaintance in the crowd. Shen Manfei. Shen Manfei was also a freshman at Jiangzhou University and a member of the wealthy Shen family in Jiangzhou, but her relationship with Xia Mengmeng was not good. Xia Mengmeng? Shen Manfei also noticed Xia Mengmeng. "What are you doing here?" Shen Manfei asked disdainfully. "What am I doing here? I haven't even asked what you're doing." Xia Mengmeng retorted directly. "You're standing under my brother-in-law's private yacht, and you have the nerve to ask what I'm doing?" In order to anger Shen Manfei, Xia Mengmeng directly changed her address to Chen Fan from Chen Shushui to brother-in-law. "What? This huge private yacht belongs to your brother-in-law?" Shen Manfei and her friends were extremely surprised. "Yes." Xia Mengmeng nodded proudly and leaned even closer to Chen Fan. Shen Manfei and the others couldn't help but look at Chen Fan. "So what if it belongs to your brother-in-law? We just happened to pass by." Shen Manfei replied stubbornly. "What's more, it's just a private yacht, so what? Our wealthy Shen family can afford it." Shen Manfei tilted her chin, very arrogant. "When we get back, I'll ask my father to buy me a private yacht like this one." Shen Manfei continued to brag. That's right, the head of the Shen family spoils Manfei so much that as long as Manfei mentions it, the head of the Shen family will definitely buy it. The Shen family, to which Manfei belongs, is a well-known and powerful family in Jiangzhou. Buying a private yacht is a piece of cake for them. Not to mention buying one, even buying 10 would be a small matter for Monfei's family. Shen Monfei's companions all kneel and lick. That's for sure. After all, buying a private yacht shouldn't be expensive. Shen Monfei nodded affirmatively. She guessed that buying a private yacht like this would cost just over 100 million, and at most, it would not exceed 200 million. 200 million is absolutely nothing to her father or to the Shen family. How much did you pay for this private yacht? I'll also ask my father to buy me one just like it, no, a better one. Shen Monfei looked at Xia Mengmeng smugly, and then asked Shen Fan proudly. Chapter 104, the Shen family's official attack on the Yum Group begins. Seeing Shen Monfei asking the price, Shen Fan casually replied. How much? This private yacht is not expensive, just 1.2 billion. What? How much did you say? Hearing Chen Fan's reply, Shen Monfei was dumbfounded. In her subconscious, a private yacht is only worth a few million or tens of millions. A private yacht as large as the one in front of her was, in her estimation, worth 1 or 200 million. Now, however, Xia Mengming's brother-in-law was telling her that the private yacht in front of her was worth 1.2 billion, and that the money she had guessed was only enough to buy a fraction of it? Was it poverty that limited her imagination? The problem was, she didn't feel poor. Why did she feel so poor in front of her brother-in-law at the moment? Even Shen Monfei felt the same way, not to mention her companions, who were already shocked and speechless by the price of Chen Fan's private yacht. 12 billion, that's a huge astronomical number. Shen Monfei, didn't you say that you want your father to buy a private yacht like my brother-in-law's? Go ahead. Xia Mengmeng looked at Shen Monfei. Just now, wasn't Shen Monfei very arrogant, bragging about buying a private yacht similar to, no, better than, her brother-in-law's? Now that she knows the price of her brother-in-law's private yacht, has she gone stupid? Upon hearing Xia Mengming's words, Shen Monfei's face flushed with embarrassment. Shen Monfei, for the sake of face, stubbornly replied. I'm going back now to beg my father, you just wait. After saying that, Shen Monfei hurriedly went back to beg her father to buy a private yacht worth over 1 billion yuan as well. Then, Shen Monfei's companions left one after another, afraid to face Chen Fan. Without these onlookers, it was much quieter here. Chen Fan and the others boarded the private yacht. After boarding, Chen Fan ordered the arranged staff to start the private yacht. After 20 minutes, they arrived at a beautiful and very quiet sea area. Taking advantage of this time, Xia Mengmeng and Xia Ruoshui changed into their swimsuits. Xia Mengmeng wore a pink swimsuit, looking extremely cute. Xia Ruoshui wore a black swimsuit, which perfectly showed off her curvy figure, with her waves surging. Chen Fan also changed into a pair of swimming trunks. Unfortunately, I don't have 8-pack abs or a mermaid tail. Chen Fan said with regret while changing clothes. I hope the system will be more user-friendly in the future, and release a task that rewards abs or a mermaid tail. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Take Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng out to play in the sea, task completed. Congratulations on obtaining top swimming skills. Congratulations on obtaining 50 experience points. The task was completed, and Chen Fan successfully obtained top-level swimming skills. After changing into their swimming trunks, Chen Fan and the others went to the pool on the private yacht, planning to go for a swim first, and then go to the top deck of the private yacht to start sunbathing. The sea outside was unfamiliar, and they didn't know if it was safe, so they decided not to go swimming in the sea just yet. Chen Fan also wanted to test out the top-level swimming skills he had obtained from the system to see if they were any good. Chen Fan just got into the water and tried it out, and the top swimming skills began to work. The sisters Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng were extremely shocked as they watched Chen Fan, who was incredibly agile in the water, and they had never expected Chen Fan to be such a good swimmer. While sunbathing, Chen Fan sat next to Xia Ruoshui, and the two of them chatted about the Yum Group. Xia Ruoshui's Xia Group was almost ready, and they could take action as soon as Xia Ruoshui gave the order. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui discussed their plan to make a sudden move tonight, catching Yum Group off guard. A nighttime attack would have a much better surprise effect than a daytime attack. While Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were chatting, Shen Monfei hurried home. At that moment, Shen Xingran, the head of the Shen family, was discussing something with his son, Shen Hanhai. Dad, buy someone a private yacht. As soon as Shen Monfei entered, she immediately went over to Shen Xingran, took his arm and said coquettishly. Buy a private yacht? Don't we have one at home? If you want one, you can have fun with that private yacht first. Shen Xingran replied. No. Daddy, the private yacht at home is too small. I want to buy a bigger one, at least one worth 10 billion yuan. Shen Manfei explained. Their family's private yacht seems to be only 178 million yuan, which is far inferior to Xia Mengming's sister-in-law's private yacht. What? A 1 billion private yacht? Xin Xingran was at a loss for words at his daughter's prodigal behavior. 1 billion to buy a private yacht, it's a waste. What's going on? Xin Xingran asked his daughter. It's like this, Dad. Shen Manfei briefly told Xin Xingran what had happened at the pier just now. No, Manfei, what was the name of Xia Mengming's brother-in-law? Before Shen Manfei could finish, Shen Hanhai next to her suddenly asked. What was it? It was something like Chen Fan. Yes, it was Chen Fan. Shen Manfei thought for a moment and replied. Chen Fan, it's that Chen Fan again. As soon as he heard this name, Shen Hanhai gritted his teeth in anger. Brother, do you know him? Shen Manfei asked in surprise. Yes, I know him, and I know him well. Shen Hanhai's face turned ashen. Last night, he was swindled by this Chen Fan of more than 20 million yuan, so how could he forget this person? What he had just talked to his father about was Chen Fan's business. Not only had they failed to successfully acquire the Guanshan International Golf Course at a low price, but they had also been cheated out of more than 20 million yuan by Chen Fan. Although the money was not much, the reputation of the Shen family had been trampled on by Chen Fan. They could not tolerate this. Father, we cannot let that Chen Fan kid off. Look, even my younger sister is angry with that kid now. This Chen Fan is practically riding on top of us. Shen Hanhai suggested to his father. Shen Xingran nodded, his face exceptionally gloomy. He hadn't even gotten a chance to settle the score with Chen Fan for what happened yesterday. Now, because of him, his daughter was still arguing for a private yacht worth 1 billion. Chen Fan, you're so hateful. He must get his revenge. Shen Xingran thought for a moment, and soon had a good idea. Time flew. Around 4 p.m., Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui each returned to their respective companies and began preparing intensively. At 8 p.m., Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui formally joined forces to attack Yum Group. This time, they were going to completely resolve this disgusting Yum Group. Chapter 105, The Dumbfounded Kong Baisheng, His Last Desperate Struggle. When Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui officially launched an attack on the Yum Group, Kong Baisheng, the chairman of the Yum Group, was still hosting a celebration banquet at home for some of the Yum Group's senior management. In the past few days, they have been hit hard by Yongtai Real Estate Group, which has suffered considerable losses. It seems like they are on the verge of collapse. Tonight, Kong Bison invited these senior executives of the company to his home to celebrate, and to paint them a rosy picture of the future, so that they will work even harder. At present, he has already devoted all of Yum's energy to dealing with Wing Tai Properties. As long as Wing Tai Properties goes bankrupt, Yum will also make a fortune. Or, he could let Chen's real estate group take over Wing Tai Properties Group. If he gives Chen such a big cake, Chen will definitely give him a satisfactory price and he will make a fortune. In any case, as long as Wing Tai Properties Group goes bankrupt, it's good news for him. Tomorrow, everyone needs to work harder and try to bring Wing Tai Properties Group down within 3 days. Kong Baisheng raised his glass and said with a smile to all the company executives present. Chairman, don't worry, we will definitely work even harder. Under the leadership of the chairman, it is a foregone conclusion that we will bring Yongtai Real Estate Group down. That Chen from Yongtai Real Estate Group is actually going against the chairman is just looking for trouble. You're right, we must definitely bring Yongtai Real Estate Group down this time, so that Chen Fan and everyone else will see that anyone who goes against our Baisheng Group will not have a happy ending. With the chairman leading the way, our Baisheng Group will be invincible. These senior executives of the Baisheng Group, in order to please Kong Baisheng, constantly belittled Chen Fan and praised Kong Baisheng. Let's toast. Kong Baisheng spoke, smiling as he took a sip of wine. But before Kong Bison could swallow the wine, his son suddenly reported next to him. Father, there's a big problem with the company. Just now, Lotzi Company, Limited suddenly announced that it was ending its cooperation with us. Pa. Hearing this, Kong Bison directly spit out the wine. Kong Bison's head was a little confused. What did you say? Kong Bison grabbed his son and asked sternly. Who announced that they were ending their cooperation with us? Kong Bison couldn't believe what he had heard. Father, just 15 minutes ago, Rich Limited suddenly announced that they were ending their partnership with us. His son replied solemnly. What? The news was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Kong Bison's ears. Rich Limited was an important partner of theirs, and if they suddenly stopped working with the Bison Group would definitely suffer a great loss. It's okay, it's just a small company, Raise Limited. Even if they don't cooperate with us, our losses will be limited. Compared to the benefits of bringing down Wing Tai Properties Group, this small loss is nothing. After a moment's pause, Kong Bison said nonchalantly. It's a small loss, so what? He's going to bring down Wing Tai Properties Group anyway, so it doesn't matter. But before Kong Bison could finish, another piece of bad news came. Boss, the Xia Group has suddenly turned on us and is taking over our market at a quarter of our price. The Xia Group has turned on us? Kong Bison was a little restless. A few days ago, he had focused all his energy on dealing with Yongtai Real Estate Group and had temporarily forgotten about the old rival, Xia Group. Xia Group is killing themselves by killing their enemy. They won't be able to last long. As long as we can quickly and completely resolve Yongtai Real Estate Group, we can turn our attention to Xia Group. Kong Bison was surprised, but he was still able to cope. These two things could not defeat their Bison Group. Ah, Xia Ruoxue, is that all you've got? Kong Bison muttered with a sneer. With that little bit of skill, you still want to deal with my Bison Group? What a delusion! Kong Bison was still confident. Oh no, Chairman, just now the bank sent news that they refused to continue lending us money. Something's wrong, Chairman. Suddenly, several pieces of bad news came in. Kong Baisheng's smile completely froze on his face. At the moment, Kong Baisheng's face turned pale, and he was truly panicking. Boss, Yongtai Real Estate Group, which was originally beaten by us, for some reason, seems to be full of energy, suddenly stopped defending and instead actively attacked us. Another piece of bad news came in. Kong Baisheng's legs went weak, and he directly collapsed in his chair. At this moment, he finally reacted. It must be that Yongtai Real Estate Group and Xia's Group have joined forces. He, the one playing with the hawk, has finally had his eye pecked out by the hawk. In the villa, the senior management of the Baisheng Group also looked at each other, feeling a huge pressure and unease. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous for their Baisheng Group. It's okay, our Baisheng Group has been established for so many years, we have seen all kinds of storms. It's just Wing Tai Properties and the Xia Group joining forces. It's nothing. Our company is well established and we're not afraid of them. Kong Bison paused for a moment before immediately trying to reassure his troops. Amir Chen Fan and Xia Ruoxue, two newcomers, want to deal with my Yum Group? It's absolutely ridiculous. Bah! You are destined to be my defeated opponents. Kong Baisheng spat out a mouthful of saliva. Vice President's son, you. After that, Kong Baisheng immediately arranged a countermeasure. All night, Kong Baisheng did not sleep, his spirit was tense, making all kinds of arrangements. In contrast, tonight, Chen Fan slept soundly. During the day, he acquired another 4% of the shares in Patek Philippe, becoming the fifth largest shareholder of the company. In the evening, he successfully took action against the Yum Group, catching it off guard. A little earlier, tomorrow, a little later, the day after tomorrow, the Yum Group will be finished. Today has been going so well that it would be hard for Chen Fan to be unhappy. Chen Fan slept comfortably until dawn. In the morning, as soon as Chen Fan got up, he immediately got some good news. Chapter 106, Rewarding 8-Pack Abs. The Dumbfounded Shin Family. In just one night, the losses of the Yum Group have already reached billions. This news was sent by Xia Ruoxue, who got up relatively early today and got the news a little earlier. If it were any other company, it would have gone bankrupt after losing billions in a single night. However, Yum Group has a strong foundation, and losing billions of dollars is not enough to bankrupt it, but it has already caused it serious injuries. Just one night and billions of dollars in losses, this progress is good. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. You have to know that last night was just the appetizer, and the real meal officially began during the day. Kong Baisheng, just wait. There were no classes this morning, and Chen Fan planned to stay at home and control the actions against Yum Group from afar. An hour later, Zhu Hongyi suddenly called. Boss, do you have time? Ah, what's up? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Boss, someone very important is coming to Jiangzhou today. If you have time, let's go to Jiangzhou Airport together. Boss, don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Zhu Hongyi promised. Chen Fan was originally not very interested, but before he could answer, the voice of the system suddenly came. Ding! Task issued, accept Zhu Hongyi's request and go to Jiangzhou Airport together. Task reward, get a top body shape and 8-pack abs. Task reward, 47 experience points. Chen Fan was pleasantly surprised when he saw the system's rewards. He had only yesterday lamented the lack of 8-pack abs and a 6-pack, but today the system had thoughtfully rewarded him with 8-pack abs and a top body shape. The system was really very user-friendly at times. Chen Fan really loves the system. Okay, we'll meet at Jiangzhou Airport in a while. Chen Fan promised Zhu Hongyi. He had already made arrangements with Yum Brands, and there was nothing to do right now. Even if there was something, he could arrange it immediately. Going to the airport to complete the task wouldn't delay things. Okay, boss, see you in 40 minutes. The person who is coming this time will definitely surprise you. Zhu Hongyi said mysteriously, but who was really coming to Jiangzhou today? Zhu Hongyi looked like he wanted to keep it a secret and didn't tell Chen Fan, which aroused Chen Fan's curiosity a little. 40 minutes later, Chen Fan and Zhu Hongyi met outside Jiangzhou Airport. Boss, let's go in. Chen Fan and Zhu Hongyi walked into the airport and headed towards the exit. Before they reached the exit, Chen Fan spotted someone he knew from afar. It was none other than Shin Hanhai, who had offered 400 million the day before to buy Chen Fan's Guanshan International Golf Club, which was worth more than 1 billion. Shin Hanhai also noticed Chen Fan as the two men walked over. Shin Hanhai was a little taken aback when he noticed Chen Fan approaching. Had Chen Fan discovered the plan his father had hatched the day before? At this moment, the person Shin Hanhai was going to pick up was the very person his father intended to deal with Chen Fan after. Chen Fan, did you come here to stop me? Shin Hanhai simply stopped pretending and directly questioned Chen Fan. Stop you? Who are you? Chen Fan helplessly shook his head. Why was this guy so self-absorbed? Ha, you're already here, and you're still mouthing off. Shin Hanhai sneered. Anyway, you found out, and I'm not afraid of you stopping me. The guest I'm going to meet in a while is someone you can't mess with. Shin Hanhai said with great pride. It seemed that a flight had arrived, and people were coming out of the arrivals gate one after the other. A little while later, in the midst of Shin Hanhai's expectant gaze, in the distance, a middle-aged man wearing an emerald jadeite bangle, surrounded by a few attendants, slowly walked out from inside. Here he comes, President Jin is here. Noticing the middle-aged man, Shin Hanhai immediately became very excited. Why does this man look so familiar? He can't be the president of the Fengqi Golf Association, Jin Zhongshi? Zhu Hongyi screamed, recognizing the identity of the middle-aged man. I didn't realize you even knew President Jin. The smile on Shin Hanhai's face grew even wider. This President Kim is the killer move that his father has hired to deal with Chen Fan. Kim Jong-suk? Chen Fan muttered, not knowing this person. Boss, Kim Jong-suk is the president of the Fengqi Golf Club, and the Fengqi Golf Club ranks first among all golf clubs in our Zhonghai province. Members of the Fengqi Golf Club are all wealthy people, as well as dignitaries and celebrities, all of them are prominent figures. As the president, Jin Zhongshi has extremely extensive connections, and in Zhonghai province, many rich people have to give him face. Zhu Hongyi whispered to Chen Fan. Even his father had to be polite when meeting Jin Zhongshi. What do you think, are you shocked by President Jin's status? Shin Hanhai looked at Chen Fan proudly. My father is a friend of Chairman Kim, and Chairman Kim pays a lot of attention to me. With connections like these, you Chen Fan can't even envy them. After boasting about their Shin family connections, Shin Hanhai quickly straightened his clothes and then greeted them with a smile. 20 seconds later, Kim Jong-suk walked over with his entourage. When they were 5 or 6 meters away, Kim Jong-suk suddenly extended his hand. Seeing this, Shin Hanhai was flattered. President Kim actually wanted to shake his hand on his own initiative. He looked at Chen Fan proudly, as if to show off, to let Chen Fan see that even a big shot like President Kim wanted to shake his hand on his own initiative. This is the terrifying connection of their Shin family. And what are you, Chen Fan? You will never be able to make a big shot like President Kim be so proactive in your entire life. Jin Zhongshi came over, and Shin Hanhai was about to speak in a flattering manner. However, before he could finish speaking, Jin Zhongshi walked straight past Shin Hanhai without even looking at him, ignoring him completely. Shin Hanhai immediately froze in place. Ha? What's going on? Just now, Chairman Jin reached out from afar, didn't he want to shake hands with me? Why did Chairman Jin walk past without even looking at me? What is Chairman Jin going to do? Shin Hanhai turned his head in confusion. Before Shin Hanhai could react, an even more stunned scene unfolded. Kim Jong-suk quickly walked up to Chen Fan. Chapter 107, Kim Jong-suk's purpose was to recommend Chen Fan as a top genius. In the astonished gaze of Shin Hanhai, Kim Jong-suk took the initiative to shake Chen Fan's hand with great enthusiasm. Immediately afterwards, Kim Jong-suk, with a hint of flattery in his voice, took the initiative to say, "Hello, Boss Chen. You are a talented person, truly an outstanding young man from our Zhanghai province." "Ha? What's going on?" Seeing this scene, not only Shin Hanhai, but even Zhu Hongyi was stunned. A big shot like Jin Zhengshi was actually being so polite to the boss at the moment, and even had a hint of flattery. The boss is awesome. In an instant, Zhu Hongyi was full of pride. Recognizing Chen Fan as the boss was definitely the most correct choice he had ever made in his life. Zhu Hongyi was full of surprise, but Shin Hanhai was in disarray. What was going on? Why is Chairman Kim being so polite to this Chen Fan? It shouldn't be like this. Moreover, Chairman Kim was specially invited by my father to target Chen Fan's Guanshan International Golf Club, but before any action could be taken, Chairman Kim has already taken the initiative to curry favor with Chen Fan. What's the point of taking action? My father's plan has been aborted before it even began. Hello? Even Chen Fan was extremely puzzled by such a warm Kim Jong-suk. Chen Fan looked at Zhu Hongyi and asked him with his eyes if Jin Zhengshi was the mysterious person Zhu Hongyi had specially come to pick up. Zhu Hongyi hurriedly shook his head to indicate that he was not, as he could not invite a big shot like Jin Zhengshi. "Boss Chen, if you have time, can we have dinner together? I want to talk to you about hiring your Zhoushiao security group bodyguards," Jin Zhengshi said with a smile. Kim Jong-suk had some business to attend to abroad in a while, but he didn't feel safe there, so he wanted to hire some powerful bodyguards to protect himself. Being in Zhanghai province, the first thing that came to Kim Jong-suk's mind was naturally the special task force of the Zhoushiao security group. Unfortunately, there were too many rich people who wanted to hire the special task force of the Zhoushiao security group. It was estimated that the queue for appointments would stretch until tomorrow, or even the year after next. He suddenly wanted to hire them right away, which was 100% impossible, so Kim Jong-suk deliberately collected information on the Nine Heavens security group and tried to befriend the bosses of the Nine Heavens security group to see if he could get in through the back door. Among this information was the information and photos of Chen Fan, who was the #1 boss. This is why, the two had never met before, and just met for the first time, Kim Jong-suk was so polite and flattering to Chen Fan. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Fan also understood the meaning of the other person. "Okay, we can have dinner together sometime. You shouldn't hit someone who is smiling at you." This President Kim had a very good attitude, so naturally Chen Fan also wanted to reciprocate. In the Jiangzhou family, the head of the family, Shin Xingran, had prepared wine and food and was waiting for his son to bring President Kim. For this reason, he had also opened a very old and extremely expensive bottle of Mao Tai to entertain Kim Jong-suk. This time, he had invited the president of Fengchi Golf Club, Jin Zhengshi, and Shin Xingran felt that his plan to deal with Chen Fan was a sure win. Just then, his son's phone suddenly rang. "How is it, Hanhai, did you receive the person?" Shin Xingran asked with a smile. "Father, I received the person, but the problem is..." Shin Hanhai helplessly told his father what had happened at the airport. "What?" As soon as he saw Chen Fan, Chairman Kim went over to shake his hand and establish a relationship? Shin Xingran was also speechless. He had finally managed to invite Chairman Kim, but before they could meet, Chairman Kim had switched sides and gone to curry favor with Chen Fan. "Damn it!" Shin Xingran cursed. "Father, what should I do next? Should I invite Chairman Kim to the house?" Shin Hanhai asked. "Invite him over for dinner. Find some excuse and send him away tomorrow," Shin Xingran replied. Now this President Kim was useless. He had wasted his emotions, but he didn't want to let the other person go directly, so he could only casually dismiss this President Kim. As for dealing with Chen Fan, he can only think of another way. On the other side, Chen Fan and that President Kim exchanged contact information. Shin Hanhai came over and invited Kim Jong-suk to leave. "Who exactly are you waiting for, so mysterious?" After Jin Zhengshi left, Chen Fan came over and asked Zhu Hongyi with puzzlement. "Boss, what do you lack the most right now?" Zhu Hongyi asked. "What do I lack the most?" "Money," Chen Fan answered without hesitation. If he had enough money right now, hundreds of billions or even trillions, he wouldn't even need to deal with the Chen family. He could easily take down the Su family in Jinling with just a breath, so why bother? Seeing Chen Fan say that, Zhu Hongyi couldn't refute for a moment. Indeed, who in the world doesn't lack money? Boss, apart from money, do you lack talent? Zhu Hongyi asked again. Talent? Of course I do, but I like it too much. Chen Fan nodded. His business was growing, but he had very few people to work for him. He knew that it was important to constantly attract new talent. As for the Special Forces team at the Zhouxiao Security Group, they were also talented, but they were quite special. They could be deployed for missions, but not to help manage the company. Exactly, boss, the person I'm waiting for now is a genius. A top genius that you need. Zhu Hongyi explained. A short while after he finished speaking, more passengers came out of the airport, as if a flight had just arrived. Looking at a figure among these passengers, Zhu Hongyi suddenly smiled. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Chapter 108 Recruiting a Top Genius, Chen Fan's Future? The person Zhu Hongyi was looking at was a girl with a beautiful face, fair skin like jade, a ponytail, and a very capable appearance. Boss, she's here. She's the one I was talking about. She's my younger sister, Zhu Lingyu. Zhu Lingyu? Why does that sound so familiar? Chen Fan was also taken aback when he heard Zhu Hongyi say that. That name sounded so familiar. Boss, just think about it. A few years ago, the college entrance exam. Zhu Hongyi reminded him. Chen Fan thought about it for a moment and suddenly realized. Oh, I remember, she was the top scorer in the Jiangzhou college entrance exam that year, the talented girl from your family, Zhu Lingyu? Yes, that's my sister. Zhu Hongyi nodded. 3 years ago, Zhu Lingyu, the 15-year-old talented girl from the Zhu family, entered the capital university with the terrifying score of top scorer in the Jiangzhou science subject in the college entrance exam and second in the Zhonghai province. My younger sister has been a genius since she was young, skipping grades many times. At the age of 15, when her peers were still taking the college entrance exam, she entered Jingcheng University to study finance and economics with the top score in Jiangzhou and second in Zhonghai province. She is currently a senior at Jingcheng University. Zhu Hongyi proudly introduced. Chen Fan nodded. At that time, he was only in high school, and as a result, 15-year-old Zhu Lingyu had become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, which caused a sensation in Jiangzhou. Naturally, he had heard of it. Boss, isn't my sister amazing? Zhu Hongyi laughed and bragged to Chen Fan. She is indeed amazing, but if your sister is so amazing and so talented, then how come you? Chen Fan asked in return. Zhu Hongyi's smile immediately disappeared, and he spoke a bit resentfully. Boss, let's not talk about this, we are still brothers. What's more, don't talk about me, even my sister and even my parents, their studies are pretty average. I don't know how, except for my sister, who is a genius. Zhu Hongyi complained. Afterwards, Zhu Hongyi seriously stated the purpose of inviting Chen Fan here. Right, boss, my sister is currently a senior and is looking for a place to intern. Since she is studying the most popular finance and economics, many big companies have offered her internships, but she hasn't decided where to intern yet, so I thought of you, boss. 18 years old, graduated from Capital University, definitely a top talent. Chen Fan's eyes lit up when he heard Zhu Hongyi say this. Chen Fan patted Zhu Hongyi on the shoulder, this little brother is okay. Having a top talent, he thought of himself first. If he can pull Zhu Lingyu, who is about to graduate from Capital University and is also a genius in finance and economics, into his camp, it would be an absolute good thing. On the other hand, Zhu Hongyi did this partly for Chen Fan, and partly for his younger sister. Zhu Hongyi had discussed this with his father before, and they both believed that Chen Fan's future achievements would be nothing short of extraordinary. Jiangzhou would only be Chen Fan's initial starting point. In the future, Chen Fan would probably grow into a towering tree, creating a business empire of his own. Zhu Hongyi feels that his younger sister is indeed very talented. She is considered one of the best in their hometown of Jiangzhou, but if you look at the whole country, there are even more talented people than her. And in business, it's not true that if you're talented, you'll definitely achieve great results. It so happens that his younger sister is about to do an internship during her senior year, and many big companies have offered her internships, but since she is still young, it may not be a good idea for her to go directly to a big company where there is a lot of internal competition. In fact, the best way would be to let her intern at their family business, but unfortunately, she is very stubborn and just doesn't want to go to their company. After studying at Jingqing University for so long, Zhu Lingyu really wants to prove herself, even though she is a girl and young, and still be able to carve out a path for herself in the business world. If she went to work for the family company, she would definitely receive preferential treatment and privileges as a result of her status. Even if she achieved results, she would not be able to take credit for her own abilities. At this time, Zhu Hongyi suddenly thought of his older brother, Chen Fan Lai. His older brother had quite a few businesses, so it would be good for his younger sister to pick one to intern at. Soon, Zhu Lingyu walked over. "Lingyu," Zhu Hongyi said, greeting her. "Mm." Zhu Lingyu nodded. At the moment, Zhu Lingyu seemed like the older sister, while Zhu Hongyi was the younger brother. "By the way, Lingyu, which company do you want to intern at?" Zhu Hongyi asked. "I haven't decided yet." Zhu Lingyu shook her head. Zhu Hongyi looked at Chen Fan. "Let me introduce you. This is my boss Chen Fan. My boss has many businesses. If you want to intern, you can go to my boss's place." Zhu Hongyi recommended. "Do you know the Fatum Group?" Chen Fan asked. "Well, I've heard of it." Zhu Lingyu nodded. As a native of Jiangzhou, Zhu Lingyu had heard of the Fatum Group. "If you come and intern with me, I can make you the deputy general manager." Chen Fan spoke directly, giving this top genius enough attention. Of course, although Zhu Lingyu was a top genius, he was not sure about her abilities. Chen Fan only found a small industry for Zhu Lingyu to try out, and did not let her go to a big industry. In the worst case, if she fails, there will not be too much loss. If she succeeds, and proves Zhu Lingyu's strength, that's even better, and Zhu Lingyu can be placed in a more powerful and higher position. Deputy General Manager? Even Zhu Lingyu was taken aback when she heard Chen Fan say this. In her impression, although Fei Tang Group was not considered a large company, it seemed to have some strength. Because she was too young, just 18 years old, when other companies, big or small, offered her a position, they would only offer her an ordinary or junior management position. As a result, this boss Chen, brought here by her brother, could directly make her the deputy general manager. This boss Chen recognized her abilities, and Zhu Lingyu was very grateful to Chen Fan for that. "Thank you, boss Chen, I will consider it," Zhu Lingyu said. She did not refuse, nor did she agree. Chen Fan nodded. Top-level talent like that was not so easy to win over, and it would take a little time. After chatting for a while, Chen Fan and the Zhu siblings parted ways and returned to the villa. As Chen Fan arrived home, the voice of the system suddenly came through. Ding! Accepted Zhu Hongyi's request to go to Jiangzhou Airport together, mission completed. Congratulations on obtain top-level physique, possess 8-pack abs. Congratulations on gaining 47 experience points. In an instant, Chen Fan's body underwent a huge transformation. Chen Fan looked down and saw the perfect muscle lines and those 8 abs that looked like steel. At the moment, Chen Fan was full of masculine charm. Chen Fan was quite satisfied with this, it was perfect. It felt really good to easily have abs. Just then, Chen Fan's phone suddenly rang, and news from the Yum Group came through. Chapter 109, Cut Off Relations. On the 24th day, a reward of 2 billion. Boss, the losses of the Yum Group have now exceeded 1/3 of its total assets. Someone from the Yongtai Real Estate Group contacted Chen Fan and told him the latest situation. 1/3 of the total assets lost? Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. This progress is even faster than he thought. If this continues, the Yum Group is expected to be finished this afternoon or evening. Okay. Step up the attacks on Yum Group. Chen Fan ordered. Yes, boss. This time, in dealing with Yum Group, Chen Fan used his powerful network of contacts and teamed up with Xiao Ruoshui. Even if immortals came, they couldn't save Yum Group. Chen Fan was in a good mood, while Kong Baixing and his son from Yum Group were full of worry. How could this happen? Kong Baixing's face was pale. It had only been less than a day, but how could they have suffered such heavy losses? Hurry and contact the bank for a loan, and then contact my friends to borrow money. Kong Baixing ordered. The company had truly reached a critical moment of survival. If a large sum of liquid capital did not come in at this time, the Yum Group would be completely finished. Not only that, they would even go into debt. Father, I have already contacted them. We need at least 5 billion in working capital to stabilize the situation, but neither the banks nor your old friends are willing to lend us such a large sum of money at once. Kong Baixing's son replied helplessly. When they were strong, it was easy to borrow money, but now that they are in trouble, no one is lending a helping hand. Everyone knew that the current Baisheng Group was in a precarious situation, and that if they lent money to Baisheng Group, it might go down the drain. Lending billions of cash at once was definitely a gamble, and no one wanted to accompany Kong Baisheng on the gamble. Hey! Kong Baisheng smiled miserably. Sure enough, you can see your friends clearly when you are down and out. Go and mortgage all our family's real estate, villas, cars, antiques, and so on. All of these add up to at least a few billion yuan. With this, we might be able to slow things down a bit and save the company. Kong Baisheng decided to go for broke. Father, if we mortgage all this stuff and invest the money in the company, we'll really be left with nothing. His son reminded him. Go quickly, maybe with this 10 billion, we can stabilize? Kong Baisheng ordered, and now he was already in a gambler mentality. Without the company, we are nothing. Unlike those powerful families with many industries, those powerful families, if one industry fails, there are other industries to support them. But their family only has one big enterprise, the Yum Group, and if the Yum Group fails, they are also finished. Okay. Seeing that his father was adamant, the son had no choice but to take action. He was also looking forward to it in his heart, hoping that with this money, the company's situation could be stabilized. After half an hour, all the Kong family's real estate, cars, antiques, etc., were mortgaged. Because they were in such a hurry, they only managed to mortgage a little over 10 billion yuan out of the original assets worth more than 10 billion yuan. After receiving the money, Kong Baisheng did not hesitate to invest all 10 billion yuan into the company. However, Kong Baisheng's money was like a stone thrown into a lake. At first, there was a little ripple when it was thrown in, but over time, it did not have the slightest effect. Not only that, the situation of the Yum Group was even more dangerous. The Yum Group was already in debt. And the amount of debt was increasing, and Kong Baisheng was devastated. He really didn't expect that the Yongtai Real Estate Group and the Xia Group joining forces would have such a terrifying power. At this moment, Kong Baisheng really regretted provoking Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui. In fact, Yongtai Real Estate Group and Xia Group alone could not have forced the Yum Group into a desperate situation in such a short period of time. It was thanks to Chen Fan's use of other industries, connections, and Xia Ruoshui's connections and other multiple factors that it took less than a day to force the Yum Group into a desperate situation. Father, what should we do? What should we do? Kong Baisheng's son was panicking and anxiously asked his father. They were now in debt of more than 3 billion to 4 billion yuan, and the number was still increasing. Kong Baisheng hesitated for a long time and sighed, saying, Now, there is only one way. What way? Sell the company, get some money out, pay off the debt, and we will still have a large sum left. Kong Baisheng said with gritted teeth. Even if the Yum Group is in a desperate situation, after all, a skinny dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If we sell the company now, we can sell it for at least 10 billion yuan. Father, can we surrender to Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui and admit defeat? His son suggested. Surrender? I will never surrender. Kong Baisheng replied with gritted teeth. What is Chen Fan? He is not worthy of making him surrender. And now he hasn't failed completely. Listen to me, we sell the Yum Group and get 100 billion, or even more than 100 billion, to pay off the debt. We'll still have billions left over, and we can start a company again and make a comeback. Kong Baisheng said with conviction. Once he had made a decision, Kong Baisheng hurriedly contacted the bigwigs he knew, wanting to quickly sell the Yum Group for 15 billion. While Kong was making his move, Chen Fan also received news from Guanyu Private Investigation Agency that Kong was planning to sell the Yum Group. Chen Fan suddenly had an idea. In fact, if the Yum Group was completely bankrupted, apart from the cost of dealing with the Yum Group, the profit they would get would be just the same. But if the Yum Group could be bought at a super low price, the profit would be much higher. Once he has Yum in his hands, he can immediately stop attacking it and let it slowly recover. The profit he will reap from this will be very considerable. He will also be able to maximize his profits. As for Kong Baisheng's attempt to sell Yum for a sum of money, Chen Fan will never let him succeed. Chen Fan will drive the price of buying Yum Group down to the lowest possible level, and absolutely guarantee that, after Kong Baisheng sells the company and pays off the debt, there will not be a single penny left, and he will still be in debt. Thinking about this, Chen Fan began to do some calculations. In the end, Chen Fan got that the lowest price he could get for wanting to buy Yum Group could be pushed down to 7 to 8 billion. According to the current rate of Yum Group's debt, by that time, even if 8 billion went into Kong Baisheng's hands, there wouldn't be a single penny left. Chen Fan then calculated the liquid capital he could immediately come up with. Currently, although he has a lot of assets, most of them are company shares and fixed assets, and there is not much liquid capital. As long as the other industries can operate normally without any problems, Chen Fan can come up with about 4 billion yuan in cash assets. He can take out more, but then the liquidity of his other industries will be insufficient and may be in danger. Buying a Yum Brands, which is in a desperate situation, cannot put his own industries in danger. Chen Fan contacted Xia Ruoshui and planned to join forces with him. Unfortunately, Xia Ruoshui could only come up with 2.7 billion in liquid funds at the moment. After all, the Xia Group still had to operate formally. This way, there was still a difference of 1.2 to 1.3 billion. Just as Chen Fan was calculating what to do, the system's voice came through. Ding! 20 billion reward on the 24th day of severing ties. Chapter 110, Finding an Intermediary, Chen Fan's Strategy. 20 billion? Chen Fan's face broke into a faint smile as he looked at today's reward from the system. The system had indeed never let him down. Now he wanted to acquire Yum Brands, and only needed 12 to 13 billion, but the system had directly rewarded him with 20 billion. Even after buying Yum Brands, he would still have 7 to 8 billion left over, which was not bad. The system voice disappeared for a moment, and then Chen Fan's phone rang. An SMS message had arrived. Your card with the last digit 5167 has earned 2 billion. The reward of 2 billion arrived instantly, and now there was enough money. Chen Fan immediately began to transfer liquid assets from various industries, and soon Chen Fan had gathered around 6 billion in funds. Chen Fan contacted Xia Ruoshui again, and after some discussion, the two parties temporarily came up with 8 billion yuan. Chen Fan would contribute 5.5 billion yuan, and Xia Ruoshui 2.5 billion yuan. Depending on the situation at the time, they would try to keep the price as low as possible, ideally around 7 billion yuan. Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui definitely could not come forward themselves if they wanted to buy Yum. Even if he agrees, he will definitely set an astronomical price. Therefore, Chen Fan needs an intermediary to step forward and help Chen Fan buy the Yum Group in the other party's name. After buying the Yum Group, this intermediary will then give the Yum Group to him. This intermediary must be powerful enough, and must not arouse Kong Baixing's suspicions. Chen Fan began to think of some powerful tycoons and big shots he knew. Suddenly, Chen Fan thought of the president of Fengchi Golf Club, Kim Jong-suk, whom he had just met. The other party's identity was sufficient. Moreover, Kim Jong-suk wanted something from him, and the other party wanted to hire the top bodyguard of the Zhouxiao security group in his hands. Chen Fan could ask Kim Jong-suk to help him buy the Yum Group for himself, and then Chen Fan would help Kim Jong-suk by directly arranging a top bodyguard for him, which would be a win-win situation. What's more, he and Kim Jong-suk just met today, and Kim Jong-suk approached him, so Kong Baixing would not associate him with himself. Thinking about it, Chen Fan directly dialed the phone to arrange a meeting with Kim Jong-suk to discuss the details. After all, it was a matter of billions of dollars worth of business, so just talking on the phone would definitely not work. They definitely had to meet in person, discuss the details, and sign an agreement. Come out for tea, no problem. Mr. Chen, where do you want to go? Kim Jong-suk readily agreed. He had something to ask Boss Chen, and this time Boss Chen took the initiative to ask him out, so how could he refuse? Just as Chen Fan and Jin Zhengshi agreed on a time and place, Xia Ruoshui of the Xia Group also ordered the finance department to transfer 2.5 billion yuan to Chen Fan's account. Ha! The CFO was surprised. Boss, 2.5 billion yuan, just transfer it directly to the other party without signing a contract? In case the other party changes their mind or there are any problems, I'm afraid we won't be able to get our 2.5 billion back. The CFO asked cautiously out of a sense of duty. It's fine, I trust him. Xia Ruoshui said without hesitation, trusting Chen Fan. Okay. Seeing this, the CFO didn't know what to say and could only go ahead with the execution. On the other side, Chen Fan met with Jin Zhengshi and the two parties had a detailed chat. I understand what Boss Chen means. Kim Jong-suk nodded. As long as I help Boss Chen complete this matter, can Boss Chen immediately arrange a special squad to be my bodyguard? Kim Jong-suk asked deliberately. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. Then no problem, let's sign. Kim Jong-suk nodded. He knew all kinds of rich people and all kinds of operations. Boss Chen's method of using his hand to buy out his enemy's company, he had seen it before. He only needed to go through the motions to get the top bodyguard from the Joshio security group he wanted, so it was very easy. Afterwards, Jin Zhengshi signed both agreements directly. Boss Chen, don't worry, I will try my best to keep the price as low as possible. The two parties reached an agreement, and Jin Zhengshi began to find a channel to contact Kong Bai. On the other side, in the Yum Group, Kong Bai was in a panic. He approached several major companies, including Tycoon, but after learning about their company, the other party either directly refused outright or said they needed to hold a meeting and that it would take time. But what KFC was lacking most at the moment was time. The longer it took, the more debt he would accumulate. By now, his debt had reached more than 4 billion yuan. In order to sell the company as soon as possible, Kong Baisheng has already lowered the price from the initial 15 billion to the current 11.5 billion, but no company has picked it up. Damn it, if it goes down any further, just drop it to 10 billion. Kong Baisheng finally grits his teeth and orders. He sends someone to contact the companies that didn't directly reject him. Kong Baisheng really regrets not making more friends with the rich and powerful. He has too few connections. Just when Kong Baisheng was at his most troubled, a phone call came from Jin Zhengshi. After learning of Jin Zhengshi's identity, Kong Baisheng was pleasantly surprised. Hello, Chairman Jin. Kong Baisheng greeted him hastily. Hello, Mr. Kong. I heard that you plan to sell the Yum Group in your hands? Yes. Is Chairman Jin interested? Kong Baisheng held his breath and asked nervously. He was worried that he would not find a buyer. Yes. How much does Mr. Kong plan to sell for? Kim Jong-suk asked. Well, 11 billion, I guess. Kong Baisheng thought for a moment and deliberately added a little bit. That's too much, I can only offer 8 billion. Kim Jong-suk replied. The price he mentioned was ordered by Chen Fan. Of course, Chen Fan did not intend to really buy the Yum Group for 8 billion, this was his strategy. 8 billion, President Kim, isn't that too little? Kong Baisheng answered discontentedly. If he only sells for 8 billion, and he repays more than 4 billion in debt, there will only be a little over 3 billion left. This won't do, it's too little. Can you add some more? After Kong Baisheng finished speaking, Kim Jong-suk looked at Chen Fan. The phone was on speakerphone, and Chen Fan could hear everything Kong Baisheng had just said. Kim Jong-suk asked Chen Fan if he wanted to continue to increase the price. Chen Fan shook his head. Chairman Kong, 8 billion is already a lot. You know better than I do what the situation is like at your company, and I've been very sincere. Jin Zhengshi replied. Chairman Jin, our company was once so glorious. Even if we're in trouble now, selling for just 8 billion is too little. Look. Kong Baisheng was still trying to negotiate the price with Jin Zhengshi. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly made a gesture that surprised Jin Zhengshi greatly. Chapter 111, Chen Fan's plan was successfully implemented, and the desperate Kong Baisheng. Chen Fan signaled Kim Jong-suk to end the conversation. Just 8 billion, I'm prepared to pay in cash, which can be immediately transferred to your account. Boss Kong, you think about it yourself, I'll wait for your news. After Kim Jong-suk finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone as Chen Fan had ordered. Boss Chen, what do you mean? Don't you want to acquire the Yum Group? Chairman Jin asked in puzzlement. You'll find out in a moment. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chen Fan didn't explain, and the show had only just begun. He wanted to buy Yum brands at the lowest price possible, and he wanted to make Kong Baisheng sell the company even if it meant he wouldn't be left with a penny, and would even go into debt. Kong Baisheng hung up the phone irritably. 8 billion was really too little, and he absolutely wouldn't accept that price. What about the other companies? 10 minutes later, Yum's son returned. Father, those companies still won't agree. They still think 10 billion is too much. His son brought bad news. Yum's face turned a little ugly. Wait. Yum ordered. An hour passed, and a company vice president told the Yum family father and son. Yum's father and son's debt had increased to 5.4 billion. What, it's gone up so much again? Yum couldn't sit still. He continued to ask his son to contact those companies and lower the price to 9 billion, but they still refused. At this moment, Kong Baisheng thought of Jin Zhengshi. Jin Zhengshi offered 8 billion, and it was cash that could be received immediately. Kong Baisheng was torn apart inside. In the end, Kong Baisheng gritted his teeth and decided to agree to Jin Zhengshi. The longer he waited, the more debt he would accumulate. It had only been an hour, but his debt had already increased by 7 to 8 billion. If he continued to delay, he would owe even more. Rather than that, he might as well agree to sell the company directly to Jin Zhengshi. Kong Baisheng called Jin Zhengshi. Boss Jin, I agree to sell the Baisheng Group for 8 billion. Kong Baisheng said. Jin Zhengshi was overjoyed and looked at Chen Fan. Just as Jin Zhengshi had settled things, Chen Fan shook his head, then dipped his finger in some water and wrote 74 on the table. Jin Zhengshi immediately understood. Boss Kong, 8 billion is the price we just agreed on. If you had agreed an hour ago, I could have given you 8 billion immediately. Jin Zhengshi was very good at acting, with a tone of difficulty. But now an hour has passed, and the situation of your Yum Group has worsened. Now I can't afford to pay 8 billion to buy your company. Well, how about this? I can offer 7.4 billion to buy your Yum Group. What do you think? After Kim Jong-suk finished speaking, Kong Baisheng immediately retorted. What? You're only offering 7.4 billion? Chairman Kim will lose 6 billion in an hour, and 1 billion every 10 minutes? That's too much of a loss. If he only sold for 7.4 billion and paid off the debt, he would only have 2 billion left, which is a full 10 billion less than what he had just now. No, that's absolutely not possible. Kong Baisheng simply refused. Jin Zhengshi looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan made a gesture of hanging up the phone. In that case, Mr. Kong, you'd better think about it. If we wait any longer, the amount I'm willing to pay may become even less. Without waiting for Kong Baisheng to reply, Kim Jong-suk hung up the phone. Just 7.4 billion? You can forget about buying my Baisheng Group with that. Dream on. Pa! Kong Baisheng said angrily. After that, Kong Baisheng and his son continued to look for a buyer. Unfortunately, those people were either not interested or could only offer 3 to 4 billion in liquid funds, with the rest to be paid over time. Kong Baisheng was in desperate need of time, so how could he agree to that? Another hour or two passed, and by now Kong Baisheng's debt had reached a little over 6 billion. Still no one was willing to buy the Yum Group, and Kong Baisheng was close to despair. There was no other way, so Kong Baisheng had to call Kim Jong-suk again. Chairman Kim, I agree to sell Yum Brands for 7.4 billion. Kong said with great reluctance. Kong, as I said earlier, it's been an hour or two since then, and I can only offer 6.8 billion for now. Kim replied, glancing at the number 6.8 written in water by Chen Fan. What? Another 600 million less? Kong stood up abruptly and asked angrily. There's nothing I can do, Boss Kong, this is your own fault for dragging things down. If you don't agree now, then in a few hours, I might have even less. Jin Zhengshi replied. Kong Baisheng's mentality completely collapsed. He really wanted to turn down Jin Zhengshi in one go, but reality told him that he couldn't refuse. What if Jin Zhengshi offered even less later? Okay, I promise. Kong Baisheng nodded. Chen Fan also nodded. Almost. Now they had pushed Kong Baisheng to the extreme. If they continued to push, they were afraid that it would backfire. Who knew if Kong Baisheng would jump over the wall in desperation or something? Okay, I'll see you at your Yum Group in half an hour. Noticing that Chen Fan had agreed, Jin Zhengshi also agreed. The two parties agreed. You leave in an hour. Chen Fan reminded him. Okay. Jin Zhengshi agreed. At this moment, Xiaoruoshui's 2.5 billion yuan also arrived in the account, and Chen Fan gave Jin Zhengshi a bank card containing 6.8 billion yuan. An hour and a half later, amidst Kong Baisheng's anxious wait, Jin Zhengshi finally arrived at the Yum Group. In the end, the two parties signed a contract, and Jin Zhengshi bought 100% ownership of the Yum Group for 6.8 billion yuan. From now on, the Yum Group would no longer be named Kong. Kong Baisheng let out a sigh of relief after getting his hands on the 6.8 billion. After paying off the 6 billion in debt, he still had 800 million left, which was not bad, as he still had some money left for his retirement. Kong Baisheng told his son to use the money to pay off the debt, but even after paying off the entire 6.8 billion, there was still more than 700 million left. It turned out that after 1.5 hours, the Kong Baisheng father and son's debt had reached 7.5 billion. In an instant, Kong Baisheng's face turned pale to the extreme, as if he had been dead for 3 days and had just crawled out of the grave. Just as Kong Baisheng was despairing, Chen Fan leisurely walked into the Baisheng Group. Chen Fan, What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to? Seeing this, Kong Baisheng's son took the lead in angrily rebuking Chen Fan. At this moment, the Kong family father and son really resented Chen Fan to the extreme. It was all Chen Fan's fault, the bastard, for making them sell the company to Jin Zhongsher at a super low price and incur more than 700 million in debt. Kong Baisheng also rebuked Chen Fan. This is the headquarters of our Yum Group, you are not worthy to enter here. Chapter 112, the system is about to upgrade, and you will be rewarded with top-level driving skills. Hearing Kong Baisheng say this, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. Let me correct you. This is not your Yum Group headquarters, but my Yum Group headquarters. Huh? What do you mean, your Yum Group? Kong Baisheng asked in surprise. Indeed, he had just forgotten that he had sold Yum Group, and this place could indeed not be called his Yum Group anymore. But what does this have to do with Chen Fan? Are you out of your mind? Your Yongtai Real Estate Group is not here. Kong Baisheng said sarcastically. Although he had failed and was in debt of 700 million, he could not lose face. However, before Kong Baisheng's words had finished, next to him, Jin Zhongsher suddenly walked over to Chen Fan with a smile. Boss Chen, I have not let you down. I formally hand over the Yum Group to you. In front of Kong Baisheng and his son, Jin Zhongsher handed the contract he had just signed with Kong Baisheng to Chen Fan. Seeing this, Kong Baisheng froze. This. Kong Baisheng pointed at the contract in Chen Fan's hand, extremely puzzled. What do you mean this? From now on, I'm giving the Yum Group to President Chen. From now on, the Yum Group belongs to President Chen, and his surname will be changed to Chen. Jin Zhongsher's answer was simple. Upon hearing this, Kong Baisheng's heart suddenly seemed to stop. Even though he was old and slow, he understood that this Jin Zhongsher was just a middleman, and the one who had actually bought their Yum Group was Chen Fan. Damn it! Kong Baisheng's son looked at Chen Fan in anger. Chen Fan flipped through the contract to make sure there were no problems, then smiled and said to Kong Baisheng. Thank you, Mr. Kong, for selling me the huge Yum Group for just 6.8 billion. You're really a nice guy. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Kong Baisheng's vision went dark and he almost fainted from anger. Kill the heart of the killer. Kong Baisheng's son quickly helped his father to his feet. Kong Baisheng was really furious at this moment. It was fine that he had lost to Chen Fan, he could accept that, but now, his Yum Group had been bought by Chen Fan. Kong Baisheng was about to explode, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at Chen Fan's carefree appearance, Kong Baisheng became more and more angry. Oh yes, Boss Kong, there's also that 700 million you owe, don't forget to pay it back. Chen Fan kindly reminded Kong Baisheng of this, and then strode towards the chairman's office of the Yum Group with Jin Zhongsher. Chen Fan. From afar, Chen Fan heard Kong Baisheng's voice, furious. After arriving at the office, Chen Fan sent out several messages in a row. Since he had already taken over the Yum Group, Chen Fan naturally had to stop all attacks on the Yum Group. From now on, this place will be his, and of course, a part of it will be Ruoshui's. Yum Cha Group, that's not a good name, I'll have to change it later. Chen Fan muttered. President Chen? Kim Jong-suk looked at Chen Fan expectantly. President Kim, it's been a pleasure working with you. Tomorrow or the day after, a special team from the Joshio Security Group will come to find you. Chen Fan kept his word. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You are busy, so I won't disturb you. Jin Zhongsher's goal had been achieved. After the two shook hands, Jin Zhongsher left tactfully. The Yum Group was currently in the most turbulent of times, and Chen Fan had to do something. Before Chen Fan could take action, the system's voice came through. Ding! Mission issued, stabilize the Yum Group's situation and allow the Yum Group to continue operating normally. Mission reward, obtain top-level driving skills. Reward for the task, 45 experience points. The system has issued a task. This time, the system has rewarded him with a skill. If he completes the task, Chen Fan will be able to obtain top-level driving skills. However, this time, what caught Chen Fan's attention the most was not the top-level driving skills rewarded by the system, but the 45 experience points rewarded by the system. Currently, Chen Fan has accumulated 1255 experience points. Upgrading the system to level 2 requires 1,500 experience points. If he completes this task, Chen Fan will have exactly 1,300 experience points, and he will only need the last 200 experience points to upgrade the system to level 2. 200 experience points is not a big deal, it's easy to get. Now, upgrading the system to level 2 is really close. Chen Fan is looking forward to what generous rewards the system will give him every day after the system is upgraded to level 2. At that time, his own value will also soar, and he will be closer to his goal of bringing down the Su family of Jinling and trampling them underfoot. Thinking about this, Chen Fan is full of energy and is striving to upgrade as soon as possible. Half an hour later, in the largest meeting hall of the Young Group, all the employees of the Young Group sat here together, nervously waiting for Chen Fan to appear. Chen Fan had called a meeting of all the employees. Young Group often organizes annual meetings and large-scale events, and there is such a large conference hall that it can accommodate all the employees. Otherwise, it would be somewhat troublesome to organize so many employees to gather in one place. While everyone waited, Chen Fan appeared. Chen Fan came to the stage and glanced around. Most of the employees of Young Group had come, but less than half of the management of Young Group had come. The others also noticed this scene, and they all looked at Chen Fan to see what he would do. Seeing this, Chen Fan was not surprised, as it was within his expectations. On the other side, outside Young Group, Kong Baishang also learned the news in the council chamber. Naturally, Kong Baishang was behind the fact that so many company executives did not come. The company that once belonged to him has now become Chen Fan's, and he could not tolerate this. However, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, Kong Bison could only use his last resort to create a little trouble for Chen Fan. The Young Group was founded by him, and many of the company's senior executives were his loyalists and die-hard members. If Chen Fan had not taken over the Young Group, it would be fine, but Chen Fan took over, and Kong Bison wanted to teach Chen Fan a memorable lesson. This is the most turbulent time for Young Group. At this time, so many members of the management suddenly quit and stopped working. He is looking forward to seeing how Chen Fan manages Young Group after this. Has the director of the Human Resources Department arrived? Chen Fan asked. There was complete silence in the room. What about the manager of the Human Resources Department? He is here, boss. A middle-aged woman quickly stepped forward. Who is not here? You tell me. Chen Fan ordered. The middle-aged woman looked around and said, Vice President Lu Xiuzhu, Vice President Sun Yunkai. The middle-aged woman named all the Yum Brand's management who had not shown up, about 20 to 30 people. The crowd below immediately started talking. If so many top executives had suddenly gone on strike, then the company would have stopped functioning, and it was all over. Unlike the panic of these people, on the stage, Chen Fan was exceptionally calm. Chen Fan glanced at everyone and shocked everyone with his words. I announce that everyone who was not present is, from this moment on, all fired by the company, without exception. Chapter 113 Chen Fan's shocking move, important news from the Chen family. Chen Fan also knew that Kong Bison had been managing the Yum Group for so long that he must have had many trusted subordinates. And these henchmen will definitely become the company's hidden dangers in the future. Instead of keeping these hidden dangers and creating trouble for yourself from time to time, it is better to uproot them and solve the problem once and for all. Therefore, Chen Fan deliberately held this staff meeting to, on the one hand, stabilize people's minds and stabilize the situation of the Yum Group, and on the other hand, to find Kong Bising's henchmen. Now it's good, all of Kong Bising's henchmen have not come and have actively revealed themselves, so Chen Fan can just fire them all, without exception. Nothing is more effective than destruction to bring about construction. Chen Fan simply and decisively fired all of Kong Baishang's henchmen, and the Yum Group was finally manageable. Hearing Chen Fan say that he was going to fire so many members of the company management in one go, everyone in the audience was talking about it, shocked by Chen Fan's actions. Boss, you know the situation the company is in. If you fire so many members of the management in one go, and there is no one to manage, it won't be long before the company really is finished. The human resources manager said honestly. Firing these people is like adding insult to injury, and I'm afraid it will completely ruin the already dying Yum Group. Who said that firing these people will free up their positions? Chen Fan calmly asked. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Xiao Ruoshui's stunning figure appeared at the entrance to the council chamber. At the moment, there were more than 30 people behind Xiao Ruoshui, all of them Chen Fan and the elite talent of Xiao Ruoshui's company. Dismissing all of Kong Bison's henchmen would indeed cause problems for the company, but Chen Fan naturally had a solution to the problem. After Jin Zhongshur had just left, Chen Fan temporarily transferred a dozen or so people from his own industries, and Xiao Ruoshui also transferred a dozen people from her company. It just so happened that Kong Bison's henchmen were in relatively important positions, and now that Chen Fan's own people had been placed in all of those positions, it would be even more convenient for Chen Fan to control the entire company. Seeing Xia Ruoshui and the others appear, the employees of the Yum Group were full of emotion. It is no wonder that they are the people who acquired their company. The new boss's methods are really impressive and full of courage. Although firing so many management personnel who are familiar with the company in one go will have a significant impact on the company. After a period of time, when the new boss's people become familiar with the company's processes, the new boss's control over the company will reach a terrifying level. For a time, many employees on the scene admired Chen Fan extra. You go now and tell those people to pack up and get out. Chen Fan ordered the human resources manager. Yes. The human resources manager went to action. On the other side, Kong Baixing's henchmen gathered in the office of Vice President Sun Yunkai, preparing to make fun of Chen Fan. On the first day after taking over the company, Chen Fan held a meeting with all the employees, but more than half of the senior management did not show up, so they were embarrassed. Serves you right for going against Mr. Kong. Exactly. We were all promoted by Chairman Kong, and now he's been driven out of the company by this guy using despicable tactics. We won't let it go. Exactly. This is just the beginning. Wait until later, and see what I'll do to this Chen Fan. These people gloated. Just then, the HR manager opened the office door and led someone in. Manager Wei, shouldn't you be in a meeting? Why are you here? Sun Yunkai asked in surprise. Vice President Sun, Vice President Liu, Director Zhao, you're all here. That's good, I don't need to notify you individually. The boss just announced that from now on, you are all fired. Please pack your things and leave the company within half an hour. Following the HR manager was a team of Yum Brand's security personnel. If Sun Yunkai and the others did not cooperate, these security personnel would have to help them leave. What? Fired? We've all been fired. Manager Wei, you're not joking, are you? For a moment, everyone in the private room was dumbfounded. The reason they dared to confront Chen Fan from the very beginning was because they felt that there were so many of them that the law would not be applied to them. Even if Chen Fan was angry, he would not dare to do anything to them as they were in important positions in the company. After all, without them, how could the company operate? But now, the outcome was not what they expected. Chen Fan had directly fired them all, without exception. In an instant, everyone in the office felt remorse. In no time at all, Kong Bison also got the news. What? All fired? Kong Bison was dumbfounded. This was also the last thing he had expected. Chen Fan had fired all his trusted subordinates at once, and now the last bit of leverage he had was completely gone. At the moment, he was still responsible for 700 million, so what were they going to do in the future? Kong Bison was so angry that he fainted directly. On the other side, at the staff meeting, Chen Fan increased the benefits for all employees. After stabilizing morale, he began to arrange suitable candidates for the vacant positions. An hour later, those important positions were all filled by Chen Fan's people. At that moment, the voice of the system came. Ding! Stabilized the situation of the Yum Group and allowed the Yum Group to continue operating normally. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on obtained top-level racing skills. Congratulations, 45 experience points. A huge amount of information flooded into Chen Fan's mind. From now on, Chen Fan is a top-level racer. At the same time, Chen Fan's points just happened to add up to 1,300 points, and he was just 200 points short of being able to level up. With just 200 points, he estimated that he would be able to gather the rest in just 4 or 5 more missions, and in just a few days, he would be able to level up. Chen Fan was looking forward to the day the system was upgraded. In the afternoon, Chen Fan and Xia Ruoshui were both arranging work in the Yum Group. In the evening, Chen Fan had just returned home when he suddenly received a call from Chen Wenjing. Chen Wenjing had important news from the Chen family to report to Chen Fan. Chapter 114, the 25th day of severing ties, a lucky god card as a reward. I heard from Chen Yuzhen that Chen Feiming, the grandson the old man values most, will be back from afar in a couple of days. And I heard that Chen Feiming has a girlfriend with an impressive identity and background, and that they will bring her along this time. Chen Wenjing reported to Chen Fan. No one in the Chen family knows what background Chen Feiming's girlfriend actually has, and it will be revealed only when Chen Feiming returns in a couple of days. Oh? Chen Fan became slightly interested. His own cousin, Chen Feiming, had always been the patriarch's most valued and most anticipated grandson, hailed as the hope of the Chen family, a child of genius. He wondered what the patriarch would do when Chen Feiming arrived, and he suppressed him in every way. Seeing his most valued and most anticipated grandson being suppressed and even trampled underfoot by him, the patriarch would definitely be very happy, right? Oh, yes, there's one more thing. I also heard that the Chen family's Chen Capital Group has recently gathered nearly 2 billion yuan in capital, and it seems that they are about to make a major move and invest in some industry. Chen Wenjing continued to report on the Chen family's situation. You can focus on investigating this, Chen Fan ordered. Compared to Chen Feiming, Chen Fan was more interested in this second piece of news. He had been thinking about which direction to go in to continue his investigation of the Chen Capital Group, and now, after hearing what Chen Wenjing had said, it seemed like he had a target. Okay, I'll investigate as soon as possible, and I'll pass on the news to you as soon as I can, Chen Wenjing promised. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan went about his other business. On the other side, Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng arrived at Jiangzhou Airport to see their aunt Xia Menglan off. Don't worry, Ruoshui, when I get back, I'll put in a good word for Chen Fan with your father, Xia Menglan whispered to Xia Ruoshui. With Chen Fan's status as a shareholder of Patek Philippe, it would be convenient for her to put in a good word for him. Right, even if he were her brother, he would definitely take it seriously. There are 2 or 3 months left until the old master's birthday. I hope that you and Chen Fan can come back together for the old master's birthday and shock everyone in the family, Xia Menglan said. Upon hearing what her aunt had said, Xia Ruoshui's mind conjured up the image of a stern-looking elderly man who exuded an air of authority. This was the head of the Xia family, Xia Ruoshui's grandfather. The old master is very fond of antiques. I saw that he also collected antiques at Chen Fan's house. I think he should also be very knowledgeable in this area. You can ask him for advice. At that time, you can just cater to his interests. The old master is actually not that difficult to talk to, Xia Menglan explained. As long as the old master nods, everything will be fine. By the way, you and Chen Fan haven't confirmed your relationship yet, so you have to hurry up. If it doesn't work out, you should take the initiative. I think this Chen Fan has a lot of potential, so you shouldn't miss this opportunity. Finally, Xia Menglan reminded her. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoshui nodded. At the moment, she and Chen Fan could be considered more than friends, but not quite lovers yet. They were still one step away from becoming lovers. It was time for him to take action. After seeing off Xia Menglan, Xia Ruoshui and his sister returned to the villa. Time flew, and the next morning, the system's voice came through. Ding! 25th day of severing ties, 1 beginner's lucky god card. Lucky god card, what is this? Chen Fan was extremely curious, as this was the first time the system had appeared with such a special card. With a strong sense of curiosity, Chen Fan clicked on the note below. The beginner's lucky god card, once used, can give you 3 days of super luck and the exhilarating feeling of being blessed by the god of luck. Oh! Light instantly flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. This beginner's lucky god card is quite interesting. Chen Fan was a little excited. Today's reward is not bad. However, it is only valid for 3 days, and Chen Fan needs to think about when to activate it. After a moment's thought, Chen Fan was about to go to lunch when Zhu Hongyi's phone suddenly rang. Boss, just now my sister received a call from the manager of a large enterprise in Zhonghai province, the Xia Cosmetics Company. The other party wants to invite my sister to their Xia Cosmetics Company for an internship. Zhu Hongyi's voice came urgently. Xia Cosmetics Company is ranked in the top 3 among all cosmetics companies in their province, Zhonghai province, and is very powerful. This time, they seem to be very sincere and determined to get his sister into their company. Zhu Hongyi deliberately called Chen Fan to tell him about the situation. As soon as Zhu Hongyi's voice had finished, the system's voice suddenly came through. Ding! Mission issued, prevent the Shuriyue Cosmetics Company from luring the top genius Zhu Lingyu into their camp. Reward for mission, 5% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company. Reward for mission, 52 experience points. Reward with shares of Qiancheng Auction Company? Chen Fan felt a little emotional. He already had 5% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company in his hands, and if this 5% was added, it would just make up 10% of the company. In that case, he would become the 4th largest shareholder of Qiancheng Auction Company. As the saying goes, antiques in times of peace, gold in times of chaos. Chen Fan still attached great importance to the antique business, and the profits from the antique business were considerable. Qiancheng Auction Company has great potential. If it can be taken a step further, it will be a money spinner. Let's see if it can be taken over completely in the future. If it can be taken over completely, I can think of a way to do it. Currently, Xiancheng Auction Company is only ranked in the middle among the top 10 auction companies in the South. If I can take over Xiancheng Auction Company, even if I can't make it rank first, it shouldn't be a problem to rank second. In addition, there is a reward of 52 experience points. If he completes the task, Chen Fan will have 1,352 experience points in his hands, only 148 experience points short of the final upgrade to level 2. This task must be completed. Okay, in an hour, I'll also go to your house as a guest and meet the manager of this Xia Cosmetics company. Chen Fan said. A little after 1 p.m., Manager Yu of Xia Cosmetics led a group of people to the Zhu family. Zhu Hongyi's father welcomed them personally. After all, the market value of Xia Cosmetics was as high as 40 to 50 billion yuan. Naturally, Zhu Guangxing, Zhu Hongyi's father, had to be polite when they suddenly dropped by. After meeting Zhu Lingyu, Manager Yu praised her. Zhu Genius, our Sihua Cosmetics company occupies nearly a quarter of the cosmetics market in Zhonghai province, and its strength is among the top in the same type of company. What's more, from its establishment to the present, our Sihua Cosmetics company has only been around for a short period of 5 years. In the future, we may even go beyond Zhonghai province and enter the national market. Zhu Genius, you will definitely not be disappointed if you come to our company for an internship. Manager Yu said with a smile. In fact, the fact that they value Zhu Lingyu so much and see her talent is just one of the reasons is more important. They want to take this opportunity to use Zhu Lingyu to create some hype and increase the popularity of their brand. The once talented girl from Jiangzhou, the top scorer in the Jiangzhou College entrance exam, and the second highest scorer in Zhonghai province, joining their company, Soya Cosmetics, is a strong enough gimmick. It will definitely generate a lot of buzz in Zhonghai province. May I ask, apart from our Xia Cosmetics company, who else can give Zhu the Genius a better development space? Manager Yu asked with conviction. Just as Manager Yu's voice had not yet fallen, outside, a domineering voice suddenly came. I can. Chapter 115, to build a huge business empire, the conditions Chen Fankai offers. Everyone turned their heads curiously. In their astonished gaze, Chen Fankai slowly walked in. You're here, boss? Mr. Chen is here, welcome. Zhu Hongyi and Zhu Guangxing, father and son, warmly welcomed Chen Fan upon seeing him. Noticing this detail, Yu, the manager of Xia Cosmetics, became solemn. In contrast, when she arrived just now, although the Zhu family was also warm, it was nowhere near as warm as now. This Mr. Chen is no ordinary person. Who are you, and which company do you work for? Yu asked. Me? I work for the Fei Tang Group. Chen Fan calmly responded. Fei Tang Group, I've never heard of it. Manager Yu thought for a moment. In her impression, there was no big company in Zhonghai province called Fei Tang Group. Manager Yu, Fei Tang Group is a local company in Jiangzhou. Zhu Guangxing briefly introduced it to Manager Yu. A company in Jiangzhou, and it's still a small company? Manager Yu couldn't help but laugh. How can such a small company compete with their prestigious Xia Cosmetics company? What does it mean to try to shake a tree with an ant? Your tiny Fei Tang Group actually dares to say that it can provide better development opportunities for Zhu Tiankai than our Yasi Cosmetics company. How dare you? Manager Yu said sarcastically. In order to lure Zhu Lingyu, successfully hype the brand, and make it popular, no matter what the cost, Manager Yu must successfully lure Zhu Lingyu away. How dare I? What conditions can your Yasi Cosmetics company offer Zhu Lingyu? Chen Fan asked in return. What conditions? As long as Zhu Tiankai comes to our company for an internship and joins our company, we can offer Zhu Tiankai the position of deputy manager of the marketing department, with an annual salary of 2 million. Manager Yu said proudly. 2 million annual salary, deputy manager, is that impressive? Chen Fan asked in return. For an ordinary student who had graduated from the capital university, 2 million yuan a year was indeed a lot at the beginning. But the problem was that Zhu Lingyu was the daughter of the wealthy Zhu family, so this amount of money meant nothing. Moreover, Zhu Lingyu didn't care about money, she cared more about the position and the future. Deputy manager was considered a very ordinary management position, which was not attractive at all. Ha, you really know how to brag. Yu manager sneered. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to take advantage of Zhu Lingyu's fame, they wouldn't have offered her the current conditions. As a result, Their generous conditions seemed like rubbish in the eyes of Mr. Chen. Fine, tell me, what conditions can you offer Zhu Lingyu? Yu manager asked sarcastically. She didn't believe that Chen Fan from a small company could offer better conditions than they could. What position? If Zhu Lingyu comes to our company, I can make her deputy general manager and put her in charge of a department. As for salary, it will be 800,000 yuan a year, plus a share of the company's year-end bonus. The exact percentage can be discussed. Chen Fan replied calmly. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Manager Yu's expression froze. Are you kidding me? She'll be deputy general manager and in charge of a department right from the start, and what's more, she'll even get a share of the company's year-end bonus. You have to know that year-end bonuses are generally only given to shareholders and top management. But now Chen Fan has even let an intern participate in the final bonus. Although the bonus percentage may be only a little, it is hard to resist the huge amount. This bonus percentage, when calculated, may be worth several million or even tens of millions of dollars. Chen Fan's move is too big. Why, Manager Yu, what I said about being able to give Zhu Lingyu a better development space is right, isn't it? Chen Fan looked at Manager Yu. Manager Yu looked down, unable to reply. Indeed. Compared to Chen Fan's conditions, theirs were rubbish. Chen Fan dared to do this for a reason. First, the task had rewarded himself with 5% of the shares in Xiancheng auction, which was worth a full 10 billion yuan. And there was also experience that could not be measured in monetary terms. Second, he first imagined the worst possible outcome. He had only arranged for Zhu Lingyu to work for the small company Fei Tang Group as a deputy general manager. Even if her work ability was not good and she caused the company to suffer some losses at most, it would not be too much. Compared with the tens of billions of dollars and the experience points, it was nothing at all. This was still the worst possible outcome. In the unlikely event that Zhu Lingyu is not only a genius at learning, but also a genius in the workplace, then Chen Fan will have made a huge profit. For only a small price, he will have obtained a top talent who will become a general in his camp in the future, not to mention the billions of dollars and experience points. No matter how you calculate it, Chen Fan will have made a profit. Chen Fan's ultimate goal is to build a huge business empire, but the establishment and development of an empire cannot rely on him alone as the monarch. Zhu Lingyu is the first person Chen Fan plans to recruit. Because Zhu Lingyu is young and has just graduated, he has not yet demonstrated his strength, so Chen Fan's offer is not too high. If Chen Fan wants to recruit a top talent who has already achieved results, I'm afraid the price he has to offer will be more than 10 times what it is now. Zhu genius, think about it carefully. Even if Fei Tang Group offers you a good deal, it is ultimately a small company. But our Sia Cosmetics company is a large enterprise. Manager Yu finally wanted to make a desperate attempt to persuade him. Unfortunately, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Lingyu spoke. Thank you, Manager Yu, for your kindness, but I won't consider Sia Cosmetics company. Zhu Lingyu simply rejected Manager Yu. Okay. Manager Yu let out a sigh, glanced at Chen Fan, and she conceded defeat. Chen Fan had won. Manager Yu got up and left. Afterwards, Zhu Lingyu looked at Chen Fan. Chapter 116 The powerful effect of the lucky god card. The Xu family, a powerful family, supports Chen Fan. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your recognition. I will think about it and give you an answer within 3 days. Zhu Lingyu said. Although Zhu Lingyu is relatively young, she is very cautious and did not directly agree to Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan nodded. Fei Tang Group is just getting started. If you can prove your strength and achieve certain results, I will promote you to a more powerful company. If you can show amazing strength, it is not impossible to transfer you to a major international enterprise. Chen Fan spoke, encouraging Zhu Lingyu. What he said before, that he could give Zhu Lingyu better development space and a better future, was naturally not just empty words. Ha! Hearing these words from Chen Fan, especially the last sentence, not only Zhu Lingyu but also Zhu Guangxing, the future head of the Zhu family, was taken aback. By saying this, isn't Mr. Chen saying that he has an international conglomerate in his hands? Even an international conglomerate, Mr. Chen is amazing. Zhu Guangxing was shocked. This is something that the Zhu family, a wealthy family, is far from having, which is why Zhu Guangxing previously agreed to let his daughter intern with Chen Fan. With her at home, she would at most inherit the family business in the future, or if she was more ambitious, she would just go out of Jiangzhou City and head to Zhanghai Province. But it would be different if she followed Mr. Chen. With Mr. Chen, Jiangzhou City and Zhanghai Province would just be a starting point. Her daughter would be able to go to a wider world and have a brighter future and prospects. You see, now that Mr. Chen has casually mentioned it, his daughter will even have the opportunity to enter an international conglomerate in the future, which proves that his judgment was correct. Next to him, Zhu Lingyu's expression also changed slightly when she heard Chen Fan say that. However, the sensible Zhu Lingyu still did not directly agree with Chen Fan. Although the system did not specify a time limit for this task, Zhu Lingyu had to think about it for 3 days, which was a bit long, and she was not sure if she would agree 100%. Chen Fan thought about it for a moment and decided to use the beginner's lucky god card he obtained from the system to see how effective it would be. Moreover, didn't Chen Wenjing say that Chen Feiming, the grandson the old man valued most, was about to return to Jiangzhou, and it seemed that the Chen Capital Group was about to make a big move. If the Junior Lucky God card was used now, it might have an unexpected effect. While Zhu Guangxing was persuading his daughter, Chen Fan clicked into the system and found the Junior Lucky God card. Chen Fan clicked, and the system immediately prompted. Use the Junior Lucky God card or not? Yes. No. Chen Fan immediately chose yes. Ding. The primary Lucky God card has been successfully activated. Countdown, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chen Fan's activation was successful. As the primary Lucky God card is only valid for 3 days, the countdown has already started. On the other side, after Zhu Guangxing finished talking to his daughter, he saw that Zhu Lingyu was still considering it for a day or two, so he didn't say anything. That's good, honey, you're here too. While you still have time, go on and teach your sister how to drive. Zhu Guangxing looked at his son. What? You still have to teach Lingyu how to drive. No. Father, I still have things to do, I can't teach my sister. Zhu Hongyi quickly refused, obviously taken aback. Next to him, Chen Fan was a little confused by Zhu Hongyi's behavior. What's wrong with teaching someone how to drive? Noticing Chen Fan's expression, Zhu Hongyi hurriedly whispered an explanation to Chen Fan. Boss, you don't know, my sister is a top genius in learning, but when it comes to learning to drive, she's just so dumb. After the college entrance exam ended that year, my father wanted my sister to learn to drive so that it would be more convenient, but because my sister was too young at the time, my father hired a coach to teach my sister at home, but as a result, from that time until now, she still hasn't learned. What's more, my sister is a bit of a horror when it comes to learning to drive. Sometimes she can't even tell the brake from the accelerator. Even the professional instructors my father hired resigned after teaching Lingyu a few times. They didn't want my father's monthly salary of over 100,000 yuan. Thinking about this, Zhu Hongyi didn't dare to teach his sister to drive. What do you think? How about this, I'll teach her to drive. Chen Fan said casually. He had just acquired top-level driving skills and currently possessed the level of a top racing driver. Teaching someone else to drive was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Boss, it's serious driving, not another kind of driving. Zhu Hongyi corrected. What I mean is of course real driving, and my driving skills are still okay. Chen Fan nodded. Are you sure you can teach me to drive? Zhu Lingyu asked, hearing Chen Fan say that. Of course. Learning to drive, what's difficult about it? Chen Fan nodded. Good. I'm willing to join your fading group and follow your arrangements in the future, but on the premise that you teach me to drive. Zhu Lingyu said. He had been learning to drive for more than 3 years, but had never learned it. Not even his own brother was willing to teach him, but now Chen Fan said he could teach him to drive and end this heart disease of his. Plus the conditions Chen Fan had previously set, Zhu Lingyu, who had been a little tempted to say yes, finally made up his mind. Okay, we have a deal. Chen Fan nodded. He really didn't expect that the top-level driving skills he had only obtained yesterday would come in handy today. What he didn't expect even more was that the method that ultimately convinced Zhu Lingyu was actually because of the skills he had just obtained. No? Chen Fan suddenly realized and remembered that he had just used the beginner's lucky god card. It must have been it that played a role, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? Damn, the effect of this beginner's lucky god card is really too good. I just activated it a while ago, and it has already played a role, allowing me to use a skill I just acquired to get a general. This beginner's lucky god card is really good. Chen Fan sighed in his heart. Afterwards, the two parties drafted a contract, which was signed by both parties. Tomorrow, Zhu Lingyu could start his internship at the Fading Group. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding! prevented the Sia Cosmetics company from luring the top genius Zhu Lingyu into their camp. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 5% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company. The share purchase contract has been placed on your desk, please check it. Congratulations on obtaining 52 experience points. The task is complete, and Chen Fan has obtained 5% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company, making him the fourth largest shareholder. In addition, he has gained 52 experience points. Now, the system is only 148 experience points away from being upgraded to level 2. This time, it is really close to being upgraded. Thank you, Boss Chen, for helping my daughter. In the future, Boss Chen will be a good friend of our Zhu family. If Boss Chen ever needs help, you can let us know. The Zhu family will definitely do their best. Xu Guangxing came to Chen Fan and said with deep meaning. Xu Guangxing had also heard about the matter between Chen Fan and the Chen family. He had made it very clear by saying this that the Zhu family was on Chen Fan's side. Thank you, Chen Fan said. He also understood Xu Guangxing's goodwill. Unexpectedly, in addition to completing the task, he had gained Zhu Lingyu as a general and even the friendship of the Zhu family, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Is the beginner's lucky god card playing a role again? Chen Fan couldn't help but speculate. Just as Chen Fan and Zhu Guangxing were chatting, a special phone call came in. Chapter 117, Billions of Profits Fall on Chen Fan's Head? The call was from the person in charge of the Guangshan International Golf Club. He told Chen Fan that at the moment, there was a mysterious guest at the club who said that there was an important business to discuss with Chen Fan, and a conservative estimate was that there would be tens of billions of profits. Tens of billions of profits? Chen Fan was very surprised. Afterwards, the person in charge of Guangshan International Golf Course explained to Chen Fan that this mysterious guest was visiting their course for the first time and had offered to spend millions to get a premium membership card. So the person in charge talked to this mysterious guest, and as they got to know each other better, the mysterious guest eventually revealed that he was currently the owner of a small software company that had just developed a very promising piece of software that would soon be launched. Once this software becomes popular, it will make at least tens of billions of profits, or even more. But right now, their company is too small to invest in developing this software, and they have already spent almost all their capital. However, a large sum of money is needed for the subsequent improvement of the software and various promotions for its launch, which their company does not have. Therefore, they need an investor. At this time, the person in charge of Guangshan International Golf Course recommended his boss, Chen Fan, to him. Having heard from the person in charge of the Guangshan International Golf Course that Chen Fan was quite powerful, this mysterious guest wanted to meet with Chen Fan and have a chat. Billions of profits just falling on my head? Chen Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Is the effect of the beginner's lucky god card so outrageous that it actively allows billions of profits to fall on your head? Chen Fan thought about it carefully and held deep doubts. Just now, whether it was successfully persuading Zhu Lingyu or Zhu Guangxing representing the Zhu family and coming over to his side, it was all gradual and there was a reason for it. But now, this hundreds of billions of yuan in profit is like a pie falling from the sky. Isn't it a bit too outrageous? Is the effect of the beginner's lucky god card that powerful? Okay, I'll go over there now and have a chat with him, Chen Fan said. Whether it was true or not, Chen Fan still had to verify it for himself. After a few brief words, Chen Fan bid farewell to the Zhu family. 40 or 50 minutes later, Chen Fan arrived at the Guangshan International Golf Course and met the mysterious guest mentioned by the person in charge. This was a 36 or 37-year-old man who looked refined and well-spoken, and at first glance was the type of person with a very high level of education. Mr. Dong Junyang, this is our boss, Mr. Chen. The person in charge introduced. So it's Boss Chen, hello. Dong Junyang got up and shook Chen Fan's hand politely. Hello, Boss Dong. Chen Fan also responded politely. Chen Fan's first impression of this Dong Junyang was not bad. After a brief chat, Dong Junyang got down to business. If there is anything you need, Boss Chen, just ask, I will tell you everything I know. Dong Junyang said politely. What is the software developed by your company for? Chen Fan asked. My software is a travel app. The main function is travel, and secondly, it also comes with dating and short video functions. Dong Junyang said confidently. Mr. Chen should have also noticed that the travel industry has made rapid progress in the past 2 years, and it is quite popular. Moreover, the travel industry has a large market and considerable profits. In addition, short video and dating apps have been quite popular in the past 2 years. Therefore, all in all, I came up with this idea and developed this software. After listening to Dong Junyang, Chen Fan couldn't help but say, whether it's tourism, dating, or short videos, these three industries are not easy to do well. And the profit of travel apps seems to be average. Dong Junyang gave a mysterious smile when he heard Chen Fan say this. Boss Chen is really smart, you've directly seen the problem. Indeed, although the travel industry is booming, the most profitable businesses are actually tourist attractions, hotels, and local restaurants. The profit from travel apps is actually not much. In fact, making friends and short videos are the focus of this app, while travel is just a means and gimmick to attract users. Dong Junyang continued. Once the software is launched, I will use all the profits from the travel part to subsidize users' hotel, catering, travel, and other expenses to quickly attract users. Our travel software is 10 or even dozens of yuan cheaper than other platforms or offline, so it will definitely attract a lot of users. I will give these users different amounts of coupons based on the time they spend on our software to attract them to use our software for longer. At that time, we will vigorously promote our short video and dating projects. At that time, in order to increase the time spent using the software, these users will unconsciously click into our short video and dating projects. Later, I will add product placement and so on. Last year, a short video app alone had a terrifying revenue of hundreds of billions of dollars. We don't ask for much, just a taste, but even a taste can be worth tens of billions of dollars. Tens of billions of dollars in profit, Mr. Chen, doesn't that make you want to do it? As Dong Junyang talked eloquently, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. This was a gamble, and it was not uncommon to use subsidies to attract users. The problem was that a large amount of capital was needed to maintain it in the early stages, otherwise users would not use the software if there was no benefit. Next to him, listening to Dong Junyang's words, the person in charge of Guanshan International Golf Course was very excited. He felt that Dong Junyang was right. How much money do you need for publicity and subsidizing users in the early stages? Chen Fan asked. About 3 to 4 billion yuan. Dong Junyang said. Mr. Chen, don't make a decision in a hurry. You can see how our software is first. Later, we can also conduct a small experiment, where we promote our software on a small scale, for example, attracting 10,000 users, and then let the final data on user retention, activity, etc. speak for itself. Dong Junyang seemed to have done a similar experiment before, so he spoke with confidence. And took out his computer, letting Chen Fan take a look at their software first. Chen Fan was skeptical, but immediately took a serious look. Soon, Chen Fan's eyebrows shot up, and he discovered a special problem. Chapter 118, use the plan to circumvent the plan and turn 10 billion in profits into reality. The problem with this software is extremely well hidden, and it is also a huge loophole, one that is fatal. However, this loophole is extremely well hidden, and even a top programmer of considerable ability would not be able to find it. Chen Fan has obtained top-level hacking techniques from the system, and after just a few glances, Chen Fan discovered the problem. He is just curious as to whether this major loophole was not discovered by Dong Junyang or was deliberately left behind. What do you think, Boss Chen? Isn't my software pretty good? Dong Junyang asked with great pride. It's really good. Chen Fan nodded. Apart from the huge loophole, Dong Junyang's software was indeed very good. Then, Chen Fan asked Dong Junyang a few questions seemingly without any particular reason. While the two were chatting, Dong Junyang suddenly received a call from his company. He had something to do, so he left first. Boss Chen, please think about it. Investing in my software will definitely not be a loss. To be honest, apart from you, there are a few other wealthy people considering it as well. I only need one investor. After all, the more people who invest, the more problems there will be. Goodbye, Boss Chen. Finally, Dong Junyang deliberately took down Chen Fan's contact information, and then said a few meaningful words before leaving. Boss, this Dong is really a nice person, and his project is also very good, with profits of tens of billions of dollars. After watching Dong Junyang leave, the person in charge of the Guanshan International Golf Course couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Nice person? Chen Fan's face broke into a strange smile. Through the seemingly innocent questions that Dong Junyang had just asked, Chen Fan was already 70 to 80% sure that there was something fishy about this. This is most likely a trap set for me by someone else. Before, this Dong Junyang spoke eloquently, and in fact, most of what he said was fine, and a profit of tens of billions of yuan was not impossible. But the problem is that his software has a major flaw, and it is also fatal. If he invests 30 to 40 billion yuan, it will be a total loss 100%. Of course, if he can remedy this flaw, there might be a possibility of making billions or even tens of billions of yuan in the future. For other people, it would be extremely difficult to remedy this fatal flaw, but Chen Fan, who has top-notch hacking skills, only needs a little time to solve it easily. But what if this is a trap? If he remedies the flaw, it would be like giving the other party a free ride. Now, what Chen Fan needs to investigate is the background of Dong Junyang and whether there is anyone behind Dong Junyang, to make absolutely sure that this is not a trap. If it isn't, of course it's a good thing, and a win-win for both him and Dong Junyang. If this is really a setup against himself, Chen Fan can also counter the plan with a plan and find a way to severely punish the person who set him up. If possible, he can even find a way to get the software directly from Dong Junyang, and then fill in the loophole himself and operate independently. Then the profits of billions or even hundreds of billions will be Chen Fan's alone. They are being unkind, trying to get rid of themselves, but don't blame Chen Fan for being unkind. And even if this is a trap, it's still a good thing, because in a way, it has also brought him tens of billions in profits. Sure enough, after using the beginner's lucky god card, his luck has become too good. Thinking about this, Chen Fan sent a message to Guan Yu's private detective agency, asking them to investigate Dong Junyang's situation and get back to him as soon as possible. As for Chen Fan, he had already started to plan in his mind. If he was 100% sure that it was a trap, how would he play along and trick the person behind the scenes? And how would he find a way to get the software at the lowest cost? When he got home, Chen Fan suddenly received a call from Zhu Lingyu. She asked if Chen Fan had time today, as she wanted to learn to drive immediately. Sure, I'll pick you up. Chen Fan agreed, as he happened to have a little time. He had previously promised Zhu Lingyu, so naturally he kept his word. Arriving at the garage, Chen Fan was just about to start his world-class Aston Martin, but after a moment's thought, he turned the key in his first Lamborghini instead. It was a bit much to start teaching Zhu Lingyu with such a top-of-the-line supercar, so he decided to start with something more modest and go from there. After picking up Zhu Lingyu, Chen Fan asked, "Do you like driving?" "No." Zhu Lingyu replied curtly. She had been learning for so long and still hadn't learned how to drive, and it had become a source of worry for her. How could she like it? It's precisely because you don't like it, and even have a bit of resistance inside, that you haven't learned how to drive after so long. I won't teach you how to drive yet, but I will teach you how to like driving. Sit properly. Chen Fan took Zhu Lingyu onto the nearby highway and then slammed the accelerator. Chen Fan wanted her to experience the thrill of speeding. As Chen Fan accelerated, Zhu Lingyu's expression changed. "It's too fast, it's easy to have an accident, slow down," Zhu Lingyu said worriedly. However, Chen Fan seemed to have not heard her words, and instead continued to accelerate. Now he had top-level driving skills, so this speed was nothing, and he was perfectly safe. At first, feeling such a fast speed, Zhu Lingyu was scared to death and hurriedly asked Chen Fan to slow down. But then, Zhu Lingyu discovered that Chen Fan's driving skills were so good, and she relaxed a little, and then experienced the feeling of speeding through the wind. Slowly, Zhu Lingyu's state of mind changed, and it seemed that he had grown to like this extraordinary sense of excitement. On the other side of the highway, a top-of-the-line supercar Bugatti Veyron worth 30-40 million yuan and a Koenigsegg worth about the same were racing. The two supercars were occupied by the top young masters of Zhonghai province, with extremely impressive backgrounds. Because neither side would concede defeat to the other, they agreed to a race. "This time, I will definitely be the winner. I am the #1 racer in Zhonghai province." "Haha, you? You're not even worthy. I'm the winner." Just as the two men were arguing, a black figure flashed past and sped off into the distance. In an instant, the two top young masters in the world-class supercars were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Holy shit, what just flew past? Flew past, indeed it flew past, what kind of awesome boss is that? No, I have to go after it and see if that boss is looking for an apprentice. Saying this, the Bugatti Veyron took the lead and accelerated, chasing after the black supercar. Who's afraid of who? If that boss is looking for an apprentice, he'll definitely take me. The Koenigsegg was not willing to be outdone and also went after it. Chapter 119, Chen Fan, if you fight me, you will definitely lose. They sped off after the black supercar in front of them. After a few minutes, they finally saw the taillights of the black supercar. Shit, it's a Lamborghini Aventador? Using a measly Lamborghini to run over my Bugatti Veyron in Cheese Koenigsegg, that's pretty awesome. He really is the man. When they saw that Chen Fan's car was just a Lamborghini, they admired Chen Fan even more. Just as they were about to speed up again to catch up to Chen Fan also accelerated. This time, no matter how hard they tried and how fast they accelerated, they just couldn't catch up. Slowly, they could no longer even see the back of Chen Fan's Lamborghini. Half an hour later, Chen Fan drove to a highway service area, where he planned to take a break before returning to Jiangzhou. What do you think? Chen Fan asked Zhu Lingyu. Well, I seem to have experienced the joy of driving, Zhu Lingyu said with emotion. After chatting for a while, the two of them entered the service area to buy some drinks. When they came out, they saw that in front of and behind Chen Fan's Lamborghini, there were two top supercars parked, as if blocking Chen Fan's car. Something seems to be wrong, Zhu Lingyu said cautiously, reminding Chen Fan to be careful. It's fine. Chen Fan walked up and returned to the front of his Lamborghini. Are you the owner of this car? The owners of the two top supercars couldn't help but ask when they saw Chen Fan come over. Yes, is there a problem? Chen Fan nodded. Big guy, just now you passed us on the road. Your driving skills are awesome, I'm impressed. Yes, you are the most skilled driver I've ever seen, without a doubt. After confirming Chen Fan's identity, the two fell to their knees and licked his boots. Big brother, do you want to take an apprentice? Big brother, if you want to take one, take me first, I'm much smarter than Lao Chi. These two people scrambled to ask Chen Fan. Take an apprentice? No. Chen Fan shook his head, he hadn't even taught Zhu Lingyu yet, how could he take on an apprentice? Chen Fan still had to go back to Jiangzhou, and didn't have time to deal with them, so he left with Zhu Lingyu. As they watched Chen Fan's Lamborghini disappear into the distance, the two top young masters from Zhonghai province felt a little resentful. It's not easy to meet such a great god, we can't let this opportunity pass us by. Yes, if we can't become this great god's disciple, we can at least become his junior, or at least get connected to him. I didn't remember the license plate number, but I remember that the great god's car has a Jiangzhou license plate, so let's go to Jiangzhou right away. Good. The two top young masters refused to give up. Even if they couldn't become apprentices, they would be the great god's little brothers. Maybe the great god would teach them a few tricks when he was in a good mood. Thinking about this, they drove their cars and headed straight for Jiangzhou. After Chen Fan and Zhu Lingyu returned to Jiangzhou, Chen Fan taught Zhu Lingyu for a while again. Zhu Lingyu had finally become interested in driving and made significant progress this time. Afterwards, the two parted ways. In the evening, just after dinner, Chen Fan received a phone call from Guanyu Private Investigation Agency. Boss, we have found out some very important information, said the person from Guanyu Private Investigation Agency solemnly. Oh, what information? Chen Fan was interested. The software company of Dong Junyang has a very important investor named Chen Qingbin. Chen Qingbin? Chen Fan frowned when he heard this name. He was all too familiar with this name. Chen Qingbin, the eldest son of the Chen family patriarch, and also the father of Chen Feiming. At this moment, Chen Fan was 100% certain that this investment from Dong Junyang was definitely a trap. After all, how could there be such a coincidence in the world, with a sudden business with a profit of tens of billions of dollars falling onto his head, requiring his own investment? And coincidentally, behind this business, there was also the involvement of the Chen family patriarch. Continue your investigation and see if you can find any other important information, Chen Fan said before hanging up. After confirming that Dong Junyang's move was targeting him, Chen Fan began to plan how to outwit Dong Junyang and trick Chen Qingbin, or to simply take over the software that had great potential from Dong Junyang. Chen Qingbin's plan was also a good thing for Chen Fan, who had the information. They were equivalent to actively sending Chen Fan 10 billion in profits. Of course, how to get hold of those 10 billion would depend on Chen Fan's abilities. It looked like the beginner's luck card had come into play. A plot against himself had turned into 10 billion in profits handed to him on a plate. On the other side of the line, Dong Junyang also called Chen Feiming. Chen Xiao, I have followed your instructions and designed an encounter with Chen Fan, and told him about the software with huge flaws. I think Chen Fan will be very interested in the software and will probably fall for it. From the beginning, Dong Junyang's purchase of $1 million premium membership at Guanshan International Golf Club was all designed by Chen Feiming. Really? On the other end of the phone, Chen Feiming was drinking with his girlfriend. This trap was set by Chen Feiming and his father Chen Qingbin together, and it was done secretly without telling Chen's father or anyone else in the Chen family. Chen Feiming was about to return to Jiangzhou soon, and Chen Xingbin had already told his son about Chen Fan. Previously, many people in the Chen family had failed in their attempts to manipulate Chen Fan. This time, when Chen Feiming returned, father and son Chen Xingbin deliberately set up this trap to make Chen Fan bleed heavily and lose 3 to 4 billion in one go. At that time, they would surprise the old master. They would show the old master and everyone in the Chen family that they were the future of the Chen family and the pride of the Chen family. He could easily do something that even the elders could not do. He will use Chen Fan as a stepping stone, trample on him, and ultimately help his father and himself take over the Chen family and become the future head of the Chen family. Are you sure that Chen Fan has fallen for it? Chen Feiming asked cautiously. Don't worry, Chen, this loophole is hidden very deeply. Not to mention Chen Fan, a student with no hair yet, even a very capable senior programmer would have trouble finding it. Dong Junyang assured with confidence. In fact, everything he and Chen Fan said about the software was true. At the beginning, they really had great hopes for this software, and for this reason, their company, as well as Chen Xingbin, had invested countless funds and effort. The development of the software had been going very smoothly, and they had begun putting it to the test. However, during the experiment, a major problem occurred. The number of people using their software was small, so everything was fine, but as soon as the number of users exceeded 20,000 at the same time, the software immediately crashed. This important flaw was not discovered by anyone in the entire company during the development process, and it wasn't until the trial stage that the problem occurred. He just couldn't believe it. Without the experiment, Chen Fan, a sophomore, could find a flaw that hundreds of people in the entire company failed to discover. How was that possible? It was precisely because of this flaw that when Dong Junyang previously suggested to Chen Fan that they conduct an experiment, he specifically said to find 10,000 people, not 20,000. If you can't find it, that's fine. Chen Feiming's face revealed a smug smile. As long as Chen Fan can't find it, he will find a way to make Chen Fan lose billions. By then, in addition to being able to earn back the cost of the software that his father invested in developing, they will also make a lot of money. Of course, they can also teach Chen Fan a lesson, get praise from the old man, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Chen Feiming took a sip of wine, in a posture of a victor. Chen Fan, if you fight me, you will definitely be the loser. Chapter 120, Reward top antique appraisal skills, and show off the car in front of Chen Fan? Behind you, pretend to accidentally let Chen Fan see all kinds of excellent data from before the problem with your software. Let him know the potential of this software. Chen Feiming laid out the plan. He wanted Chen Fan, the big fish, to take the bait on his own initiative. Understood, Chen Xiao, you just wait and see. Wait for my good news. Dong Junyang was also very confident in his acting skills. He felt that Chen Fan must have been fooled by his acting. After hanging up the phone, after a while, Dong Junyang deliberately sent a message to Chen Fan, pretending to accidentally reveal some inside information to Chen Fan. In the villa, looking at Dong Junyang's overtly obvious message, Chen Fan's face flashed a sneer. This Dong Junyang is increasing the bait, actively waiting for him to take the bait. Childish tactics. Now, Dong Junyang and I have to compete in patience, to see who can remain calm. Anyway, he's in no hurry. Tomorrow is Saturday, and Chen Fan has plenty of time. The next morning, Zhu Hongyi asked Chen Fan to go out. Chen Fan had just read the news when the system's voice came through. Ding! Task issued, accept Zhu Hongyi's invitation. Reward for task, top antique appraisal skills, become an antique appraisal master. Reward for task, 57 experience points. Ha! Chen Fan was intrigued by the system's reward. This reward was quite interesting, as it rewarded him with top antique appraisal skills and made him an appraisal master in the antique industry. Antique appraisal skills were still very useful. I am a shareholder of Qiancheng Auction Company, and many tycoons and wealthy people like to collect antiques. I have obtained top-level antique appraisal skills and become an antique appraisal master, which will definitely come in handy in the future. There is a reward of 57 experience points. This mission is very good. Chen Fan was very satisfied. If he could get these 57 experience points, his total experience points would be 1407, and with only 93 experience points left, he would be able to level up. He estimated that it would take only 2 tasks, or at most 2 or 3 days, and he would be able to level up. He had finally waited for this day. Moreover, Chen Fan happened to want to talk to Zhu Hongyi about his talented younger sister Zhu Lingyu, so he agreed. When Chen Fan arrived, he was surprised to find that the place Zhu Hongyi had mentioned was actually a professional racing circuit. Boss. After seeing Chen Fan, Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to come over and greet him. Boss, this is a great place. Rich kids and playboys in Jiangzhou who like cars like to come here to hang out. This place. Zhu Hongyi took the initiative to introduce the racing circuit to Chen Fan. Oh yes, boss, I also have a gift for you. Boss, look over there. Zhu Hongyi said, pointing to a convertible Ferrari on the track in the distance. However, as soon as Zhu Hongyi looked over, he was surprised to find that several rich playboys had blocked his convertible Ferrari. Whose car is this? Drive it away quickly, don't delay us from playing with the car. This convertible Ferrari was something he had specially prepared for the boss. He had heard from his sister that the boss had taught her to drive, and that the first thing he had taught her was how much he loved driving. How could an ordinary supercar compare to a convertible supercar when it came to the feeling of driving at top speed? So he specially prepared a convertible Ferrari for Chen Fan as a teaching tool. Of course, this supercar was also given to Chen Fan as a little token of Zhu Hongyi's appreciation. Huang Hengxin, what are you guys doing? Zhu Hongyi went over and scolded. These young masters are also very powerful in Jiangzhou and don't care about Zhu Hongyi at all. What are we going to do? Quickly move your broken car away, otherwise, be careful, we'll smash it. That's right, we're going to use this place in a while. What are you doing with your broken car here? It's just in the way. Move it quickly. Huang Hengxin and the others yelled. Broken car, this is a broken car, then what kind of car is a luxury car? Chen Fan retorted. Zhu Hongyi had just said that he would give him a gift, and the direction he was pointing was right here. Chen Fan generally understood what Zhu Hongyi was thinking. But these guys said that the car Zhu Hongyi gave him was a broken car. Could Chen Fan put up with them? What is a luxury car? Of course it's one of ours. That's right. A few people bragged to Chen Fan. Kid, who are you? Do you have any say here? Huang Hengxin questioned Chen Fan. This is my boss, Chen Fan. Do you think he has no say? Zhu Hongyi immediately retorted. Ha? He is your boss, the owner of the globally limited Aston Martin 177? After learning Chen Fan's identity, Huang Hengxin and the others were dumbfounded. They had also heard the news that Zhu Hongyi's boss owned a limited edition Aston Martin 177. The thought that they had just bragged about their own luxury car in front of someone who owned a limited edition Aston Martin 177 made Huang Hengxin and the others feel ashamed. This is so embarrassing. Oomph, it's true that you own a limited edition Aston Martin 177, that's awesome. But today, you have to move your car for me. Later, my big brother is coming, and he is the top young master in Zhanghai province, someone you can't mess with. Huang Hengxin paused for a moment, then straightened his back and threatened Chen Fan with his big brother's power. Chapter 121, the 26th day of severing ties, reward the first private museum. Right, I almost forgot. We have Yuan Shao backing us up. Upon hearing this, Huang Hengxin's companions also became complacent. An existence I can't provoke? Chen Fan sneered. Yes. Even if you have an Aston Martin 177, so what? When my big brother arrives in a moment, you will have to kneel and lick his feet. Huang Hengxin was just about to brag about how awesome his big brother was and how Chen Fan dared not mess with him. But before he could finish, a brand new Bugatti Veyron slowly pulled up not far away. His protector was here. With his protector by his side, Huang Hengxin became even more arrogant. Kid, my big brother is here. See if you still look so cocky. After saying this, Huang Hengxin, acting like a dog licking its owner's feet, went over and opened the door for his boss. From the Bugatti Veyron, a young man with a depressed expression got out. The young man was named Yuan Anping and was the crown prince of the Yuan Group, a large enterprise in Zhanghai province. Boss, there's a kid over there who actually dares to ignore you. Seeing his boss, Huang Hengxin hurriedly told him what had happened. He knew he was no match for Chen Fan, so he was counting on his boss to back him up. Yuan Anping casually glanced in the direction Huang Hengxin was pointing, and in an instant, his eyes widened. Without waiting for Huang Hengxin to continue, Yuan Anping took the initiative to quickly walk towards Chen Fan. Seeing this, Huang Hengxin's face broke into a smile. He is worthy of being his boss. As soon as he spoke, his boss couldn't wait to take revenge for him. It's good to have such a big boss. His boss is the top young master in Zhanghai province. Isn't that kid Chen Fan very arrogant? Let's see if he dares to be arrogant in front of his boss. Huang Hengxin crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking like he was going to enjoy the show. Huang Hengxin's companions also sneered at Chen Fan, waiting for Chen Fan to be taught a lesson and to make a fool of himself. From afar, they saw the boss walk up to Chen Fan, but then, to Huang Hengxin's surprise, the scene he had been looking forward to so much, of the boss teaching Chen Fan a lesson, did not happen. Instead, the boss came up to Chen Fan, just as he had seen the boss do earlier, looking extremely humble, like a dog licking someone's feet. Boss, I finally get to meet you. Yuan Anping shook Chen Fan's hand, overcome with emotion. He was none other than one of the two top young masters from Zhenghai province who had wanted Chen Fan to take him as an apprentice yesterday. He had looked for Chen Fan all night, but had not seen his Lamborghini again, which had made him extremely frustrated. He had never expected to meet Chen Fan again today. This time, with the experience of yesterday, he did not ask Chen Fan if he agreed, but directly assumed the role of Chen Fan's junior. Boss? Not far away, Huang Hengxin and the others were dumbfounded when they heard Yuan Shao address Chen Fan as boss. Their ears weren't playing tricks on them, their boss Yuan Anping, Yuan Shao, had actually called Chen Fan boss. Their own boss was actually Chen Fan's junior? Are you kidding me? In an instant, Huang Hengxin and the others' faces turned as white as snow. In that case, wouldn't they be Chen Fan's little brother's little brother? Boss, can you add a contact method? Yuan Anping looked at Chen Fan pitifully. That's easy to say, but can you let go of my hand first? Chen Fan couldn't help but speak up. Chen Fan always felt awkward being held by a man. Oh, okay. Seeing that Chen Fan had agreed, Yuan Anping quickly let go of his hand. The boss is the boss, and indeed he is handsome, elegant, and charming. Yuan Anping used all the idioms he had learned in his life to kneel and lick Chen Fan. Next to him, Zhu Hongyi, who thought he had some experience in licking people, could not help but feel emotional when he saw Yuan Anping. It is true that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. In terms of kneeling and licking the boss, there is a licking god who is even more awesome than him, and he still has a lot of work to do. Young Master Yuan, don't worry about licking the boss yet. You should take care of your own little brothers first. Zhu Hongyi couldn't help but say. Huh? What do you mean? Yuan Anping looked surprised. Just now, these little brothers of yours. Zhu Hongyi explained. After hearing Zhu Hongyi's explanation, Yuan Anping was furious. He tried every means to kneel and lick Chen Fan, but these subordinates caused trouble for him instead. You bastards! In a rage, Yuan Anping went up to Huang Hengxin and the others and beat them up. Brother, come over and help me teach them a lesson. It was tiring to beat people up, so Yuan Anping looked at Zhu Hongyi. Sure, I'm willing to help. Seeing this, Zhu Hongyi smiled and went over to help. For a while, Huang Hengxin and the others were beaten all over their bodies. We're wrong, big brother, we're wrong, don't hit us anymore. If you hit us in the face again, there'll be problems. Huang Hengxin and the others hurriedly begged Chen Fan for mercy. Yuan Anping looked at Chen Fan and saw that Chen Fan wasn't angry, so he told these inconsiderate guys to get lost. Boss, I'm Yuan Anping from the Yuan Group. Yuan Anping took the initiative to introduce himself. What, you're the prince of the Yuan Group? Zhu Hongyi was extremely shocked after learning Yuan Anping's identity. No wonder those guys from Huang Hengxin were so cocky just now. It turns out that the new little brother of the boss has such an awesome identity. In the future, if the boss needs me, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Yuan Anping was all set to stick his neck out for Chen Fan. Okay. Since the other party was so understanding, Chen Fan accepted this little brother who had come knocking on his door. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding! Accepted Zhu Hongyi's invitation, mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining top antique appraisal ability, becoming an antique appraisal master. Congratulations on obtaining 57 experience points. In an instant, a huge amount of information flooded into Chen Fan's mind. A few seconds later, Chen Fan had become an antique appraisal master. He also had 57 experience points to his name. At the moment, he was only 93 points away from leveling up. By the way, now that I've got the antique appraisal ability and also activated the beginner's luck card, can I go to the antique street and pick up a bargain or something? Chen Fan suddenly thought to himself. His appraisal ability, combined with top-notch luck, is equivalent to what? It's equivalent to all kinds of treasures and top antiques being handed to you on a plate. Just as Chen Fan was planning, the system's voice came through. Ding! 26th day of severing ties, reward 35% ownership of the #1 private museum in Zhonghai province. Chapter 122, New Mission, a private visit to the Qingyun Museum. Reward 35% ownership of a private museum? Chen Fan was a little surprised when he saw today's reward. He clicked on the details to check out the specific situation of the first museum in Zhonghai province that was rewarded today. This museum is called the Qingyun Private Museum and was founded 5 years ago. Currently, the Qingyun Museum ranks 14th in the country and 1st in Zhonghai province. The Qingyun Private Museum covers a full 7 acres and has more than 23,600 antiques and treasures from various dynasties and of various types, including porcelain, calligraphy and painting, jade, Buddhist statues, and so on. According to incomplete statistics, the total value of the Qingyun Private Museum is currently around 5 to 6 billion. Oh? After reading the information, Chen Fan became a little curious about the Qingyun Private Museum he had just obtained. From the ability to appraise antiques, to the current private museum, and then to the previous Qiancheng Auction Company, all the rewards from the system are related to antiques, and the system will not reward you for nothing. I think there must be something related to antiques later. Just as Chen Fan was thinking, the system's voice came through. Ding! Task issued, go to Qingyun Private Museum to check it out, go incognito, and see if there are any problems with Qingyun Private Museum. If there are problems, correct them. Task reward, top level Go skills. Task reward, 59 experience points. Oh? Another challenge? Chen Fan suddenly became excited. He had just completed the previous challenge and received 57 experience points. Now, there's another challenge, and the experience value for the challenge is a whopping 58 points. If he completes the challenge, he'll have a whopping 1,465 experience points, just 35 points short of the final experience point needed to upgrade to the second level he's been longing for, and the daily rewards will be even more generous. Chen Fan instantly got excited. 35 experience points is just a matter of completing a task. At the earliest, the system will be upgraded today, and at the latest, the day after tomorrow. In addition to the experience points, this time the system also rewarded him with top-level Go skills, which is also a good ability. In that case, what's there to hesitate about? Just go directly to Qingyun's private museum, since he has the time now. As for Dong Junyang, Chen Fan is in no hurry to contact him. Chen Fan wants to wait for the other party to lose his patience first, and firmly grasp the initiative in his own hands. Taking the initiative is an important step in Chen Fan's plan to deal with the Chun family boss. In addition, Chen Fan is also waiting for news from Guanyu Private Detective Agency. Chen Fan told his subordinates about his idea of going to Qingyun Private Museum to take a look. I'm going too. Yuan Anping, a junior just recruited, volunteered. Chen Fan didn't care. Afterwards, Chen Fan, Yuan Anping and Zhu Hongyi went straight to the Qingyun Private Museum. The Qingyun Private Museum charges an admission fee of 50 yuan per person. Without waiting for Chen Fan to buy the tickets, Yuan Anping tactfully bought 3 tickets first. Because the task set by the system was to let him visit in disguise to check and correct the problems in the Qingyun Private Museum, Chen Fan definitely had to hide his identity as soon as he arrived. After entering the museum, the 3 of them started browsing. Yuan Anping and Zhu Hongyi were very interested at first, but in the end, their attention was no longer on the collection. Chen Fan, however, was looking very carefully. After all, 1/3 of the collection belonged to him, and he also had to complete the task. But the more he looked, the more his brow furrowed. There were even fake and highly imitation products among the collection. No wonder Qingyun Private Museum only ranked in the top 10 in the country, and there was a reason for that. Because of the system's mission, and because Chen Fan, as the boss, also wants to make Qingyun Private Museum rank higher in the country, so once he sees a problem and discovers a fake, naturally he has to do something about it. Especially this one that Chen Fan is looking at now. When Zhengming's painting, it's even more outrageous that it's fake. Wen Zhangming was one of the 4 talents of the Jiangnan region, a famous painter and calligrapher of the Ming dynasty. Currently, a painting or calligraphy by Wen Zhangming can already be worth tens of millions. This one in front of you, if it were real, would be worth at least 70 million. It is also considered one of the top collections in the entire museum. But now it is being viewed by so many people every day, and it is a fake painting. This is not just embarrassing, it is humiliating. Guards, Chen Fan said directly. Sir, what's wrong? The staff member approached. This painting of Wen Zhangming is fake. Take it down, don't make a fool of yourself, Chen Fan ordered. After hearing Chen Fan's words, the staff member froze. I don't understand, don't talk nonsense here, a person in charge nearby said to Chen Fan sternly. I don't understand? Chen Fan looked at the other person. Yes, this one Zhangming painting was personally appraised by the appraisal master and one of the owners of our Qingyun private museum, He Mao, and placed here, so how could it be fake? The person in charge said confidently. Oh, it's the appraisal master, and your boss appraised it and put it here, so it must be real? Chen Fan asked the other person in return. Yes. The person in charge answered without hesitation. Okay, I say this painting is fake, and I order you to take it down. Chen Fan spoke imperiously. Ha, why should I listen to you? The person in charge asked with a sneer. Why? Because I'm also the owner of Qingyun Private Museum. Chen Fan replied coldly. You? You are also the owner here. I have been here since the museum was established, and I have met several owners, but I have never seen you before. The person in charge simply did not believe it. Ding! However, before the person in charge finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang, seemingly with a message. The person in charge picked up the phone and looked at it. It was the work group of their Qingyun private museum, and the message was posted by one of their owners. Attention, we have a new boss at Qingyun Private Museum. His name is Chen Fan. Boss Chen has 35% ownership of our museum. Please pay attention. At everyone. After reading this message, the person in charge's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. The young man in front of him had just said that he was the boss of their museum, and now a message had come in the work group. That. May I ask your surname, sir? The person in charge asked with great trepidation. My surname is Chen. Chen Fan calmly replied. Surname Chen? This young man in front of him must be the new boss Chen Fan mentioned in the work group. Boss, I'm an idiot, I'm an asshole. The person in charge suddenly revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying, apologizing repeatedly to Chen Fan, saying that he was blind and so on. Take down this fake first, before it causes any more embarrassment. Chen Fan ordered. Boss, I really want to help you take it out, but this piece was put in by Mr. He himself. If I take it out, he will definitely scold me. The person in charge explained with great difficulty. Mr. He is also their boss here, and he has almost the same ownership rights as Mr. Chen. The person in charge cannot offend him either. Oh yes, Boss Chen, Mr. He is having tea inside the museum. Why don't I invite him over? The person in charge suggested. That's fine. Chen Fan nodded. Please wait a moment. After saying that, the person in charge trotted off to invite Mr. He from the back. Boss, it turns out that this is your museum. Amazing. Yuan Anping couldn't help but exclaim. He really didn't expect that this so-called #1 private museum in Zhonghai province was actually the boss's property. He is truly worthy of being his boss, he is amazing. A few minutes later, an angry voice came from behind. Who said my collection is fake paintings? Chapter 123, Scaring Chen Fan with your status and trying to renege on a debt? Immediately afterwards, an elderly man in his 60s or 70s and a middle-aged man in a suit walked over, followed closely by the person in charge of the museum. Boss Chen, this is Mr. He. The person in charge briefly introduced the two of them. You're saying that this piece of my collection is fake? Mr. He didn't care about Chen Fan's status at all and directly questioned Chen Fan. Yes. Chen Fan nodded. I authenticated this Wen Zhangming painting, it is definitely not fake. He Lao said with equal conviction. What if it is fake? Chen Fan asked in return. If it is fake? He Lao fell into thought. The man in a suit next to He Lao stepped forward and whispered a few words in He Lao's ear. After listening to what the man in a suit said, He Lao, who had originally been angry, suddenly had a smile appear on his face. If it's fake, I'll give you 30% of the ownership of Qingyun Private Museum in my hands. But if the painting is real, you have to give me 35% of the ownership of Qingyun Private Museum in your hands. He Lao looked at Chen Fan provocatively. The suit man gave him this idea, and He Lao had great confidence in his appraisal ability, so he agreed with the suit man's proposal. He could get 35% of the museum's shares for free. You guys are dreaming. The painting is fake. You only offer 30% ownership. But if it's real, my boss will have to give you 35% ownership, which is 5% more than you. You're cheeky, aren't you? Yuan Anping stood up and spoke up for Chen Fan. How about this? I'll add another 300 million, is that okay? The man in the suit spoke up. Okay. Chen Fan agreed. The other party offered to give him 30% ownership of the Qingyun Private Museum and 300 million yuan. How could Chen Fan refuse such a good thing that came out of the blue? The beginner's god of fortune was really useful. Today, his luck had improved by more than a little. It's a deal. Hila also nodded. Then, he walked over to the Wen Jiangming painting and spoke eloquently. When looking at a painting, you must first look at the paper. This is definitely Ming Dynasty paper, don't you agree? He looked at Chen Fan. In the antiques world, he is known as Yiban Zhang, meaning that he can tell whether a painting is authentic or not just by looking at half of it, without even opening it fully. His strength is recognized by the appraisal world. This is indeed a Ming Dynasty paper. Chen Fan nodded, and he had no objection. If you look at the style of this painting again, it is completely the style of Wen Jiangming's painting. After that, Mr. He told Chen Fan a little bit about Wen Jiangming's painting style and other issues. Chen Fan also felt that what Mr. He said was correct. Since you also recognize the points I just mentioned, then why do you say that this painting is fake? He was very puzzled. You're right about everything you said, but you've missed one detail. Chen Fan said. Oh, what detail? He didn't believe that there could be a problem with his appraisal. You saw the seal on the painting, didn't you? Chen Fan asked. Of course I saw it. It's made with the most famous and highest grade Longquan ink seal paste from ancient times. He nodded. In ancient times, the best Longquan ink sticks were reserved for the imperial family. Even now, a small box of top-grade Longquan ink sticks sells for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there may only be 100 grams of ink in a small box. In ancient times, Longquan ink sticks were the most highly regarded stationery among scholars and writers. So when was Longquan ink stick invented? It seems to have been in the 1600s. He Lao replied after a moment's thought. When did Wen Jiangming die? Chen Fan asked again. Wen Jiangming died in 1559 at the age of 90. He Lao answered without thinking. However, he suddenly froze halfway through his sentence and realized that something was wrong. Longquan ink was only invented in the 1600s, but Wen Jiangming died in 1559. In other words, Longquan ink seal paste was invented decades, if not centuries, after Wen Jiangming's death. So why was Wen Jiangming's work signed with Longquan ink seal paste? He was instantly baffled. Next to him, the man in a suit was also dumbfounded. Needless to say, the painting in front of them was 100% fake. Ugh. My appraisal skills are not up to scratch. He sighed lightly and admitted that he had made a mistake. He had looked at all the important points when appraising the painting, but had missed such a small detail. Just as he was willing to accept his loss and was about to hand over the 30% ownership to Chen Fan, the man in the suit suddenly changed his mind. The 30% ownership of Qingyun Private Museum in your hands is worth more than 1 billion yuan, and you're just going to give it to him? We didn't sign an agreement just now, so why should we give it to him? The man in the suit looked like a scoundrel. Kid, old he is a famous appraisal master in our Zhanghai province, and knows many rich and powerful people. I am also the vice president of the Jiangzhou Futian Chamber of Commerce. Do you dare take my 300 million? The man in the suit directly revealed his identity to scare Chen Fan. Chapter 124, Chen Feiming wants Chen Fan to pay more after making 3 billion in 2 hours? Vice President of the Futian Chamber of Commerce, my ass. What are you, and you dare to threaten my boss? Without waiting for Chen Fan to speak, Yuan Anping stepped forward and directly confronted the man in the suit. And what are you, daring to speak to me like that? The man in the suit questioned defiantly. Me? My father is the chairman of the Yuan Group in Zhanghai province, so what do you think I am? Yuan Anping replied. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit was shocked. What did you say? Who is your father? The man in the suit stuttered. My father is the chairman of the Yuan Group in Zhanghai province, did you hear that? Yuan Anping replied loudly. This time, the man in the suit definitely heard everything. In an instant, the man's face turned pale. The Yuan Group was one of the major enterprises in Zhanghai province, and the guy in front of him was the son of the chairman of the Yuan Group. What's more, just now the Crown Prince of the Yuan Group said that he threatened his boss. This Chen Fan is the boss of the Crown Prince of the Yuan Group. Then what is Chen Fan's identity? Thinking about this, a chill ran down the back of the man in the suit. Next to him, the old man, he was shocked. I will have someone draft a contract immediately, and now I will give 30% of the shares of Qingyun Private Museum to Chen Xiao. The old man, he was the first to react, and then he immediately flattered Chen Fan. After a moment of stunned silence, the man in the suit also immediately expressed his position. I will also immediately hand over the 500 million that I just mentioned to Chen Xiao. The man in the suit deliberately increased the amount to 500 million yuan as an apology. Saying this, the man in the suit took out a check, meticulously wrote 500 million yuan on it, and then handed it to Chen Fan with both hands. Get lost, don't bother my boss here. Yuan Anping kicked the man in the suit. Yes. The man in the suit took off running, without looking back. After that, He Lao also signed an agreement, giving Chen Fan 30% of the ownership of Qingyun Private Museum. At this point, Chen Fan already owned 65% of the Qingyun Private Museum, which was worth nearly 3 billion yuan. 2 hours and 3 billion yuan earned, it really feels good. Knowing that at the moment Chen Fan already owned more than 50% of the Qingyun Private Museum, the person in charge, without Chen Fan having to say a word, directly and tactfully took down the fake Wen Zhengming painting. And the other one, and the other one. Chen Fan pointed to several other fake items he saw. The person in charge quickly took out those fake items as well. Later, Chen Fan continued browsing the Qingyun Private Museum and found 5 or 6 more fake items. Just then, the system's voice came. Ding! Go to the Qingyun Private Museum to check, go incognito, and see if there are any problems with the Qingyun Private Museum. If there are problems, correct them and the mission is complete. Congratulations on obtaining top-level Go skills. Congratulations on obtaining 59 experience points. A huge burst of memories came, and from this moment on, Chen Fan was a top Go master. In addition, with 59 experience points, his own experience points also increased to 1,465. I only need the last 35 experience points to level up. Chen Fan thought excitedly. Boss, do you have any other instructions? The person in charge couldn't help but ask when Chen Fan didn't speak for a long time. Starting today, the museum will begin to conduct self-inspections and re-evaluate all the collections. Chen Fan ordered. The entire Qingyun Private Museum has more than 20,000 collections, and what Chen Fan has seen in the past hour or two is just the tip of the iceberg. Although the task is complete, he already owns 2/3 of the Qingyun Private Museum. For the sake of the reputation of the museum in the future, it is important to conduct a self-inspection and find the fake items. This does not require Chen Fan to personally check it, so he handed it over to the people under him. I will come from time to conduct spot checks, and you must carefully authenticate it. Chen Fan specially reminded before leaving. Yes, boss, please rest assured. The person in charge nodded repeatedly. Just as he left the Qingyun Private Museum, Chen Fan received the information sent by Guanyu Private Detective Agency. The information was detailed information about Dong Junyang. The information even included all the data from the previous tests carried out by the software company where Dong Junyang worked. Sure enough, the software crashes when the number of online users exceeds a certain number. Chen Fan muttered. This was the huge problem hidden in the software that he had discovered right away. After this problem had arisen, Dong Junyang's company quickly tried to remedy it, but after a whole month, they still couldn't solve the problem. Just as they were about to give up on the software, the company's shareholders, father and son Chen Qingbin and Chen Feiming, suddenly used the half-abandoned software to set a trap for Chen Fan. And so the events that followed transpired. The problem was, just because the people at Dong Junyang's company couldn't fix the flaw, it didn't mean that Chen Fan couldn't. If he had the software in his hands, he could easily fix the flaw in no time. Afterwards, Chen Fan studied Dong Junyang's other materials. Eventually, Chen Fan discovered a very important detail. Very quickly, Chen Fan thought of how to use this detail to strike back at Chen Qingbin. On the other side, Dong Junyang was also planning the next step with Chen Feiming, on how to get Chen Fan to take the bait voluntarily and get deeper into the trap, so that Chen Fan would have to pay more money. An hour later, following Chen Feiming's orders, Dong Junyang began to execute Chen Feiming's plan and took the initiative to call Chen Fan's phone. Chapter 125, Defraud Chen Fan of 1 billion, no, give it to him for free. Dong Junyang invited Chen Fan out for tea. Chen Fan was just looking to take advantage of Dong Junyang, so he agreed. The two met at the tea house, and Dong Junyang was just about to follow the plan arranged by Chen Faming when Chen Fan suddenly said, before he could even speak, "I'll pay 1 billion to buy out your software completely." Ah? Dong Junyang was a little dazed. If Chen Fan had said he would spend 10 billion to buy the software before Chen Faming and his son had made the arrangement, Dong Junyang would have jumped for joy. 10 billion would not only cover the cost of developing the software, they would also make a little profit. But now, because of the arrangement made by father and son Chen Faming and Chen Qingbin, Dong Junyang still had to continue with the charade. "Boss Chen, you're joking, right? Our software has a profit of tens of billions of dollars, and you just want to buy it for a mere 10 billion. Are you dreaming? Absolutely not." Dong Junyang pretended to be tough and rejected it firmly. A profit of tens of billions of dollars is only possible if your software doesn't have any problems, but right now, do you dare say that your software can make tens of billions of dollars? Chen Fan asked pointedly. "What do you mean?" Dong Junyang's face changed slightly, but he continued to be stubborn. "You can see for yourself." With that, Chen Fan threw a printed document at Dong Junyang. Dong Junyang picked up the document in puzzlement, but as soon as he opened the first page, his eyes widened in an instant. Clatter. Dong Junyang fell backwards violently, unable to sit still anymore. This document was exactly the experimental data from the last time their company found problems with this software. These data are considered top secret in their company, but now, Chen Fan knows about it? Doesn't that mean that his plan with Chen Faming and his son has been revealed? Dong Junyang panicked instantly. After all, he is not on the side with the moral high ground. "I can give you an additional 500 million yuan. Chen Fan spoke again. "This 500 million yuan is for you alone." "Huh?" Dong Junyang's eyes widened even more when he heard Chen Fan say that. "What do you mean, Boss Chen?" Dong Junyang couldn't understand Chen Fan anymore. "The 10 billion is for buying your software, and I won't add a penny to it, but the 5 billion is for you personally," Chen Fan said calmly. "I heard that Mr. Dong graduated from one of the top 5 universities in the country, but because your family is poor, you married into your wife's family. After becoming a son-in-law, you have been looked down upon by your father-in-law, mother-in-law, and all your relatives. You have always wanted to prove yourself, but you have never had the chance. If you can get this 500 million, then everything will be different." Dong Junyang was nominally the boss of their software company, but he did not own any shares in the company. He was a professional manager, working for the company's shareholders, and only received a dead salary of 2 or 3 million yuan a year. A salary of several million yuan may seem like a lot to others, but to Dong Junyang, it is too little compared to his father-in-law's family's assets of over 100 million yuan. Dong Junyang has always wanted to make a lot of money to prove himself and change his status at home, but unfortunately, he has never been able to do so. If he could suddenly make 500 million yuan, everything would be fine. "What exactly do you want me to do?" Dong Junyang couldn't help but ask. 500 million is definitely not that easy to come by. I want you to cooperate with me in a play, find a way to make Chen Qingbin and the others agree, willingly and happily, to take the initiative to sell me this software you developed, which has huge flaws, for 1 billion. Chen Fan spoke. What Chen Fan wanted to do now was to get this software into his hands completely and take this future profit of 10 billion. To take away tens of billions of profits from Chen Qingbin and the Chen family, I wonder how Chen Qingbin and the old master Chen will react when they hear the news. After listening to Chen Fan, Dong Junyang also understood. "Boss Chen, I can't betray my own company." Dong Junyang spoke with great difficulty. 600 million. "Boss Chen, I, Dong Junyang, am a man of my word and would never betray my own boss." 700 million. "Boss Chen, I am a 800 million, no more." This time, without waiting for Dong Junyang to find an excuse, Chen Fan directly gave a firm price. 1,800 million, completely take over this software, and in the future earn tens of billions of dollars. Chen Fan can still earn more than 80 billion, which is quite worth it in the first place. Hearing Chen Fan mention 800 million, Dong Junyang suddenly excitedly shook Chen Fan's hand, saying in an extremely flattering manner, "Boss Chen, you really know how to judge people, deal. He is just an employee, a professional manager." Previously, Chen Faming promised him that if he successfully tricked Chen Fan, he could be rewarded with 20 million. That's why Dong Junyang worked so hard. As it turned out, Chen Fan offered him 800 million in one go, which was 40 times what Chen Feiming had offered. You can see how generous and magnanimous Chen Fan is, and you can also see how stingy Chen Feiming is. In that case, why would he work for you, Chen Feiming, and Chen Qingbin? With 800 million, he can achieve financial freedom and just ignore Chen Feiming, Chen Qingbin, the company, and everything else. It's a deal. Seeing that Dong Junyang had agreed, Chen Fan's face also broke into a smile. The future tens of billions of profits were about to come his way. Just in case, Chen Fan and Dong Junyang signed an agreement. Boss Chen, you just leave it to me, I will definitely make Chen Qingbin agree to sell you the software. Dong Junyang promised. After saying that, Dong Junyang dialed the phone of the majority shareholder Chen Qingbin. Director Chen, it's bad, Chen Fan seems to be about to discover the company's vulnerability. As soon as he got on the phone, Dong Junyang reported to Chen Qingbin in great haste. It's a pity that he didn't become an actor. What? Didn't you say you could hide it from Chen Fan? How come he's about to discover it so soon? Chen Qingbin questioned angrily. Director Chen, I'm not sure either, but fortunately Chen Fan hasn't really found out yet. I have another idea. We can take advantage of the fact that Chen Fan isn't paying attention and sell the software directly to him at a low price, say 700 million to 800 million. Dong Junyang suggested. By then, we can just get back the research and development costs for this defective software. That's an idea. Wait a minute, I'll go discuss it with Feiming. Chen Qingbin was a bit tempted. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qingbin called his son Chen Feiming again and told him what had happened. This useless Dong Junyang can't even get this small matter done properly, what rubbish. After hearing this, Chen Feiming cursed. He had originally been hoping to get 3-4 billion from Chen Fan this time, and go home tomorrow to surprise his grandfather and shock everyone in the Chen family. But now that Dong Junyang, that useless piece of shit, failed to get the job done, Chen Fan almost got discovered. Chen Fan, that little bastard, hasn't been discovered yet. I think Dong Junyang's plan is also fine. We can sell him that defective, worthless piece of junk software for 7 or 8 billion yuan, and still rip him off 7 or 8 billion yuan. Ripping Chen Fan off 7 or 8 billion yuan, that's enough for you to brag about in front of the old man. Chen Qingbin spoke up, not asking for too much. If they could rip off Chen Fan, they would be able to crush the rest of the Chen family and show off in front of the old man. 7 or 800 million is too little. How about this, let that Dong Junyang work hard and see if he can negotiate 10 billion. Chen Feiming suggested. Saying 10 billion was much better than saying 7 or 800 million, and he would have more face. As long as we can trick Chen Fan into paying 10 billion, we'll immediately sell that worthless piece of software to that ungrateful Chen Fan. Chapter 126, The Chen Family's Celebration Dinner. No, the Chen family's blood-spitting dinner. Hooking Chen Fan up with 10 billion yuan would be enough to save face tomorrow in front of his grandfather and the rest of the Chen family. Afterwards, Chen Feiming took the initiative to call Dong Junyang and asked to raise the price to 10 billion yuan. As long as Chen Fan agrees to 10 billion yuan, you immediately sign a contract with Chen Fan to prevent Chen Fan from changing his mind or discovering problems with that piece of junk software. Oh yes, and you must never mention my father or me. Chen Fan must not know that we are setting him up and tricking him. Do you understand? Otherwise, there is absolutely no way Chen Fan will buy the software. Chen Feiming finally said, with a special reminder. Okay boss, don't worry. Although 1 billion is difficult, I will definitely do my best and, for your sake, trick Chen Fan into paying that much. Dong Junyang continued to show off his acting skills. Good, you've worked hard. Chen Feiming even thanked Dong Junyang specifically. After hanging up the phone, Dong Junyang smiled and looked at Chen Fan. Boss Chen, it's done. It's a shame for the entertainment industry that you don't act, otherwise you would definitely become an actor. Chen Fan said with emotion, even he was a little impressed by Dong Junyang's acting skills. In a way, this Dong Junyang is also a talent. Later, Dong Junyang deliberately returned to the company, took back the official seal, and then signed with Chen Fan to completely sell the software to Chen Fan for 1 billion. Dong Junyang handed over all the information about the software to Chen Fan. After getting the software, Chen Fan ultimately only spent 1.8 billion. With a flip of the hand, Chen Fan was able to make 5 times the profit, and Chen Fan's mood was now great. After getting it all sorted out, Dong Junyang called Chen Feiming again to report the situation. He made it sound like he had worked really hard, using both deception and trickery, to get Chen Fan to agree to pay 10 billion. You did a great job. Having successfully conned Chen Fan out of 10 billion, Chen Feiming's mouth couldn't help but rise up in the corner. At the moment, his heart was inevitably excited. Tomorrow he will return to Jiangzhou. Having swindled Chen Fan of 10 billion yuan, he will be able to brag about it to his grandfather and the rest of the Chen family. He will trample on Chen Fan and gain his grandfather's approval. You see, they were unable to do anything about Chen Fan, but he easily swindled 10 billion yuan from them. He is the true hope of the Chen family's future, the most capable young person. At the moment, Chen Feiming is looking forward to returning to the Chen family tomorrow. Chen Fan gave Dong Junyang a check for 800 million yuan, and the matter was settled. After Dong Junyang left, Chen Fan immediately took out his computer and started to solve the problem with the software. This problem might be a century-old puzzle for other programmers, but for Chen Fan, it was no problem at all. Without spending too much time, Chen Fan easily fixed it. From now on, this worthless defective software has truly become a treasure software that will generate tens of billions of profits in the future. Unfortunately, he didn't own a software company, otherwise it would have been much easier. Chen Fan could only recruit staff from various industries to start promoting the software and prepare it for release. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Feiming returned to Jiangzhou, triumphant, and arrived at the Chen family residence. Seeing that it was only Chen Feiming who had come, the rest of the family was a little surprised. "Feiming, where's your girlfriend? Why didn't she come with you?" Shen Yuzhen couldn't help but ask. "Auntie, my girlfriend has something to do and won't be here for 2 or 3 days. Chen Feiming replied. "Grandpa, this time I've come back with a special gift for you," Chen Feiming said mysteriously. Chen Feiming's words instantly caught the attention of everyone present. "Feiming, your return is the best gift. What else do you need to bring?" Grandpa Chen said with a smile. He really likes Chen Feiming, his grandson, and sees him as the future of the Chen family and the ultimate hope for the Chen family to rise to become the #1 family in Jiangzhou. "Grandpa, I heard about that bastard Chen Fan. To avenge you, as well as auntie and uncle, before I came, I just used a little trick and swindled 1 billion yuan from Chen Fan." Chen Feiming straightened up and showed off with great pride. "What? Feiming, you swindled Chen Fan out of 1 billion yuan? Really?" The Chen family members became excited. They had been dealing with Chen Fan for some time, and no matter who it was, no one had gained the slightest advantage from their encounters with Chen Fan. As a result, Feiming had just returned and swindled that bastard Chen Fan out of 1 billion yuan. Could they not be happy? "You are worthy of being my grandson, ha ha." After hearing this, the old Master Chen also beamed with joy. Feiming is worthy of being the unicorn child of their Chen family, and as soon as he arrived, he gave him his favorite gift. The old Master Chen was extremely gratified. That little brat Chen Fan was not gloating and not being arrogant? It was because our Feiming didn't make a move. Why, now that our Feiming has just made his move, he has directly made a profit of 1 billion, and now that little brat is crying somewhere, I bet. Ha 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 ha. The older Chen looked at his grandson Chen Feiming, the more satisfied he became. "Grandpa, auntie, this is how I cheated Chen Fan." Chen Feiming proudly bragged about how he had cheated Chen Fan out of 1 billion using worthless junk software. "Feiming is indeed amazing. Feiming is the future of our Chen family." Not only Chen's grandfather, but also the rest of the Chen family kept praising Chen Feiming. In the midst of all this praise, Chen Feiming felt a little giddy. "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll strike again later and deal with that bastard Chen Fan hard, so that he'll be penniless and come to us on his knees to beg forgiveness. I'm confident that I can crush Chen Fan in every way," Chen Feiming said spiritedly. However, before Chen Feiming's words had finished, a shocking news came. "Oh no, oh no. Director Chen, we just got news that the defective software we sold to Chen Fan yesterday seems to have been fixed by Chen Fan." In an instant, the smiles on the faces of the Chen family members instantly froze. Chapter 127, the Chen family members, who were heartbroken, were given the last task of the first level system. At this moment, the entire Chen family fell into a deathly silence. Just now, they had all listened to Chen Feiming bragging about how he had sold a worthless piece of software with huge defects to Chen Fan for 1 billion, cheating Chen Fan out of a full billion. They were still celebrating, and now they were told that the defective software had been fixed by Chen Fan? This. The Chen family members looked at each other, especially father and son Chen Feiming and Chen Qingbin, with an ugly expression as if they had eaten shit. Chen Feiming as a whole seemed to have been struck by lightning and was frozen in place. After he had bragged, "Are you sure? Chen Feiming grabbed the software company executive who had come to report the news and asked loudly. The news should be 90% true. It is said that Chen Fan has already started recruiting technical personnel in various fields of software applications at high salaries. The software company executive replied. A friend of his saw the high salary recruitment advertisement from Chen Fan's side last night and just applied for the job. It turned out that this software was developed by Chen Qingbin's software company before they contacted the software company executive. Chen Feiming's face instantly turned ashen. Didn't Dong Junyang say that the software you developed was absolutely irreparable? How come you only sold the software to Chen Fan yesterday, and today, it's already fixed? Chen Qingbin questioned the software company executive. Director Chen, that software really was irreparable. We spent the whole month after that trying to fix it, and everyone in the company was at their wits' end. I don't know why it just worked when it got to Chen Fan. Could it be that he has some kind of powerful technical god? The software company executive speculated, but he really didn't know the reason. Damn it! What the hell is this Dong Junyang doing? Chen Feiming was furious, and directly put all the blame on Dong Junyang's head. At the moment, he wished he could tear Dong Junyang apart with his bare hands. If it wasn't for Dong Junyang, he wouldn't have been able to sell that software to Chen Fan for $1 billion yesterday. Now it's fine. He definitely would not let Dong Junyang off the hook. After hearing Chen Feiming say this, the software company executive added some news that made him furious. By the way, Director Chen, just now Dong Junyang resigned from his position as general manager and even refused to take this month's salary. He has left the company. After hearing this news, Chen Feiming completely exploded. What did you say? Chen Feiming yelled. Dong Junyang resigned? Chen Feiming's blood pressure shot up. Yes. The software company executive nodded. In an instant, Chen Feiming guessed that it was most likely all a lie when Dong Junyang said in a panic yesterday that Chen Fan was about to discover the software and he wanted to sell it directly to Chen Fan and rip him off. It was even possible that this was all Chen Fan's plan, in order to get the software at a low price and buy it for himself. He has been smug since yesterday, thinking that he has successfully tricked Chen Fan and easily swindled 1 billion yuan from him. He has easily achieved something that no one else in the Chen family has been able to do. That sense of pride and superiority has made Chen Feiming feel giddy. Now he realizes that he has been a fool from the beginning and has fallen into Chen Fan's trap from the start. He has been sold and is still helping Chen Fan count his money. He even felt like he had crushed Chen Fan, but it turns out that he was the one who was crushed. Chen Feiming felt a little bit of a breakdown inside, and his face was burning with pain. It's okay, Feiming. Isn't it just that the software was fixed in Chen Fan's hands? A software is probably not worth much. Didn't you also get 1 billion yuan from Chen Fan? Chen Wenjing suddenly intimately comforted Chen Feiming. It's not worth much. Once that software is fixed and goes on the shelves, it will generate profits of tens of billions of dollars. Shut up! Chen Feiming roared. Chen Wenjing's words were like salt in his wounds. This was not comforting him, it was clearly irritating him. Profits of tens of billions of dollars? Hearing this, everyone in the Chen family, even the old Master Chen, could no longer sit still. Just now, they were thinking the same thing as Chen Wenjing. After all, they got their hands on 1 billion yuan, so they are not losing out. But now, after learning that the software has a profit of tens of billions of yuan, that 1 billion yuan immediately lost its appeal. Chen Wenjing also put on a look of shock, but inside she was laughing. She had long since taken Chen Fan's side, and she had a general idea of how much this software was worth. Did she really just try to comfort Chen Feiming? She was just trying to deliberately anger Chen Feiming. At the moment, looking at Chen Feiming, who was raging like a thunderstorm, Chen Wenjing was already laughing in her heart. She was in an extraordinary good mood. Chen Wenjing was inwardly glad that she had chosen to stand on Chen Fan's side before, and that she had really made the right choice. From the very beginning, when Chen Fan started fighting the Chen family, Chen Fan didn't stand a chance of winning. Now, just over 20 days later, Chen Fan has completely turned the tables and soared to the top. In the struggle against the Chen family, Chen Fan has vaguely gained the upper hand and is sure to win. The Chen family is almost certain to lose. Profits of tens of billions? Feiming, you're not joking, are you? Can there be that much? The Chen family members spoke one after the other. Profits of tens of billions of dollars are still relatively conservative. If the operation goes well, there could even be profits of over 10 billion. Chen Qingbin answered with a gloomy face, unwilling to admit defeat. Damn Chen Fan. Profits of tens of billions of dollars have been taken away by that little brat. Everyone in the Chen family was heartbroken. Especially Chen's grandfather. The anger in his eyes was so great that he wanted to burn Chen Fan to death. How is it that Chen Fan, that little brat, is so powerful? He has a software with a profit of tens of billions of dollars, and that little brat bought it for a mere 10 billion. The remaining 90 billion in profits should have been theirs, the Chen family's. But now it's all gone to Chen Fan. That damned little brat, Chen Fan. Grandpa Chen could only curse Chen Fan in his heart and vent his anger. While everyone in the Chen family was in a rage, Chen Fan was leisurely enjoying his weekend. There was not enough manpower to develop and operate the software, and Chen Fan had already sent someone to recruit software technical talent at a high salary. Now he just needed to wait. 10 minutes later, Zhu Hongyi's father Zhu Guangxing suddenly called and invited Chen Fan to his house. As soon as Zhu Guangxing finished speaking, the system's voice came through. Ding! Task issued, visit Zhu's home. Task reward, top basketball skills. Task reward, 50 experience points. Chen Fan was instantly excited when he saw the system's task. Here it comes, the last and most important task of the first level system. As long as he completes this task and gets these 50 experience points, the system will immediately be upgraded to the second level. Chen Fan has been waiting for this for more than 20 days, and the day the system is upgraded has finally arrived. Chapter 128, System Upgrade, Level 2 System. Mr. Chen? Seeing that Chen Fan did not say anything, Zhu Guangxing asked again. Yes. I can. Chen Fan immediately agreed. How could Chen Fan let go of this most important task? If he was lucky, he might be able to upgrade the system to level 2 before the reward arrived today. By then, the reward for today would be the reward for the level 2 system. Great, Mr. Chen, see you in a bit. Zhu Guangxing responded happily. Half an hour later, Chen Fan arrived at Zhu's house. When he arrived in the living room, he saw Zhu Guangxing standing in front of two elderly men playing chess, carefully observing them. When he saw Chen Fan arrive, Zhu Guangxing hurried over and greeted him in a low voice. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I only invited you as a guest, but I didn't expect Xiang Lao to come as well. Xiang Lao? Chen Fan muttered in surprise. Mr. Chen doesn't know Lao Xiang? That's good, I can introduce you. Lao Xiang is a very powerful and important person. Lao Xiang is the elderly man in traditional Chinese dress with gray hair. Zhu Guangxing pointed to the thin elderly man in traditional Chinese dress, one of the two chess players, and introduced him to Chen Fan. The other one is my father. The other elderly man playing chess is the semi-retired head of the Zhu family, Grandpa Zhu. The mysterious Xiang Laoren, who can make the semi-retired Grandpa Zhu and the future head of the Zhu family treat him so respectfully, is no ordinary person. I lost, Xiang Laoren is highly skilled at chess. Suddenly, Grandpa Zhu spoke up and conceded defeat. Xu Lingyu happened to walk over, because it was the weekend, and she would only officially start her internship at the fading group the next day. Xu Lingyu saw Chen Fan, and she was about to say hello when she was stopped by her grandfather. Lingyu, come over and help Grandpa win a game. Grandpa Zhu had already lost 3 games in a row, and he wanted his granddaughter, Xu Lingyu, an amateur 7th Dan player, to help him avenge the humiliation. Xu Lingyu is also very talented at Go, but she only plays it as a hobby, not as a career. Even so, she has already reached the level of amateur 7th Dan. This level is already the pinnacle of amateur Go players in China. Okay. Zhu Lingyu nodded. Afterwards, Zhu Lingyu played Go with Xiang Lao. Mr. Chen, do you know how to play Go? Zhu Guangxing asked. I know a few moves. Chen Fan answered modestly. Shall we go and watch? Zhu Guangxing invited. Actually, he wanted his daughter to show off her amazing Go skills and shock Chen Fan. Okay. Chen Fan had also obtained top Go skills from the system before, so he went to watch as well. Zhu Lingyu's Go skills were indeed very high, but when she encountered the mysterious Xiang Lao, they were not enough. In the first game, Zhu Lingyu suffered a crushing defeat. In the second game, Zhu Lingyu suffered an even more crushing defeat. I'm no match for Master Xiang. Zhu Lingyu conceded. I won again, Zhu. It seems I'll be beating you all. Smiled Master Xiang. Zhu Lingyu was a little upset when Master Xiang said that, and suddenly she noticed Chen Fan. Boss, how about a game? Having witnessed Chen Fan's amazing driving skills, Zhu Lingyu was a bit in awe of Chen Fan. She had also heard the conversation between her father and Chen Fan earlier. Oh, does this young friend also know how to play chess? Xiang Lao looked at Chen Fan curiously. I know a bit. Chen Fan nodded. Then how about a game? Xiang Lao invited. Mr. Chen, just play a game with Master Xiang. Xu Guangxing suggested kindly. Master Xiang was a big shot who had retreated to their hometown of Jiangzhou. If Chen could use this opportunity to make friends with Master Xiang and expand his network of contacts, it would definitely be a good thing for him. Especially since Chen would definitely need a strong network of contacts if he was to deal with the Chen family. That's fine. Chen nodded, just to test the system and see how good his top-level Go skills were. Let's do this, young man. Since you only know a little Go, I'll let you have 10 stones. Looking at Chen Fan, Xiang Lao had a confident air about him, and even offered to let Chen Fan have 10 stones. In Go, letting 10 stones has a huge impact, and now Xiang Lao was going to let Chen Fan have 10 stones in one go, so his self-confidence was bursting at the seams. Pat. Chen Fan made his first move. The first game officially began. This was Chen Fan's first time playing Go, and at first he was still in the process of getting used to it. Slowly, as he got used to it, he started to kill everyone. Xiang Lao was extremely confident when playing in the beginning, but the further the game progressed, the more serious Xiang Lao's face became. At this moment, he also realized that he had met a strong opponent. The further the game progressed, the more difficult it became for Xiang Lao to make a move, and he had to think for a long time before making each move. In contrast, Chen Fan was extremely relaxed. I'll let Xiang Lao win by 10 points. Chen Fan said. In the end, the first game ended with Chen Fan winning a crushing victory over Xiang Lao. Next to them, Zhu Guangxing was dumbfounded. Is this what Mr. Chen meant by knowing a little bit? This is more than a little bit, this is knowing a lot. To be able to defeat Xiang Lao, Mr. Chen's level of Go is probably top-notch even in the whole country. I don't accept it. Let's play another game. Xiang Lao said. Having lost the first game so miserably, Zhu Lei next to him wanted to remind Chen Fan to be more tactful and not lose another game to Xiang Lao. But how could he bring it up? While Zhu Lei was thinking, the second game was over, and Chen Fan had crushed Xiang Lao even more in the second game. In the third game, Xiang Lao lost again. At this moment, Xiang Lao was stunned, staring blankly at the board, not knowing what to think. Hey, young man, you don't understand the ways of the world, said Zhu Lei, shaking his head. He felt sorry for Chen Fan, because this had really embarrassed Xiang Lao. Such a good opportunity to get to know Xiang Lao had been ruined by this young man. Senior, may I ask if you could give me some Go lessons in the future? Be my Go teacher. As for compensation, we can talk about that. However, what Zhu Lei never expected was that Xiang Lao, who had recovered, not only wasn't angry, but looked at Chen Fan with great admiration, and even volunteered to let Chen Fan be his Go teacher. Hearing Xiang Lao's words, Zhu Lei and Zhu Guangxing were shocked. Especially Zhu Lei, he understood that if he played the game with his worldly knowledge of Go, even if he could befriend Xiang Lao, the level of friendship would be very limited, at most they would be considered acquaintances. But if he could become Xiang Lao's Go teacher, then everything would be very different. This young man is really impressive. His plans and ideas are far superior to my own. In fact, Chen Fan was just playing a few games of Go to relax, and wasn't thinking too much about it. It was Zhu Lei who was thinking too much. We can give each other pointers, Chen Fan said modestly. As for compensation, that's fine. Okay, thank you, senior, Xiang Lao excitedly replied. Next to him, listening to Chen Fan's reply, Zhu Lei once again felt that this young man was really amazing. Just a few words later, he had made Xiang Lao owe him a favor. Xiang Lao's favor was worth much more than any reward. This young man is amazing, and his future achievements are immeasurable. At that moment, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Fan's ear. Ding! Visit Zhu's house and complete the task. Congratulations on obtaining top basketball skills. Congratulations on obtaining 50 experience points. The task is complete, top basketball skills, and 50 points are in hand. Instantly, a huge amount of memory flooded into Chen Fan's mind. Chen Fan had just digested this memory when the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The experience points required for system upgrades have been reached. Upgrade to the second level system? Chapter 129, Severing Ties. On the 27th day, he became the second largest shareholder of Patek Philippe. Upon hearing this sentence from the system, Chen Fan's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. After waiting for more than 20 days and completing so many tasks, the moment of system upgrade had finally arrived. Yes. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and clicked yes. System upgrade in progress. A few seconds later, the voice of the system came again. Ding. Congratulations, the system has been upgraded to level 2. System host, Chen Fan. Intelligence, 68 points. Average person, around 50. Spirit, 43 points. Average person, around 45. Strength, 53 points. Average person, around 30. Speed, 45 points. Average person, around 30. Luck, 3000 for now. Average person, around 80. Ha! Chen Fan was taken aback as he looked at the sudden changes in the system. This is interesting. He had never expected such changes after the system had been upgraded to level 2. This set of data, especially the 3000 points of luck, was particularly conspicuous. However, this was because he had used the Beginner's God of Luck card, which had raised his luck to such a high level. However, judging by the time, Beginner's God of Luck was estimated to be disappearing soon. Luck value, we'll talk about that later. Chen Fan first saw his own intelligence. The intelligence of an ordinary person is around 50 points, and his own intelligence is 68 points, which is considered excellent and surpasses countless people. Second, there is strength and speed. Because he has obtained top-level combat skills from the system, his strength and speed have been improved, so these two items are quite higher than ordinary people. However, in terms of spirit, he is about the same as ordinary people, just average. What is the purpose of these values suddenly appearing in the system? Chen Fan wondered curiously. It seemed that the system heard Chen Fan's words as its voice came through. Ding! After the system is upgraded to level 2, it will randomly award bonus points that can increase the host's various skills and strengthen the host itself. Ha! Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Fan was overjoyed. This is great. Most of the various assets and skills that I obtained from the system before, as well as my own intelligence, strength, etc., have hardly been improved. But now, with the system upgraded to level 2, the system can actually help improve one's own level, which is extremely useful. Not to mention intelligence, strength, and luck. If these are raised to a certain level, it will be terrifying. If Chen Fan's intelligence can be doubled, or even more, then when dealing with enemies, he will be a crushing force. There is also strength, speed, and so on. If these can be improved, the benefits will also be enormous. You have to understand that improving your own strength is extremely important. I didn't expect that after the system was upgraded, there would be such benefits. This is definitely an unexpected surprise of the system upgrade. Afterwards, Chen Fan checked the system upgrade again. System level, second level 6000. It requires 6000 experience points to upgrade to the third level system. Chen Fan muttered to himself, which was within Chen Fan's expectations. The higher the level, the more difficult the upgrade will definitely be. But there is no need to worry. With the system upgraded to level 2, the experience points awarded for each system task are also much higher than at level 1, and the speed of the system upgrade will not slow down. In addition, there are other benefits after the system upgrade. However, since he is currently a guest in the Zhu family, Chen Fan is not in a convenient position to study it. He will wait until he has some time to give a speech himself. And thanks to the luck of the beginner's lucky card, the system had indeed been upgraded to level 2 before the reward was released today. As a result, the reward for the system today would be the reward for level 2. Chen Fan was already raring to go, and was looking forward to the reward for the system today. Mr. Chen, let's add a contact method. Xiang Lao suddenly said. At this moment, Xiang Lao's address for Chen Fan had changed from the previous young friend and young man to the more respectful Mr. Chen. Okay. Chen Fan and Xiang Lao exchanged contact information. Next to them, seeing this, Zhu Leoi and Zhu Guangxing couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Mr. Chen's methods are really impressive. He actually got Xiang Lao to take the initiative to ask for contact information. Chen Fan had just added Xiang Lao's contact information when the system's voice suddenly came through. Ding! On the 27th day of severing ties, reward 9% of the shares of Patek Philippe Company, becoming the second largest shareholder and first vice president of Patek Philippe Company. Me? Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he saw today's reward from the system. The rewards for industries after the system upgrade are a bit impressive. Patek Philippe has a market value of 50 billion, and 9% of the shares is a full 4.5 billion. Before, when the system was at level 1, the rewards were generally worth billions of dollars, with the more common ones worth 1.2 billion and the better ones worth 1.7 to 1.8 billion. But now, after the system has been upgraded to level 2, he has been rewarded with 4.5 billion worth of Patek Philippe shares. At the moment, Chen Fan is only 6.3% away from becoming the largest shareholder and president of Patek Philippe, which is just the reward for one day. That's great. I didn't expect that the reward on the first day after the system was upgraded would make me the second largest shareholder and the first vice president of Patek Philippe. After upgrading to the second level system, the reward is 3 to 4 times as much as before. And this is only the second level system. If the system is upgraded to the third or fourth level in the future, the daily reward will be even more terrifying. Chapter 130, in 30 days, his net worth will reach 100 billion. Chen Fan's business card has been printed. Now, after upgrading to level 2, the system's reward is more than 4 billion at a time, plus his previous net worth. Chen Fan set a small goal for himself, to reach a net worth of 100 billion in 30 days. It's not too much to ask, and it's already very conservative not to mention 150 billion. As long as his net worth breaks through 100 billion, Chen Fan will have the full strength to go head-to-head with the Su family of Jinling. Once the long-term task is completed and 100 billion is in hand, Chen Fan's net worth will instantly reach an astonishing 200 billion. And with the system upgraded to the second level, dealing with the Chen family will be even easier, it will be completely crushing. After spending some time with the Zhu family, Chen Fan left. Chen Fan went to pick up the business cards that he had specially designed before. As for the identity on the business card, it is not much: shareholder of Patek Philippe, shareholder of Qiansheng Auction Company, chairman of Yongtai Real Estate Group, president of Phaeton Group, Wanshan International Golf Course. After dinner, after returning home, Chen Fan received several messages. In the past few days, Chen Fan has been secretly laying the groundwork for an attack on the Chen family Chen's capital group. Previously, Chen Fan began preparing, and is now almost ready. This time, Chen Fan will use his strong speed, combined with the bankruptcy card, to bankrupt the Chen capital group directly. At that time, as an important pillar industry of the Chen family, the bankruptcy of the Chen capital group will be a huge loss for the Chen family. The Chen family will really bleed. On the other side, the Chen family, watching as they promise Su Chengxian to let Chen Fan be homeless for half a month, and then willingly go to marry Su Juinyao's promise, is getting closer and closer. But not only did they not let Chen Fan be homeless and return on his knees to prepare to marry Miss Su, but they watched as Chen Fan grew stronger and stronger. Grandpa Chen really couldn't sit still. If they can't deal with Chen Fan anymore, then the Jinling Su family will have to take personal action. Once the top-notch Jinling Su family takes action, it will be terrifyingly devastating. He is not worried about how miserable Chen Fan will be when the Jinling Su family takes action. This is all because that little brat Chen Fan has brought this upon himself. It's just marrying a pregnant Su Junyao, what's the big deal? A man should take responsibility. Chen's grandfather was worried that if he failed to fulfill his promise to the Su family, and the Su family took matters into their own hands against Chen Fan, they would be extremely disappointed with the Chen family and even take it out on them. In the future, they would not be able to rely on the Su family's support and would not be able to become the #1 family in Jiangzhou. Grandpa, I have a solution. Chen Feiming said suddenly, with absolute confidence, just as Chen's grandfather was thinking of how to deal a severe blow to Chen Fan. At first, Chen's grandfather didn't really have high hopes. After all, Feiming had just given nearly 10 billion in profits to that little brat Chen Fan. But when Chen's grandfather heard Chen Feiming's evil plan, he suddenly brightened up. Feiming's plan was not bad. If it worked, it might completely solve Chen Fan's big problem. Well, just do it your way. I give you permission to use all the power and connections of the Chen family to solve this Chen Fan problem as quickly as possible and make him come crawling back to me. This time, Grandpa Chen made up his mind and gave Chen Feiming direct power, giving him the kind of power no one else had, the power to mobilize all the resources of the Chen family. Thank you, Grandpa. In that case, I'm 99% sure I can do it. Hearing his grandfather say this, Chen Feiming was overjoyed. The deadline given to us by the Su family of Jinling is just a few days away, so you must hurry. Chen's grandfather specially reminded him. Chen Feiming suddenly felt a huge pressure. I will hurry as soon as possible, and that little bastard Chen Fan won't be able to show off for much longer. In the afternoon, Chen Fan, who was resting at the villa, suddenly received a call from Xiang Lao. Although he had only met Chen Fan in the morning, as a chess fanatic he couldn't wait to have Chen Fan teach him how to play the game of Weiqi. Chen Fan was about to refuse when the voice of the system suddenly came through. Ding! Mission issued, promise Xiang Lao and go to his courtyard to teach him how to play the game of Weiqi. Mission time, 180 minutes. Mission reward, 7 bonus points. Mission reward, 143 experience points. Ha! Chen Fan was very excited when he looked at the first challenge after the system had been upgraded. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, old Xiang. Chen Fan immediately agreed. First, there were the 7 bonus points that appeared for the first time in the system. If these 7 bonus points were used on Chen Fan's intelligence, then Chen Fan's intelligence would immediately increase to 75 points, which was 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. It could also be used on strength. We'll talk about that later. Next is the experience points rewarded for missions. With the system upgraded to level 2, the experience points rewarded for a single mission reached more than 140 points, a full 100 points more than before. In this way, it is easier to accumulate experience points when the system is upgraded to level 3. After more than 40 minutes, Chen Fan arrived in front of Xiang Lao's mansion. When Chen Fan stopped the car, a Maybach worth tens of millions of dollars next to it also stopped. A middle-aged man dressed in a $1 million custom-made suit got out. Chen Fan was just about to enter Xiang Lao's courtyard when he was blocked by the middle-aged man. Chapter 131, Making the Chen Capital Group History, the Su family of Jinling's warning. You are also here to talk to Xiang Lao about something, right? The middle-aged man said. You are wrong. I did not come to see Xiang Lao invited me. Chen Fan said slowly. You were invited by Mr. Xiang? The strong man looked disdainful. What kind of status did Mr. Xiang have? If he were to invite someone, he would definitely invite someone of similar status, or someone who was second only to Mr. Xiang in terms of status and position. But could someone of such status be so young? This kid must still be in school. The strong man felt that Chen Fan was trying to fool him. Why don't you come back in 2 hours, or wait until I'm done talking to Mr. Xiang before you go in? The burly man was clearly someone who had been in a high position for many years and was used to giving orders to others. You'd better come back in 2 hours. Chen Fan responded coldly, before walking directly into Xiang Lao's courtyard. He was anxious to complete the task and obtain the amplification points to see for himself the various values of the amplification and how effective it was, and he didn't have time to waste arguing with the burly man. The burly man was a little exasperated at being ignored like that by Chen Fan. Who does he think he is? Has he ever been treated like this before? The burly man followed closely behind and stepped into Xiang Lao's courtyard. Seeing someone coming, the servant invited Chen Fan and the burly man to the reception room one after the other, and then went to invite Xiang Lao. Kid, believe it or not, when Xiang Lao comes here in a while, I'll tell him that you just lied to me, saying that Xiang Lao invited you, said the burly man sarcastically as he sat opposite Chen Fan. Xiang Lao hated it when people lied to him. If someone dared to lie to him, they would definitely be punished. The burly man felt that this guy dared to lie to him, saying that Xiang Lao had invited him. If Xiang Lao found out, this guy would be in trouble. Chen Fan didn't care and just drank the tea served by the servant, not bothering to respond to the burly man. You, just wait. Seeing that Chen Fan still ignored him, the burly man became even more angry. As soon as Xiang Lao arrives, I'll immediately tell him. The burly man was determined to confront Chen Fan. A minute later, Xiang Lao arrived. Hello, Xiang Lao, I. Seeing this, the burly man hurriedly got up and went to greet Xiang Lao first. It's Xiao Fei, hello. Xiang Lao casually responded. The middle-aged man was about to complain to the old man, but who knew that the old man simply ignored him and then took the initiative to walk up to Chen Fan and shake his hand with extreme politeness. Welcome, Mr. Chen. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's mind went blank. What was going on? What was the old man calling this kid, Mr. Chen? Holy shit! Why is Xiang Lao being so polite to this guy, calling him sir? You have to understand that when Xiang Lao calls him, as well as other people, he mostly calls them something small, like Xiao Fei little Fei. But with this guy, Xiang Lao calls him sir. I originally wanted to visit Mr. Chen in person, but unfortunately, I don't know where Mr. Chen lives, so I had to invite Mr. Chen here. Xiang Lao explained. Next to him, the middle-aged man, who had planned to complain to Chen Fan, heard Xiang Lao's words and turned to stone on the spot. It turned out that what this guy said was true. He really was invited by Xiang Lao. In an instant, the middle-aged man was extremely embarrassed. He had previously threatened to expose the lie in front of Xiang Lao, but it turned out that what the other person said was true. The middle-aged man's toes curled up, feeling like a bigger fool than ever. In the midst of his embarrassment, the middle-aged man suddenly thought of something. Since it was really Xiang Lao who invited him, what was the identity of this kid? To be invited by Xiang Lao, this kid, no, this big guy must be very powerful. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man was already sweating profusely and dared not look at Chen Fan. Xiang Lao, I just remembered that I suddenly have something to do, so I'll go first. After talking to Xiang Lao, the burly man was so scared by Chen Fan that he quickly fled, not daring to stay for another second. Inexplicable, said Xiang Lao, looking at the burly man who had left in a great hurry. Never mind him, Mr. Chen, let's play chess. With that, Xiang Lao personally set up the chessboard and played chess with Chen Fan. During the game, he did not forget to ask Chen Fan for advice. Time flew by, and after more than an hour, both sides took a break. Just then, the system's voice came through. Ding! Promise Xiang Lao to go to his courtyard and teach him how to play chess. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 7 amplification points. Congratulations on obtaining 143 experience points. The mission was complete, and 143 experience points and 7 amplification points were successfully obtained. Chen Fan immediately checked the system. System level 2158-6000. A single task can earn 100 or so experience points, and the system is much faster to upgrade. Afterwards, Chen Fan clicked on his profile panel. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan decided to increase his intelligence first. Increasing intelligence would help him deal with the Su family in Jinling and establish his business empire. The business world is like a battlefield, and the cutthroat competition there is a great test of one's intelligence. Thinking about this, Chen Fan immediately increased the 7-point increase to intelligence. Successfully increased intelligence by 7 points. Intelligence, 75 points. Instantly, an invisible force flooded into Chen Fan's mind. When Chen Fan opened his eyes again, he suddenly felt a lot clearer. At this moment, Chen Fan's intelligence was already 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Later, Chen Fan played a few more games of chess with Xiang Lao. After increasing his intelligence, Chen Fan clearly felt that his chess skills had improved significantly. The effect of increasing intelligence is really good. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Fan left the Xiang family and returned to his own villa. The next morning, Chen Jia, Chen's grandfather, received a call he really didn't want to receive. This call was from Su Chengxian, the direct descendant of the Jinling Su family, who had come to warn the Chen family the last time and told them to resolve the matter. Chen's grandfather nervously picked up the phone and spoke to Su Chengxian. How are things going? Juanyao's belly is slowly getting bigger, and time is running out. Su Chengxian asked. They, the Jinling Su family, have a reputation to protect. If the news of the Su family's young princess getting pregnant before marriage gets out, it will be a complete disgrace to the family. Therefore, it is more important than anything else to get the marriage done before Juanyao's stomach shows, so that the child will have a father and the Su family's reputation will be protected. Well, Lord Su, Chen's father hesitated before answering. In an instant, Su Chengxian understood. Why are you Chen family such rubbish? Su Chengxian angrily rebuked Chen's grandfather. Lord Su, our Chen family has already formulated a grand plan. As long as the plan succeeds, Chen Fan will immediately be penniless and come crawling back. Please believe me. Chen's grandfather promised. You don't have much time. If you can't solve the Chen Fan problem within a week, I'll have to take action. That Chen Fan is like an ant in my eyes. Su Chengxian said domineeringly. That's right, Your Excellency Su is the direct descendant of the Jinling Su family, so do you think it's easy to fix that little bastard Chen Fan? Chen's grandfather smiled apologetically. After hanging up the phone, Chen's grandfather continued to prepare the plan against Chen Fan, striving to complete the preliminary work arrangements within 3 days, and then immediately take action against Chen Fan. Unfortunately, before Chen's grandfather was ready, Chen Fan had already taken the lead. During the break, Chen Fan received news from his subordinates. The preparations he had made a few days ago to bring down the Chen Capital Group had just been completely completed. Act now. Chen Fan ordered. Since everything was ready, what was there to wait for? Today, he would make the Chen family's expenditure industry, the Chen Capital Group, completely become history. Chapter 132, Severing Ties. On the 28th day, 60 billion group shares were awarded. A few minutes later, Chen's Capital Group, as well as all the industries invested by Chen's Capital Group, were attacked. In addition, problems also arose one after the other in other projects invested by Chen's Capital Group. Originally, Chen's Capital Group, following the arrangements of Chen's grandfather, was preparing to take action against Chen Fan. Faced with this series of attacks and various problems, the senior management of Chen's Capital Group was caught off guard. For a time, Chen's Capital Group was in a complete mess. On Chen Fan's side, however, good news came. Today, the system's reward came early. Ding! On the 28th day of severing ties, you were rewarded with 8% of the shares of the large enterprise Jingming Ocean Group in Zhonghai Province, and you became the fourth largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Group. The share purchase contract has been placed in your villa, please check it carefully. Jingming Ocean Group, a company with a formidable reputation in Zhonghai Province, is very powerful. The market value of Jingming Ocean Group is about 60 billion yuan, and 8% of the shares of Jingming Ocean Group are worth about 4.8 billion yuan. Jingming Ocean Group is mainly engaged in the ocean shipping industry and is one of the top 3 in the entire ocean shipping industry in Zhonghai Province. This is a good reward. Chen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The reason he is so satisfied with today's reward is not only because 8% of the shares of Jingming Ocean Group are indeed very valuable, but also because the Chen family also happens to have an industry that is engaged in the ocean shipping industry, called Chen's Ocean Shipping Company. In Zhangzhou, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company is quite good, but if compared to the famous Jingming Ocean Shipping Group in Zhonghai Province, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company is just a nobody. Right now, Chen Fan is only the fourth largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Shipping Group, and his status is not high enough. After Chen Fan becomes the largest shareholder of Jingming Ocean Shipping Group, he will directly use the power of Jingming Ocean Shipping Group to carry out a precision strike against Chen's Ocean Shipping Company. By then, under the attack of the giant Jingming Ocean Group, Chen's Ocean Shipping Company simply won't be able to hold out for more than a few days. Chen Fan doesn't even need to make any advance arrangements or preparations. After all, the strength of the two is in stark contrast. If Chen's Capital Group and Chen's Ocean Shipping Company both go bankrupt, the Chen family's total assets will instantly lose half of their value, and the Chen family will immediately become unable to recover. During the break, Chen Fan asked again about recruiting talent in software development and operations. Chen Fan had obtained the software, but he could not rely on himself alone to turn the tens of billions of profits into reality. The people Chen Fan had transferred from his own industry could help temporarily, but they were not professionals after all, and Chen Fan could not entrust them with subsequent software operations, maintenance, and other matters. If you leave it to laymen, Chen Fan can forget about the 10 billion in profits. Chen Fan started hiring software operation technical personnel at high salaries 2 days ago, but he has been busy recently and has not asked about it. Now that he has some time, Chen Fan asks about the progress of recruiting talent. Boss, we have indeed recruited quite a few people in the past 2 days, but the problem is that they can only be considered relatively good employees, not very skilled. Right now, we lack top software technical talent. This kind of top technical talent is a big asset in every company, and it's not easy to lure them over, even with a high salary. Boss, you have a wide range of contacts, do you have any channels? Seeing the reply, Chen Fan also fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, Chen Fan could only think of the boss of the Wanheng Software Group he had met before, but the two were still on good terms. Chen Fan didn't want to poach people from him or ask for talent from him. After all, they were now considered to be in the same industry, and to a certain extent, they were in a competitive relationship. Chen Fan had to plan carefully to find top software technical talent. At noon, Xiang Lao called Chen Fan and invited him to lunch at his place. He had recently hired a state banquet-level chef who specialized in Huaiyang cuisine at a high salary. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, Xiang Lao. Chen Fan was torn about what to eat for lunch, but since Xiang Lao had a state banquet-level chef there, Chen Fan would be ungrateful not to go and give it a try. Come to think of it, the dishes made by a state banquet-level chef should taste really good. At 12:15 in the afternoon, Chen Fan arrived at Xiang Lao's courtyard. Chen Fan had barely sat down when the state banquet chef invited by Xiang Lao began serving the food. During the course of serving the food, a thin man in his 40s walked in. He was Xiang Lao's youngest son, Xiang Zhenyu. Zhenyu, go to the wine cellar and get a bottle of 70-year-old Mao Tai to entertain Mr. Chen. Xiang Lao ordered when he saw his youngest son return. 70-year-old Mao Tai? Hearing his father say this, Xiang Zhenyu was taken aback and stared at Chen Fan for a long time. Apart from his father, there was only this young man here, and the Chen fan his father was talking about must be this guy. Just to entertain this young man, his father actually wanted him to get a bottle of 70-year-old Maotai? You have to understand that the quantity of 70-year-old Maotai is very small, and even in their family cellar there is not much of it, just a few bottles. Even his own son didn't get to open a bottle of it, and now the father is going to open a bottle of 70-year-old Maotai just to entertain this young man. Who is this guy, and why? Xiang Zhenyu really didn't want to serve such a rare Maotai to this young man. But since his father had ordered it, Xiang Zhenyu had no choice but to obediently fetch the wine. Soon, Xiang Zhenyu returned with a bottle of 70-year-old Maotai. Open it and pour Chen a glass. Xiang Lao said again. Xiang Zhenyu resented Chen Fan even more. What did this young man have that his father had him serve him and even pour him a drink? Xiang Zhenyu was depressed inside. Who was he? Outside, all kinds of rich and powerful people poured drinks for him, but at home, he had to pour a drink for a young man. Is this young man qualified? Xiang Zhenyu reluctantly opened the 70-year-old Maotai wine and poured a glass for Chen Fan. Xiang Zhenyu couldn't swallow this, so while he was thinking about how to teach Chen Fan a little lesson later, Xiang Lao suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, I don't know where you live, I'll visit you next time. I live in Yujing Mountain Villa, by the way, there is my specific address and contact information on it. Saying this, Chen Fan took out a business card and handed it to Xiang Lao. Good. Xiang Lao took the business card, and next to him, Xiang Zhenyu also glanced at it disdainfully. But it was just a glance that directly left Xiang Zhenyu dumbfounded. Chapter 133 Unexpected Gains from Eating at the Xiang Family, a sure kill for the Chen Capital Group. His eyes didn't deceive him. Because Xiang Zhenyu was sitting a little far away from the old man, Xiang Zhenyu could only see the first few words on Chen Fan's business card. But these words happened to be Patek Philippe shareholders. Xiang Zhenyu blinked hard, and then looked at Chen Fan's business card again. But the first name he saw was still the shareholder of Patek Philippe. In an instant, Xiang Zhenyu could no longer sit still. At the moment, he was wearing a Patek Philippe worth millions on his hand. Patek Philippe was also his favorite among all watch brands, but who would have thought that the young man in front of him, who he had not given a second thought to, was actually a shareholder of the prestigious Patek Philippe company? That, Mr. Chen, what position do you hold at Patek Philippe? Xiang Zhenyu asked subconsciously. Nothing, just the first vice president of Patek Philippe for now. Chen Fan replied calmly. It's not the president, so what's there to brag about? The first vice president of Patek Philippe? Xiang Zhenyu was shocked. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. The first vice president of Patek Philippe, that's not much, in Patek Philippe, he is considered the second most important person after the president. This Mr. Chen's status in Patek Philippe is far more powerful than he could have imagined. And this Mr. Chen is still so young, who knows if he will one day become the real president of Patek Philippe? This is not impossible. When Xiang Zhenyu looked at Chen Fan again, his eyes were full of awe and emotion. Not only him, but even Mr. Xiang felt very emotional after learning that Chen Fan was actually a shareholder of Patek Philippe. Mr. Xiang guessed that apart from Chen Fan's extraordinary chess skills, his background and identity should also be extraordinary. However, he also did not expect that Chen Fan was actually a shareholder of Patek Philippe, a world-famous luxury goods company. For a while, Chen Fan's status in Mr. Xiang's heart rose again. Mr. Chen, you drink, drink. Xiang Zhenyu's attitude towards Chen Fan changed 180 degrees. Without being told by the old man, he took the initiative to pour wine for Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, you seem a little absent-minded. I wonder if there's something wrong. Tell me, and see if I can help. Later, Xiang Zhenyu found an opportunity to ingratiate himself. Oh, I've been trying to recruit a few top software technology talents recently, but I don't have any channels. Chen Fan casually replied. Software technology talent? Xiang Zhenyu thought for a moment, then said. Coincidentally, Mr. Chen, I know a software genius called Tang Xinghai. He is a PhD from MIT, which is ranked first in the world universities, and has been in the industry for nearly 10 years. He is very strong. What's more, Tang Xinghai has had a conflict with the boss of the company he works for and is preparing to jump ship. I will go and talk to Mr. Chen for him. Within 3 days, I will get Tang Xinghai to come work for you. And as a big shot in the industry, Tang Xinghai knows a lot of awesome colleagues. Maybe once he comes, he can also help Boss Chen attract a lot of industry elites to come here together. Xiang Jinyu seemed to be confident that he could handle it. Then thank you, Chen Fan said. Unexpectedly, having a meal also solved the problem of finding talent in software technology, so the meal was not in vain. And the cuisine of a state banquet level chef is really amazing. These Huayang dishes taste really good. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. It's my honor to be able to help you, Xiang Jinyu said, flattering him. In the afternoon, the plan to attack Chen's capital group was steadily underway. On the other side, Chen Jinkai, the president of Chen's capital group, could no longer hold on, so he hurriedly asked the old man for help. What? After hearing what his son had said, Chen's father was stunned. He was arranging the plan for Chen Fan later, but now he was told that Chen's capital group, the important pillar industry of the Chen family, was about to go bankrupt. Are you kidding me? Once Chen's capital group goes bankrupt, the Chen family will be hit hard, and their plan of taking action against Chen Fan can be declared a failure before it even begins. Father, the company is on the verge of collapse. You must use the family's resources. Chen Jiankai pleaded for help. What on earth has happened? Chen's father asked. Chen Jiankai told him the company's specific situation. What are you doing? I've entrusted you with such an important industry, and this is what you've done. How could I have such an incompetent son as you? Chen's father could no longer hold back and began to swear directly. The entire Chen family, from top to bottom, was a constant worry for him. He had entrusted such an important industry to his son, only to have the son turn around and tell him that the company was on the verge of collapse. Try to stabilize the situation as best you can. I'll mobilize the family's resources right now. After the scolding, Chen's grandfather took immediate action. Although the current situation of Chen's capital group was not optimistic, the Chen family, as a powerful family in Jiangzhou, had a very strong foundation. Grandpa Chen was confident that he could turn the situation around. Not to mention other things, he could at least save Chen's capital group from bankruptcy. Reluctantly, Grandpa Chen suspended his plan for Chen Fan and began to mobilize all forces to support Chen's capital group. Slowly, Chen's capital group, which was on the verge of collapse, began to recover, and the situation improved slightly. As time passed, Chen's capital group recovered a little by 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Phew! Chen's grandfather let out a sigh of relief. Now their Chen's capital group could still withstand a loss of around 1 billion, if it was more, they would go bankrupt. But fortunately, they had survived. Father, at least 1 billion more in liquid capital needs to be invested to completely get the company out of this dangerous situation, Chen Jiankai added. Well, I'll think of something else, and try to get the 1 billion in liquid capital together within 2 hours. Chen's grandfather nodded. As long as the 10 billion yuan arrives, the Chen capital group will be completely saved. As for the losses, just let them be. It is already enough to be able to save the company. Chen's grandfather was extremely grateful inside. Heaven still blesses the Chen family. Just as Chen's grandfather and the rest of the Chen family felt a great weight lifted, preparing to gather the 10 billion yuan in funds to completely save the Chen capital group, Chen Fan also learned of the current situation. This was all within Chen Fan's expectations. After all, he had completely resolved the Young group, then used tens of billions to acquire it, and now he was going after the Chen capital group, directly driving it into bankruptcy. It wasn't that easy. But if Grandpa Chen and the rest of the Chen family thought that was the end of it, they were gravely mistaken. Chen Fan's real trump card had yet to be revealed. Thinking, Chen Fan opened the system and found the junior bankruptcy card he had previously obtained from the system. This was Chen Fan's absolute killing move against Chen's capital group. Chapter 134, the best gift for Chen's grandfather, who had fainted from anger, was Chen Fan himself? Thinking, Chen Fan directly clicked on the usage option. Please enter the name of the company or company targeted by the junior bankruptcy card. The system popped up a prompt. Chen's capital group. Chen Fan carefully entered it in. Primary bankruptcy card starting. Ding! Primary bankruptcy card started successfully. Chen's capital group has lost 2 billion. After just a few seconds, the system prompted that the primary bankruptcy card had succeeded. On the other side, in the president's office of Chen's capital group, the old master Chen and Chen Jiankai and the others had just let out a sigh of relief. They were having a cup of tea, planning to take a break. After all, they had been busy for several hours in a row. At that moment, a shocking piece of news came. President, the company is bankrupt. The company's vice president slammed the office door open and rushed in. Puff. Grandpa Chen had just taken a sip of tea when he heard this and it came right back out. What did you say? Grandpa Chen asked, rising to his feet. The company is bankrupt. How could the company go bankrupt? It was just fine a moment ago. With the company's current situation, it can still withstand a loss of about 1 billion, it can't possibly go bankrupt. Chen Jiankai couldn't help but ask. President, just now, the company was hit by mysterious capital, and it lost 2 billion in one fell swoop. The company's vice president said helplessly. That's not right, it's only been a few minutes, how could it have lost that much all at once? Chen Jiankai couldn't imagine it. Just now, they were still happy that they had managed to save the company, but then, before they could even say 5 minutes, the company went bankrupt? You've got to be kidding me. President, I don't know if it was an international capital attack on us, but in a short period of time, the company's 2 billion yuan has evaporated. The company's vice president was also very helpless. In an instant, Chen's face turned white. 5 minutes ago, he had just said that God had blessed the Chen family and the Chen Capital Group had been saved, but 5 minutes later, the company announced bankruptcy, and they didn't even have a chance to fight back. This is not heaven blessing the Chen family, this is clearly cursing them. Giving them a little hope and then making them despair is even more painful than just making them despair. Now that we have 2 billion in liquid funds, is there still a chance to remedy the situation? Chen Jiankai asked the vice president. No, it's too late. The vice president of the company shook his head helplessly. Who is it? Who is it that is actually against our Chen family and wants to ruin us? Chen's grandfather roared. The bankruptcy of Chen's Capital Group, one of the pillar industries, was a huge loss for the Chen family. They were devastated. The grand operation against Chen Fan, which Chen's grandfather and Chen Feiming had formulated, was still in the preparatory stage and had not even started, and now it was announced to be over. Suddenly, a young figure appeared in Chen Jiankai's mind, and he whispered. That? Father. Do you think this time it was also done by that little brat Chen Fan? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen's grandfather denied it in one breath. How could Chen Fan, that little brat, have such strength? Chen's grandfather responded firmly. Up until this moment, Chen's grandfather still looked down on Chen Fan, the grandson he considered to be the most incompetent, most ordinary, and most mediocre, former grandson. Of course, this was still Chen's grandfather's ego talking. Go and find out who is behind this attack on us. Chen ordered. A few minutes later, the vice president nervously walked in. What's the result? Who did it? Chen Jiankai impatiently asked. The vice president stammered and did not give a direct answer. What are you hiding? Tell me. Chen's father angrily shouted. Although I didn't find out who did the final blow that killed us, I found out that the one who attacked us in the first place was Chen Fan. Since that was the case, the vice president directly said it. It was Chen Fan, really Chen Fan? This little brat. Chen's father's blood pressure quickly soared. The next moment, Chen's father's vision went dark and he fainted from anger. Father! Grandpa! Chen Jiankai and the others hurriedly went up to help, and it took a while for the old master to come round. As soon as he woke up, the old master gritted his teeth and roared. Little brat, I won't let you go. While the Chen family was in chaos, Chen Fan was in the villa, leisurely eating hot pot with the sisters Xia Ruoshui and Xia Mengmeng, feeling exceptionally happy. In the past few days, Chen Fan has been busy with the Chen family and various other matters. He has just acquired the Yum Group and has temporarily handed it over to Xia Ruoshui to help manage. After Xia Ruoshui's management, the Yum Group has now recovered and is gradually returning to normal. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take more than half a month, or even a month, to complete this task, but Xia Ruoshui only took 4 days. You've worked hard these past few days, Ruoshui. Chen Fan said. With that, Chen Fan gave Xia Ruoshui an exquisite Patek Philippe watch that he had prepared earlier to express his gratitude. After all, he was the boss of the Yum Group, and it was thanks to Ruoshui that the Yum Group had returned to normal. Chen Fan, who had been a hands-off boss, felt a little embarrassed. After receiving the gift that Chen Fan had prepared for him, Xia Ruoshui was both excited and surprised. Thank you. Xia Ruoshui put on the watch and liked it very much. Ouch, you guys are showing off your affection in front of me, a single dog, isn't that a bit too much? Xia Mengmeng couldn't help but complain. By the way, Chen Shui, actually this gift of yours is not my sister's favorite or most wanted gift. Do you know what my sister wants most? Xia Mengmeng spoke mysteriously. What? Chen Fan asked curiously. It's you, Chen Fan. Xia Mengmeng blurted out, and after she finished speaking, she quickly ran off to one side. Xia Ruoshui's face suddenly turned red, and she immediately went to teach this bold younger sister a lesson. Mengmeng, what are you talking about? In the Jiangzhou Shen family, the head of the family, Shen Qingran, was exceptionally happy today. Last time, Shen Qingran wanted to ask Jin Zhengshi, the president of the Fengqi Golf Association, to deal with Chen Fan, but the plan failed. In the past few days, he has been studying ways to deal with Chen Fan, and just now, he finally came up with a foolproof plan to deal with Chen Fan and win without a loss. Chapter 135, a former girlfriend who regretted it so much that she got 4 billion in an hour. Shen Qingran's idea was good, but there was a problem in front of him, and that was that he needed a partner. And this partner was quite important, and he must choose carefully. That night, Chen Fan unexpectedly received a phone call from a senior executive of the Fading Group. Boss, Jiangzhou University has sent us an invitation. They want you to go to Jiangzhou University and give a lecture, sharing your success experience with the students. Jiangzhou University? Chen Fan was taken aback. Wasn't this his own university? Chen Fan thought about it for a moment and remembered that the university had recently invited many successful people to give lectures to the students. It seemed that they had invited several wealthy people, and he never expected that they would now invite him. Just as Chen Fan was surprised, the voice of the system came. Ding! Task issued, go to Jiangzhou University to give a lecture. Task time, complete within 24 hours. Task reward, 10% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company, becoming the second largest shareholder of Qiancheng Auction Company. Task reward, 152 experience points. Looking at the task suddenly issued by the system, Chen Fan, who was originally sleepy, suddenly came to life. The market value of Qiancheng Auction Company has been fluctuating between 35 billion and 40 billion. 10% of the shares in Qiancheng Auction Company have a minimum value of 3.5 billion and a maximum value of 4 billion. Just giving a lecture will earn him at least 3 billion or 4 billion. How could Chen Fan not do it? Chen Fan continued to ask. The lecture starts at 10:30 a.m. and ends at 11:30 a.m., a total of 1 hour. The subordinate replied. Okay, you tell him I'll do it. Chen Fan immediately agreed. He had a class tomorrow morning, so he would have some free time. More importantly, the lecture was only an hour long. Who could refuse to earn 3 to 4 billion in an hour? Okay, boss. The subordinate understood. The next morning, around 10:20. In a large classroom at Jiangzhou University that could accommodate hundreds of people, countless students arrived one after the other. They heard that the president of the Fading Group was coming to give them a speech today. The Fading Group is a company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars, and the president of the Fading Group is worth at least 2 to 3 billion. In the eyes of these ordinary college students, even someone worth 200 to 300 million is a big shot. Now, the president of a respectable company with a market value of 10 billion yuan is coming to give them a lecture, and they have the opportunity to meet a rich person of this caliber in person, so naturally they cherish this opportunity. Outside the classroom, two familiar figures appeared. They were none other than Song Manyu, Chen Fan's ex-girlfriend, who had broken off with Chen Fan after he had cut off all ties with his family, and her best friend Han Inger. Inger, why did you drag me here? Song Manyu asked in puzzlement. Manyu, you've been in a bad mood lately, don't think about that Chen Fan anymore, what is he? Hearing her best friend say this, Song Manyu nodded. Even if he has 500 million, what's the point? Compared to those real rich people, he's nothing. What's more, this guy with no business sense actually spent more than 300 million on a motorcycle, he deserves to be broke. Do you know why I dragged you here? Han Inger said mysteriously. In a few minutes, there will be a heavyweight lecture here. The person who will give the lecture is said to be the president of the tens of billions group Fei Tang Group, and he is worth at least 2 to 3 billion, or even more. Maybe we will have the opportunity to get to know this rich man. What? The president of the tens of billions group is worth at least 2 to 3 billion? Song Manyu instantly became excited. Without waiting for Han Inger to continue, Song Manyu took the initiative to pull her quickly into the classroom and squeeze into a position near the front row. Song Manyu sat there with great anticipation. That's right, don't think about Chen Fan anymore. He has severed ties with the Chun family, and he is destined not to achieve anything in the future. After all, even if he is amazing, he is definitely not as good as a wealthy family. Han Inger said. Back then, it took generations of hard work to become a member of a powerful family. A single person can never hope to match the achievements of a powerful family. Just dream on. Song Manyu's sarcastic words were full of meaning. Just then, it was 10:30. In the anticipation of everyone, a young man walked in calmly and stood on the podium. The young man was none other than Chen Fan, who had come here for the system mission. When they saw Chen Fan appear, Song Manyu and Han Inger's eyes widened instantly. Chen Fan, what are you doing on the podium? Get down, that's where the president of the Fading Group gives his speech, not where you can stand. Song Manyu said sarcastically. Really? That's a coincidence, I'm the president of the Fading Group, do you think I can stand here? Chen Fan asked in return. He is the president of the prestigious Fading Group? Everyone at the scene was stunned. In their subconscious, the president of a company worth tens of billions of dollars should be a middle-aged man, if not an old man. But now they were being told that the president of the Fading Group was someone of about the same age as them? You're the president of the Fading Group? Ha, no way. Chen Fan, just stop bragging. If you're the president of the Fading Group, then I'm a billionaire. Song Manyu stood up, laughing mockingly. Quiet. And, sit down. Song Manyu's words had not yet finished when a vice president of Jiangzhou University led someone in and ordered loudly. The president of the prestigious Fading Group is here to give a speech at the university, so naturally they want to come and listen, to show their respect. Upon hearing the vice president say this, Song Manyu immediately sat down in fear. Next, please welcome the president of the Fading Group, and also our sophomore Chen Fan. President Chen will give us a speech, so please welcome him. He said, and the vice principal led the applause. The boy standing on the podium was really the president of the Fading Group, and he was also their sophomore alumni. He was only a sophomore, but he was already the boss of a group worth tens of billions of dollars. Holy cow, this boy is awesome. On the stage, countless students admired Chen Fan to the extreme, especially some pretty girls, who kept looking at Chen Fan with admiring eyes. A young, handsome, and wealthy president, this has only appeared in TV dramas, but I never thought it would also happen in reality. And on the spot, the person who was most shocked was Song Manyu. At the moment, Song Manyu's mind went blank, and the words of the vice president, please welcome the president of the Fading Group, Chen Fan, to give us a speech, kept echoing in her mind. They had only broken up 20-odd days ago, and Chen Fan had already become the president of a group worth tens of billions of yuan? Are you kidding me? Especially when she thought about it, when she had broken up with him, she had firmly believed in the irony of Chen Fan, saying that if Chen Fan left the Chen family, he would be a waste of space, destined to achieve nothing. Song Manyu suddenly felt her face burning hot. Although no one had hit her, her face hurt. The more she thought about it, the more she hated herself. After learning that Chen Fan had severed ties with the Chen family, why did she break up with him so decisively? At that moment, she even hated herself enough to slap herself a few times. On the stage, Chen Fan began his speech. Having seen many big scenes and big shots, giving a speech to a group of students was too easy. Time flew, and it was 11:30 when Chen Fan's speech ended successfully. At the same time, the system's voice came through. Ding! Go to Jiangzhou University to give a lecture. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 10% of the shares in Qiancheng Auction Company, becoming the second largest shareholder of Qiancheng Auction Company. Congratulations on obtaining 152 experience points. The task is complete, and 3 to 4 billion yuan is in hand. From now on, Chen Fan will control 20% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company and become the second most powerful person in the company. Chen Fan finished his speech, exchanged a few polite words with the vice president, and then walked out of the classroom. However, just as Chen Fan had taken a few steps, he suddenly received a phone call. More good news is coming. Chapter 136, Severing Ties on the 29th Day, Reward the Top Law Firm. Tang Xinghai, the top talent in software that Xiang Zhenyu told Chen Fan about yesterday, has already reported to Chen Fan. The two sides are discussing the contract and are almost done. Chen Fan is quite satisfied with successfully recruiting a technical talent who can be the finale of the company. With such a finale of top technical talent in place, the software he developed will not be far from going on the shelves and making a profit. This call was from someone at Chen Fan's software company. Chen Fan asked them to arrange for the top talent, Tang Xinghai, to have some time in the afternoon so he could go to the company and take a look. Currently, Chen Fan's temporary software company was temporarily operating out of the Yum Group's first-floor office building. After experiencing this turmoil, the Yum Group had lost some staff, leaving a lot of positions open, which could be arranged for Chen Fan's temporary software company. Once the company developed, they would move to a formal location. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan planned to leave and go to lunch. Chen Fan, wait a minute. Suddenly, Song Manyu rushed out. Chen Fan, it was my fault before. Can we get back together? Song Manyu said tentatively. At this moment, she really regretted it. She still didn't give up and wanted to get back together with Chen Fan to see if she could become the wife of the president of a multi-billion-dollar group again. Chen Fan ignored her completely and simply walked straight outside, and in no time at all, he was downstairs. Seeing Chen Fan completely ignore her and stand there alone, Song Manyu's pride was dealt a severe blow. Chen Fan, who do you think you are? You're just the president of a company with a market value of 10 billion, and you're only worth 2 to 3 billion. What's so great about you? Failing to get back together, Song Manyu was extremely frustrated and said sourly. A worth of 2 to 3 billion is not enough for Song Manyu to obsessively beg for a reunion, regardless of her face. However, if Chen Fan had a worth of tens of billions, or even more, then even if Chen Fan ignored and humiliated her, she would still obsessively beg for a reunion. If one day Chen Fan could really surpass the Chen family, then as long as Chen Fan was willing to reunite, she would pay any price, any price. But for now, Chen Fan is not worthy of her completely giving up her dignity. Previously, she heard from another close friend with a very influential background that she would be taken to a party at the weekend, where even the top 3 young masters from Jiangzhou, who were more powerful than the Chen family, would be attending. Compared to those young masters from the big families, not to mention the fact that Chen Fan had already severed ties with the Chen family, even when Chen Fan was still in the Chen family, she was trash. Song Manyu comforted herself in her heart. The moment he walked out of the teaching building, today's reward came. Ding! On the 29th day of severing ties, reward top law firm 100% ownership of Yuesheng law firm. The firm acquisition contract has been placed in your study, please check. 100% of Yuesheng law firm? Chen Fan felt a little puzzled about today's system reward. This was the first time he had heard of this Yuesheng law firm, so he curiously looked up some information about it. After reading the information, Chen Fan was very moved and excited. Leap Law Firm is famous not only in Zhonghai province, but also in the entire Jiangnan region, and the firm has several top barristers with an absurdly high winning rate. Today's reward is good. Chen Fan nodded with great satisfaction. As business becomes bigger and bigger, it is inevitable that various legal problems will be encountered. Having a top law firm with several barristers with an absurdly high winning rate will make things much easier. At certain times, Leapsbound's law firm can definitely make a big difference. After acquiring Leapsbound's law firm, Chen Fan was in a great mood. It was only the morning, and he had already acquired 10% of the shares of Qiancheng Auction Company, the entire Leapsbound's law firm, and, yes, the technical talent he needed. It was just non-stop good news. At noon, Chen Fan ate a little bit of whatever was available: Australian lobster, wild black abalone, black truffle, etc. In the afternoon, Chen Fan took some time out to go to his temporary software company and meet the technical talent, Tang Xinghai. The two had a good chat, and Chen Fan's first impression of Tang Xinghai was that he was reliable, which was very important. Because of Chen Fan's high salary, Tang Xinghai signed a contract with him at that time. Do you know any other software elites? You can recommend our company to them. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can definitely guarantee that our salaries are higher than other companies. Chen Fan said with a smile. I understand, Mr. Chen. I will definitely find a way to recruit some more talent for you. Tang Xinghai nodded wisely. Do a good job, I won't let you down. Chen Fan patted him on the shoulder. As the boss, he definitely had to be able to paint big pictures. Time flew by. It was 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chen Fan was about to leave the company. Suddenly, an uninvited guest came knocking. Where's your boss? Tell him to get the hell out here. Chapter 137, Who's the better lawyer? Excuse me, I'm the owner of a top law firm. This unexpected visitor shouted before even entering Chen Fan's company. Everyone in the company looked surprised. What's going on? With puzzled looks, a man in his 40s with a pot belly led 3 or 4 people forcefully into the office. Tell your boss to come out and see me. After arriving at the company, the pot-bellied man shouted again. Who gave you the confidence to yell and scream in my company? As soon as the pot-bellied man finished speaking, a commanding voice came from an open office not far away. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan slowly walked out, watched by the pot-bellied man and the others. On his own company's territory, as soon as this guy came in, he strutted around like a show-off. Who does he think he is? Who gave me the confidence? I gave it to myself. The pot-bellied man replied arrogantly. You stole my man, and you're asking me who gave me my confidence? Your man? Chen Fan was stunned. Chui Jiarui, our contract has expired. You and I, and your company, have no relationship anymore. I'm going to work for another company, and you have no right to ask. At this point, the technology talent Tang Xinghai walked out and confronted the pot-bellied man. It turned out that the pot-bellied boss was Chui Jiarui, Tang Xinghai's former employer and the boss of Jiangzhou's software company, Howie Software Company. Chen Fan also understood. Since your contract has expired, Tang Xinghai doesn't need your consent to come to my company. Chen Fan said for Tang Xinghai, after all, Tang Xinghai was now his employee. Once the contract expires, it's got nothing to do with me. What if you leave my company and I suffer losses? Chui Jiarui said coldly. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences. Chui Jiarui looked at Chen Fan, his threat clear. Suffer the consequences? I'd like to see what the consequences will be. Chen Fan responded coldly. What will be the consequences? Tang Xinghai left my company, causing huge losses to our company. I will find a lawyer and sue him. If you dare to defend him, then I will sue your company as well, and make you compensate me for the huge losses. Chui Jiarui said arrogantly. Sue Tang Xinghai and sue our company, go ahead. Since the contract has expired, I don't see how you can win the lawsuit. Chen Fan retorted. Why not tell me how you can win? Meng Zhongkong, the top lawyer in Zhonghai province, is my good friend. I can get him to come at the drop of a hat. Once Meng Zhongkong steps in, I will almost certainly win this lawsuit. Chui Jiarui replied with boundless pride. This is why he is so arrogant and why he doesn't take Chen Fan seriously. He has powerful connections. You and the barrister are good friends. Sorry, I know a few barristers too. Let's see whose lawyer is better. Chen Fan retorted. Sorry, he just got a top law firm today, let's see who is better. Good boy, just you wait, I'll call Meng Zhongkong right now, don't you regret it? Seeing that Chen Fan still didn't take him seriously, Chui Jiarui directly dialed Meng Zhongkong's phone and briefly explained the situation. It's no big deal, I'll take care of this matter, I'll help you solve it. Meng Zhongkong said confidently after listening. By the way, don't you know a few top lawyers as well as that kid? Ask who they are, maybe I know them, or they are my juniors. Meng Zhongkong asked. He knew all the lawyers in Zhonghai province who were famous in some way. Who is the lawyer you know? Chui Jiarui looked at Chen Fan. Fan Xingqing. Chen Fan casually named a lawyer in his law firm who was somewhat famous. Meng, the kid's lawyer is called Fan Xingqing. Chui Jiarui replied. Fan Xingqing, the kid's lawyer is actually her? Knowing this name, Meng Zhongkong fell into deep thought. Fan Xingqing was also a very famous lawyer in Zhonghai province, and her overall strength was similar to his. What's wrong, Meng? Is this difficult? Seeing Meng Zhongkong hesitate, Chui Jiarui asked hurriedly. It's fine, I can still deal with a mere Fan Xingqing. I'll take care of this matter. Meng Zhongkong replied with a gritted teeth. Hearing Meng say this, Chui Jiarui's smug expression reappeared on his face. Oh, yes, in addition to Fan Xingqing, I also have several lawyers here, including Zhou Jia, Sun Shuowen, and Xiao Weiren. Seeing this, Chen Fan added a kind remark. Just as Meng Zhongkong was looking grave, thinking about how to deal with Fan Xingqing, Chui Jiarui told him the names Chen Fan had mentioned. What? Zhou Jia, Sun Shuowen, and Xiao Weiren are also his lawyers? Hearing these names, Meng Zhongkong was completely dumbfounded. Sun Jia was okay, as his strength was similar to his, but Sun Shuowen and Xiao Weiren were top-notch barristers who were much more powerful than him. Any one of these two people could easily win against him, and if these people were to join forces, they would simply crush him and beat him up. No, Sun Shuowen, Xiao Weiren. Meng Zhongkong muttered these names, and suddenly he remembered that these people seemed to be the top barristers at Leaping Law Firm. If he could hire these four people at once, the other party must have a complicated relationship with Leaping Law Firm. Lao Chui, ask that guy about his relationship with Leapsbound's law firm? Meng Zhongkong asked nervously. Chui Jiarui was still arrogant and didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, so he casually asked, "What kind of relationship?" "Nothing special, I'm just the owner of Leapsbound's law firm." Chen Fan calmly replied. "Lao Meng, that guy is the owner of Leapsbound's law firm." Chui Jiarui replied. "The owner of Leapsbound's law firm? The other party is the owner of Yuesheng law firm?" Snap. Knowing this, Meng Juankang's expression instantly froze. The teacup he had just picked up fell directly to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. "What's the matter, Meng? It's just the owner of a law firm, aren't you also?" Chui Jiarui asked incredulously. "Brother, how can I compare with others? I'm just the boss of a small law firm, while the other person is the boss of a top law firm." Meng Juankang answered fearfully. "The other person's strength can crush my existence. Chui, I can't help you with this matter, and I'm sure that in the entire Zhanghai province, no one else has the strength to go against the entire Yuesheng law firm. I advise you to admit defeat and leave quickly." Meng Juankang said something and then hurriedly hung up the phone, dissociating himself from Chui Jiarui. On the other side, Chui Jiarui wanted to ask something else, but noticed that Lao Meng hung up the phone directly. Chui Jiarui immediately understood the terror of Yuesheng law firm. At this moment, Chui Jiarui no longer had the arrogance he had before, and he was nervous inside. "You're amazing, let's go." A real man doesn't take losses, and Chui Jiarui said something to his entourage and quickly turned around to leave quickly. "Did I let you go?" As soon as Chui Jiarui turned around, a domineering voice suddenly came. Chapter 138, The enemy is in cahoots, and there is an unexpected situation on Chen Fan's side. After saying that, Chen Fan slowly walked out. As soon as this guy came up, he yelled at him to get the hell out. Now that he knows he can't provoke him, he just wants to leave so easily? "What do you mean?" Chui Jiarui asked anxiously. "Guards!" Chen Fan ordered. Soon, a dozen security guards from the company rushed over. "Throw them out, to the intersection with the heaviest pedestrian flow," Chen Fan said coldly. Big bosses and tycoons like this are most concerned about face. Being thrown out of the company in broad daylight is even more painful than being beaten up. "No, no." Chui Jiarui instantly cowered. If he were thrown out like this, he estimated that he would become the laughingstock of the rich and powerful circles. He would rather be beaten up and left with a bloody face than be treated like this. "I'll apologize to you, I'm sorry." Chui Jiarui quickly spoke. Unfortunately, it was too late to apologize now. In the end, Chui Jiarui was carried by a group of security guards from Chen Fan's company and thrown to the intersection in front of the company, attracting the onlookers of countless passers-by. Chui Jiarui covered his face and quickly fled, this time he had lost face. "Don't worry, you are my employee, I won't let you be in any danger," Chen Fan said. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, thank you." Hearing Chen Fan say this, Tang Xinghai was filled with awe. At this moment, he was extremely grateful to Chen Fan. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen, he, alone, would definitely not have been a match for Chui Jiarui. In an instant, Tang Xinghai's respect for Chen Fan reached its peak. "President Chen, in the future, I will be a member of the company in life and a ghost of the company in death. I will definitely work my hardest." Tang Xinghai sincerely expressed his loyalty to Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded. At around 9:30 p.m., when Chen Fan was relaxing in the villa, he suddenly received a call from Tang Xinghai. "Boss, I found 3 people for you. Although they're a little weaker than me, they're also big shots in software technology and very strong. I've spoken to them and they're all willing to come to your company." Tang Xinghai introduced. "There's also a boss who's even better than me. He's my senior at MIT. Tomorrow I'll give it a try and see if I can get him to come to your company too," Tang Xinghai added. "Well done." Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction. This was good news. Tang Xinghai really knew what to do. Without him having to say anything, he had managed to recruit 3 technical talents in one night, and he even planned to recruit a technical talent who was even better than him. "Do a good job, and when the software is launched, I'll give you a bonus," Chen Fan said at the end, in order to motivate Tang Xinghai. "Thank you, boss. I'll go see if I can contact my senior now." Hearing Chen Fan say this, Tang Xinghai was instantly full of energy and went off to get to work after hanging up the phone. Just as everything was going well for Chen Fan, in Chui Jiarui's private villa, Chui Jiarui was drinking alone. From what Lao Meng had said, Chui Jiarui knew that he could not deal with Chen Fan alone, and for this reason, Cui Jiaowei was depressed. Suddenly, the nanny came over and said to Cui Jiaowei that there was a visitor. "No, I don't want to see anyone." Cui Jiaowei waved his hand impatiently. He was annoyed and didn't want to see anyone. "But boss, that guest claims to be the head of the Shin family," the nanny said again. "What? The head of the Shin family?" Cui Jiaowei stood up abruptly and asked in shock. After that, he went to the front door of the villa himself. At that moment, standing in front of his villa was Shin Xingran, the head of the Shin family, a powerful family in Jiangzhou. Shin Xingran had a plan to deal with Chen Fan, but he needed a partner. This partner must be someone who had conflicts with Chen Fan and could be completely controlled by him. Because the requirements were a bit too much, Shin Xingran had never thought of a suitable person. Until this evening, when he unexpectedly heard that Cui Jiaowei, the owner of Huawei Software Company, had been thrown out of the company by Chen Fan, Shin Xingran's eyes lit up. He knew who to choose as a partner. This Cui Jiaowei was just the right person, someone who could be easily manipulated and who also had conflicts with Chen Fan. Therefore, Shin Xingran decisively took the initiative to come to Cui Jiaowei. After entering the villa and having a brief conversation, Shin Xingran took the initiative to propose that he could help Cui Jiaowei deal with Chen Fan. "Master Shin, you're not joking, are you?" Cui Jiaowei was overjoyed. "Of course it's true. However, you must listen to me on how to deal with Chen Fan," Shin Xingran said mysteriously. "No problem, I'll listen to you on everything." Cui Jiaowei nodded immediately. Cui Jiaowei's behavior was within his expectations. He knew that Cui Jiaowei could not deal with Chen Fan alone, and now that he was backing him up, he would definitely be grateful to him and agree to all his requests. At that time, he could use Cui Jiaowei as a scapegoat. Very good, very good." Shin Xingran nodded in satisfaction, and the two behind him began to plot their revenge against Chen Fan with Cui Jiaowei. Time flew by, and the next morning, Chen Fan was just about to go out. A black Land Rover suddenly stopped in front of Chen Fan's villa, and a familiar figure got out of the car. It was none other than Jiangzhou's big boss Chen Fan knew, Wei Jingxiong. However, Wei Jingxiong now had a bandage on his arm, looked a little haggard, and was no longer as spirited as he once was. Chen Fan frowned when he saw Wei Jingxiong like this. Previously, Chen Fan had resolved another boss in Jiangzhou, Yan Jiobin, and given Yan Jiobin's territory to Wei Jingxiong. Wei Jingxiong immediately joined Chen Fan and served him in the future, becoming Chen Fan's subordinate. Why has Wei Jingxiong changed so much after just a short period of time? "What happened to your arm?" Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. "Chen Xiao, I've embarrassed you. Someone broke my arm." Wei Jingxiong looked at Chen Fan apologetically with his head bowed. Upon hearing what Wei Jingxiong said, Chen Fan's expression instantly turned serious. "Who did this?" Chen Fan asked. Wei Jingxiong let out a sigh and said an incredibly heavy name. Chapter 139, Who is the #1 underground boss in Jiangzhou at the Greenstone Private Club? Lu Donglin. Wei Jingxiong said with a hint of reluctance. "Who is Lu Donglin?" "Chen Xiao, Lu Donglin is the #1 boss of all the underground forces in Jiangzhou." Wei Jingxiong replied, "Among all the underground bosses in Jiangzhou, Lu Donglin is the strongest, far surpassing him and the previous Yan Jiobin. It is also said that Lu Donglin has a deep background, and in the Jiangzhou underworld, Lu Donglin is an existence that almost no one dares to provoke. It's like this, Chen Xiao, didn't you previously solve Yan Jiobin and hand over Yan Jiobin's territory to me to take care of? So I led people to take over Yan Jiobin's territory one by one," explained Wei Jingxiong. At first, everything was normal, but when I was halfway through taking over, Lu Donglin seemed to know that Yan Jiobin was finished and preempted the move, forcibly taking over the remaining Yan Jiobin territory. So I clashed with Lu Donglin. Lu Donglin was too strong. In a recent clash, I was beaten by Lu Donglin's most capable subordinate, Leopard, who broke my arm. After that, we retreated step by step, and most of the territory that we had originally occupied from Yan Jiobin was also taken away by Lu Donglin," Wei Jingxiong said helplessly and self-deprecatingly. At the beginning, Wei Jingxiong didn't want to trouble Chen Xiao. After all, Chen Xiao had already given Yan Jiobin's territory to him. Whenever something happened, he would trouble Chen Xiao. He was too useless as a subordinate. But reality slapped Wei Jingxiong in the face. Lu Donglin had become the #1 underworld boss in Jiangzhou, and his strength was not something Wei could compare to. In the end, with no other choice, Wei Jingxiong could only come to Chen Fan for help. "That Lu Donglin has taken most of Yan Jiobin's territory?" Chen Fan frowned. This Lu Donglin was a bit too overbearing, wasn't he? Just as Chen Fan continued to think of what to say, the system's voice came through. Ding! Mission issued, take back Yan Zhoubin's territory from Lu Donglin and avenge his subordinate Wei Jingxiong. Mission time, within 6 hours. Mission reward, 20% ownership of the Zhouxiu Security Group. Mission reward, 140 experience points. Looking at the system mission, especially the 20% ownership of the Zhouxiu Security Group, Chen Fan's face revealed a faint smile of great satisfaction. Originally, something happened to his subordinate, and he even broke his arm. As the big boss behind the scenes, Chen Fan could not just sit back and do nothing. Now that the system has given him another task, Chen Fan will have to avenge Wei Jingxiong even more. Previously, when the system was at level 1, the reward of shares in the Zhouxiu Security Group was only a few percent. This time, he was rewarded with 20% of the ownership of the Zhouxiu Security Group in one go. The reason Chen Fan is satisfied with this reward is that in addition to the 20% of the Zhouxiu Security Group itself being worth a lot of money, if he gets this 20%, Chen Fan will have gathered 75% of the ownership of the Zhouxiu Security Group. With just one last bit, Chen Fan can completely take over the security company that ranks first in Zhonghai province. How cool would it be to completely own a powerful security company? Shen Xiao, what do you think we should do next? Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but ask. What do we do? Naturally, we fight back, and fight back hard at once. Chen Fan answered without hesitation. After all, the system had given him a 6-hour deadline, and Chen Fan must quickly take back Yan Zhoubin's territory. Saying this, Chen Fan dialed a phone number and contacted a few of his ordinary bodyguard teams from the Zhouxiu Security Group in Jiangzhou, as well as the special team. With their help, it would be a piece of cake to retake the territory. Where is Yan Zhoubin's main territory? Chen Fan asked. The main territory should be the Greenstone Private Club. Wei Jingxiong replied after a moment's thought. The Greenstone Private Club was an exclusive private club that served the various rich and powerful people of Jiangzhou, and its status was very important. Right, Chen, I think Lu Donglin is also at the Greenstone Private Club right now. Wei Jingxiong guessed. Lu Donglin is also at the Greenstone Private Club, that's even better. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not long after, Chen Fan's bodyguards all arrived, and under the guidance of Wei Jingxiong, they all headed straight for the Greenstone Private Club. On the other side, in the Greenstone Private Club, Lu Donglin was receiving everything in the Greenstone Private Club with his most trusted subordinate, the one who broke Wei Jingxiong's arm, Leopard. The boss is still awesome. In just a few days, he took over Yan Zhoubin's territory. Leopard said in a flattering way. Pfft, what's the big deal? Lu Donglin snorted disdainfully. Wei Jingxiong is a waste of space. By the way, that boss behind Wei Jingxiong is even more ridiculous. They still want to fight me? Are they worthy? That's right, boss. You are the #1 boss in the Jiangzhou underworld. Who is your match? Leopard agreed. But boss, I heard that Wei Jingxiong has joined forces with a more powerful boss. If we take over these territories, will Wei Jingxiong's boss retaliate against us? Leopard couldn't help but ask. Retaliate against us? I'll be damned. Lu Donglin snorted in disdain. If they're happy not to retaliate against them, let them. Retaliate against me? He didn't take Wei Jingxiong's territory away from him, so Wei Jingxiong and his boss should go and thank him for his mercy. If, in the future, Wei Jingxiong and his boss just shut up and swallow their pride, he could let them off the hook once. But if they dare to rebel and try to take back Yan Zhoubin's territory, then don't blame him for being ruthless, he'll just take Wei Jingxiong's territory away from them too. Let Wei Jingxiong and his boss become dogs of the bereaved family. Do you think their power can compare with mine? Lu Donglin asked in return. That's right, even if Wei Jingxiong's boss is given a few guts, they wouldn't dare to come. A Bao affirmed. However, before he could finish speaking, one of Lu Donglin's subordinates suddenly rushed in. Boss, that Wei Jingxiong has brought a bunch of people back to kill. The subordinate reported. Killing their way back? How many are there? Lu Donglin asked cautiously. From the looks of things, I'd say just a little over 100. The subordinate replied after thinking for a moment. But what do you take me for? Just a little over 100 people and that guy dares to kill his way back? Ridiculous. Lu Donglin spoke rather contemptuously. He had more than 200 subordinates here at the Qingstone Private Club, twice as many as Wei Jingxiong and his men. Wei Jingxiong is coming back to kill? This is clearly a suicide mission. Since he's looking for death, I'll grant him his wish. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to swallow Wei Jingxiong's territory as well. Let's go. Lu Donglin waved his hand, led his men, and walked outside with supreme confidence and arrogance. Chapter 140, Severing Tai's 30th Day, Reward 5 Large-Scale Mines. When Lu Donglin and his men came outside and saw Chen Fan standing in the front row, Lu Donglin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly guessed Chen Fan's identity. So you're the big boss behind Wei Jingxiong? I thought you were some kind of powerful figure, but it turns out you're just a 20-year-old kid. You're really making me laugh. Wei Jingxiong could have joined forces with anyone, but he chose you, a mere kid. Lu Donglin laughed heartily, not taking the young Chen Fan seriously at all. Kid, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, either kneel down and admit defeat to me, and I'll be merciful and let you off. Or, we can wait a while and do it, and I'll break your bones and arm, but don't blame me. Lu Donglin spoke arrogantly, threatening Chen Fan. Get lost. Chen Fan responded to him with just one word. Ha, I really don't know what you're so pleased about, bringing just over 100 people and daring to be arrogant in front of me. As he said this, Lu Donglin waved his hand, and from all directions, more than 200 of Lu Donglin's thugs rushed out and surrounded Chen Fan and the others. See, I have twice as many people as you, and today, you will lose. Lu Donglin shouted imperiously. Sometimes quantity isn't everything, quality is the key. Chen Fan responded coldly. Quantity isn't everything, hee. A large number of people means a sure win. Since you don't know how to be grateful, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Donglin suddenly shouted. Do it! Instantly, Lu Donglin's thugs charged towards Chen Fan's bodyguards. No need to hold back. Seeing this, Chen Fan spoke indifferently. Upon receiving Chen Fan's order, the bodyguards from the Joshio security group immediately rushed out and the 2 sides fought together. From the very beginning, the bodyguards from the Joshio security group, who had been through many battles and had even truly experienced a hail of bullets, steadily gained the upper hand. The smile on Lu Donglin's face grew more and more stiff. In the end, as he watched his subordinates keep falling, the expression on his face turned directly ashen. Where did this kid's subordinates come from, and why are they all so strong? Lu Donglin panicked a little inside. Seeing a large number of his men fall to the ground, wailing in pain, while only a few of Chen Fan's men were slightly injured, Lu Donglin panicked instantly. He was now in an absolutely disadvantageous position. In a moment of desperation, Lu Donglin's gaze suddenly turned to Chen Fan. At the moment, the only person beside Chen Fan was Wei Jingxiong, who had a broken arm and was unprotected. On his side, apart from him, there was also his number 1 henchman, Leopard. As the saying goes, catch the thief and you've caught the king. Lu Donglin immediately made a decision. He gave Leopard a look and suddenly charged towards Chen Fan together, planning to capture Chen Fan first. Chen Xiao, be careful. Wei Jingxiong hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Fan, while Leopard held Wei Jingxiong back, and Lu Donglin charged towards Chen Fan. Lu Donglin had previously gained his territory through his fists. Although he had not fought for many years, Lu Donglin's skills were still very impressive. Lu Donglin was fully confident in taking down Chen Fan, a young kid. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Chen Fan, Lu Donglin felt that victory was already beckoning to him. It was only when Lu Donglin had not yet made a move that Chen Fan took the lead and gave him a clean kick. Boom! Chen Fan's kick sent Lu Donglin tumbling to the ground. Chen Fan stepped forward a few paces and stamped on Lu Donglin's back. Lu Donglin struggled to get up, but Chen Fan's strength was astonishing, and he couldn't get up at all. Lu Donglin was instantly dumbfounded. How could this be? He was actually defeated by a young punk with a single kick, and he was even being stamped on. It was a complete disgrace. You just said you were going to break one of my arms, didn't you? Chen Fan said coldly. You, what do you want? Lu Donglin panicked. Crack! Chen Fan directly returned the favor by breaking one of Lu Donglin's arms with a kick. Chen Fan had obtained top-level combat techniques, so there was no problem with his skills, and now someone was going to break one of his arms, so how would Chen Fan let him off the hook? He is not a pushover, a coward. Ah! Lu Donglin screamed. Seeing their boss like this, Lu Donglin's remaining subordinates also surrendered one after another. Give up all the territory you have seized from Yan Jiobin. Chen Fan said coldly. Yes. Lu Donglin nodded fearfully. Soon, at Lu Donlin's order, the territory he had seized from Yan Zhoubin was surrendered one after another, and Wei Jingxiong sent his men to take over. At the same time, the voice of the system came. Ding! Recovered Yan Zhoubin's territory from Lu Donlin and avenged his subordinate Wei Jingxiong. Mission complete. Congratulations on obtaining 20% ownership of Zhouxiao Security Group. Congratulations, 140 experience points earned. The mission is complete, and you have obtained 20% ownership of the Zhouxiao Security Group and 140 experience points. Big brother, I can go now, right? Lu Donlin asked fearfully. Not yet. Look, many of my men are injured. You have to pay for the medical expenses and our hard work. Chen Fan spoke kindly. Looking at Chen Fan's several lively subordinates, who only had slight bruises, Lu Donlin wanted to cry but had no tears. How did he provoke such an opponent? Big brother, how much do you want? Lu Donlin gritted his teeth and agreed. Not much, just 3 billion. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said a fair price. 3 billion? Lu Donlin was dumbfounded for a moment. This is not much? This is too much. Okay. In the end, in order to escape from Chen Fan's hands, Lu Donlin had no choice but to agree. The money is a bit much, I need to raise it, and I will send someone to deliver it to you by tomorrow at the latest. Seeing Chen Fan nod, Lu Donlin led his men away in a dismal and disheveled state. Chen Xiao was awesome. Wei Jingxiong couldn't help but exclaim, the mighty underground boss of Jiangzhou was so easily dealt with by Chen Xiao is awesome. I'll lend you these people for now, so you can quickly stabilize the situation. Chen Fan looked at Wei Jingxiong. Don't worry, Chen Xiao. Wei Jingxiong promised, adding that with Chen Xiao's subordinates, there would definitely be no problem. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, the system's reward for the day arrived. Ding! 30th day of severing ties, reward of 5 large-scale mineral deposits.